Good morning. We're going to get underway with our Board of Supervisors meeting. Our chair is stuck in traffic, but on the way. That might be the door there. And we'll call this meeting to order. And if I talk slow enough, we'll have roll call.
Supervisor Foy. Here. Supervisor Parks. Here. Supervisor Long.
Here.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here.
And Supervisor Bennett.
Soon to be. Soon to be. All right. And let's all rise for Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. And please join me with your hand over heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. And with that, we will look at our minutes from September 16th for approval.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second, and please vote. And those minutes are now approved. I don't know who the moment of inspiration is, so let's turn it back over to our chair. We're at the agenda review part, Steve. Yep.
Thank you. Sorry, there's a 4-car accident on Seaward, and I hope that everybody is okay in that accident, but it's driven all the traffic everywhere. So we are at agenda review.
Agenda review.
Mr. Powell.
Thanks, Chair Bennett. Agenda item page 6, item 20, Probation Agency. Receive and file Public Safety Realignment Update Report. Agenda title only changed from and reducing the total compensation to in an annual amount not to exceed $1,250,000 effective October 1, 2014 through June 30, 2015. In addition, a PowerPoint presentation has been submitted. Item 26, CEO's Office. Public hearing regarding adoption of the MOA with CJAC. A letter of advice has been submitted by the Civil Service Commission. Item 27, Public Works Agency. Approval of consulting services contract with Environmental Science Associates. A revised board letter has been submitted. In addition, the agenda title on page 7 was revised to spell out Environmental Science Associates. Excuse me. Item 35, Resource Management Agency. Public hearing regarding CUP for outdoor event venue in Santa Rosa Valley. Exhibits II, J, K, and L. A PowerPoint presentation, additional letters of support, additional letters of opposition, a comment letter from Victoria Turk, a call for service update list from Anonymous, email from Supervisor Bennett to Amy Elliott et al., and a petition to deny renewal of CUP to Tropical Paradise Venue from Doug Price have been submitted. Item 36, General Services Agency. Receive and file report regarding the Santa Rosa Valley Regional Park gate fee. Comment letters from Kime Isaiah Black and Mark Burley have been submitted. And then finally, request that we hear items 40 and 42 together. That's the CEO financing letters. All these items have been distributed and posted to the web. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. 40 and 42 together. All right. Okay. Supervisors, any other modifications to the agenda? All right. Great. And you had no actual moves or polls, right? No. Agenda, right. All right. So we have a motion to accept the agenda as modified. We're ready to vote on that. All right. Now we have our moment of inspiration to start our day off. And Kelly Haas, Coastal Cleanup Day Coordinator for Ventura County Water Resources Specialist from the Watershed Protection District. And Kelly, really appreciate you being here. And I have a few notes after you finish. Right?
Okay. Good morning, Chair Bennett, board members, Mr. Powers, and members of the audience. My name, as Supervisor Bennett said, is Kelly Haas. I'm a Water Resources Specialist for the Watershed Protection District in the Public Works Agency. I'm also very proud to be the Ventura County Coordinator for California Coastal Cleanup Day. Coastal Cleanup Day is part of International Coastal Cleanup Day and is an annual trash pickup event held from 9 a.m. to noon on the third Saturday of September every year. Volunteers spend 3 hours of their Saturday morning picking up litter from beaches, parks, and local waterways. We have approximately 20 sites here in Ventura County. Coastal Cleanup Day is really a team event. I serve on a committee with a group of talented, hardworking professionals from the cities of Oxnard, Ventura, Simi Valley, Camarillo, Port Hueneme, Moorpark, Thousand Oaks, and the Resource Conservation District, without whom this event would not be the success that it is. We are supported by the California Coastal Commission and their statewide sponsors, as well as by our generous local sponsors, including the Ventura Countywide Stormwater Program's Community for a Clean Watershed, NRG Energy, and Gold Coast Broadcasting. We have passionate, dedicated site captains, many of whom have been doing this for many years, who volunteer their time to host the event at sites across the county, including inland areas. We have sites along the coast from Oil Piers to Magoo Rock, and inland to Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, and Ojai. This past Saturday was the 30th anniversary of Coastal Cleanup Day. We had over 2,800 volunteers, including individuals and groups from schools, scouts, clubs, churches, and both large and small employers in Ventura County. Collectively, they picked up over 8,500 pounds of trash and recyclables. That's 8,500 pounds that are no longer out there to pollute our communities, waterways, and oceans and harm our wildlife. In addition to picking up the trash, the volunteers count the number of each type of item that they find so that we can better determine the sources of the trash, and the data can be used to find better ways to prevent it from becoming trash in the first place. This event showcases the pride that Ventura County residents take in their communities. Our volunteers get to choose which site they volunteer at, so the number of volunteers at each site varies. This last year, it ranged from 14 to 640. I would like to thank our committee, sponsors, supporters, volunteers, and the Board of Supervisors for making this event the success that it is and for keeping clean beaches and good water quality a priority in our county. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. You know, Coastal Cleanup Day has become a real tradition in Ventura County. When you get 2,800 people there, and you see some pictures here. These are children from Satakoy. 150 children from Satakoy went down to Ormond Beach to pick up trash at the beach there. So you see this picture. It's a great shot. We had to show the backs of everybody's heads because we don't have everybody's permission yet from their parents in terms of doing that. But they've been doing it every year. The AVID program in Satakoy, that's trying to get children whose parents have not gone to college yet, really focused, and they've been doing this from Satakoy since 2003. And so 150 kids, sort of a normal turnout, but it's just a great turnout. But when you talked about how many pounds of trash picked up?
8,500.
8,500 pounds of trash.
Trash and some of that was recyclables, about 1,000 pounds.
And you know, the actual coordination of this has transferred from NGOs to the County of Ventura. So Kelly really is the one who holds this all together in Ventura County. There are lots of other nonprofit organizations and NGOs, the Sierra Club, Surfrider, et cetera, that get involved, but they have given up the coordination of it, and so the county has picked up the slack there, and the county does the coordination. So we really appreciate you doing that, Kelly. And then I have one other small story to one other point, and that is about 85% of the trash picked up is plastic, and plastic bags. A huge amount of those. I got to participate in the cleanup in the Santa Clara River bottom, and so the fact that the state, it's just really great that this Board of Supervisors voted to go forward with the plastic bag ban. That's one of the things that motivated the state to finally do it, is to make sure there weren't all these local haphazard ones. And in fact, the state has gone forward. So beginning 2015, we'll have a statewide plastic bag ban, which certainly we hope we'll see a difference when we get to coastal cleanup. Probably not next year, but the year after next, we'll really see the difference from that. But I do have to tell the board I was down in the Santa Clara River bottom, and we have quite a bit of real heavy debris down there, rugs, and this was from encampments down in the river bottom. So anyway, we drug all of those things out, and there were about 20 of us down there working, and my hardworking staff member Brian Brennan, and Brian, would you stand up, because I want to, please, if you stand up. He was there with me, and he was thoughtful enough. Stay up, Mr. Brennan, stay up. Right? He was thoughtful enough. What we were doing is we were bringing out all this trash, and it was just piling up and piling up, right? And we had a problem because there was no dumpster yet there from Harrison. So he thought he was doing all of us and me a big favor by contacting Harrison on Saturday morning, and he got a dumpster out there. And so just as I was getting ready to leave about noon, we go back out of the river bottom, and we get there, and the dumpster is now full. They've taken all this trash and put it in a dumpster. Really nice, you know. You think, why am I pointing this out, right? Well, we're pointing it out because the bucket that I had taken down there to start loading at the beginning of the day had my keys in the bottom of it. And those keys were now somewhere in that dumpster, right? So
Dumpster diving then after.
Besides being late for my next meeting, Mr. Brennan started at one end and dove into that 40-foot long dumpster, and I started at the other end, and we opened every trash bag, every one of those plastic bags, and poured them out. And after we finished every bag, we still didn't have the keys. So then we had to go back and sort out. Again, he started at one end, at the other, and after about an hour, we found my keys, right? So not very many people will dive into a 40-foot long dumpster, right? And do that. So I think it's appropriate. And if he wouldn't have called Harrison and gotten that, it would have been a lot easier to find those keys. So I actually fault him for this whole incident. It was not my fault at all, right? As we go forward. But anyway, Mr. Brennan, thank you very much. But Kelly, I don't want to take the focus off of Coastal Cleanup Day, but and I might point out all these other people volunteered, all the other 20 people. That's the kind of people that come on Coastal Cleanup Day. So from an inspirational standpoint, I had 2 people send me texts, emails, you know, inquiring how I was doing, appreciated being there and stuff. This is from just the 20 people that are working on Santa Clara River bottom. So for people out there, if you haven't done it, if you've thought, oh, it sounds like a lot of work and a pain, etc., you'll meet wonderful people. You feel really good about yourself. If you can spend time with 150 kids from Satakoy School cleaning up Ormond Beach, that'll inspire your morning. I'll guarantee you that. So, Kelly, thank you very much, and thanks for coming and reporting so promptly after the coastal cleanup.
You're very
Mr.
welcome.
Chair.
Thank you.
Yes.
Kelly, I want to thank you too. You know, 1 ton of trash is a lot of trash, especially cigarette butts, you know, and also plastic bags. But I have participated in the past, you know, with the cleanup program over in Oxnard, starting from Ormond and all the way to, in fact, Beacon has it all the way to Santa Barbara, you know, because we have the JPA between Santa Barbara County and Ventura. So, and Brian Brennan, again, is very instrumental, and he didn't have to find any keys, but we worked together with Santa Barbara. But I want to thank you for the good job.
Well, we have beautiful beaches, and
Absolutely.
it's appropriate for it to be part of the culture here in Ventura County. All right, thank you very much, Kelly. Appreciate it. And we're now at our consent agenda, items 10 through 19. Do we have any speakers on the consent calendar? All right, no speakers, and so we're ready for a motion on the consent calendar. It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. So, Mr. Miller, did you dive in any dumpsters for Mr. Foy's on Mr. Foy's behalf this weekend? Just wanted to check, right, and see. All right. All right, and that motion has passed. Have you flashed it up already? Okay, sorry. Okay, so we're now at public comments. Do we have any public speakers? All right, we're at board comments. Mr. Zaragoza, we're making up for the
Thank you.
lost time.
Thank you. I just want to share that my assistant Tracy and I attended the United Way Spirit of Community Partnership. And as usual, where's Michael Powers? Did a great job representing the County of Ventura. And I just want to commend the County of Ventura for being probably the highest donors in United Way. And I just want to commend all our employees that donate to United Way. It was a great luncheon. Also, I attended the AWA dinner over at the Reagan Library. Oh, there's Michael. Michael, I want to thank you again for a great job over at the Reagan Library. He took all the glory for us, but you did okay. At the Reagan Library, we attended, and the speaker that spoke there was really kind of alarming, because he's saying about sea level rise and so forth, and he's saying that in the next few years, all of Oxnard Shores and Silver Strand and Ventura and San Francisco and everything's going to be underwater. So it was quite a program, quite a presentation that he made. And additionally, on Saturday, I attended the Day for Kids over at the Boys and Girls Club in Oxnard. There was probably a couple of thousand kids there that participated there with the Oxnard Port Hueneme Boys Club, and we had a great time. And if you think of donating to the children, that's a place to donate. To keep those kids out of trouble and out of the street. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Foy.
I'd like to adjourn in memory of those folks on this list.
Yeah, I'm fortunate I don't have to have any adjourned memories of. I just wanted to thank the paper for their editorial on this common sense, plain talk and pension reform. It says here at the very end, there's two different sides in the retirement board that I sit on in regards to what CalPERS had said in their piece. But I like what they said. Those who want to count all the add-on payments should abandon this unreasonable position and fall in line with a common sense understanding of what PEPR is. And so I know we're going to talk about that today, and I just appreciate the paper and their comments on that. Those are my comments for today. Thanks.
Nice to have something we all agree on up here. Right. It really is. Yeah, man, it's an important issue. Right. Supervisor Long.
Yes, I agree. Good morning. I'd just like to add on a little bit on the United Way Spirit of Community Awards. It was very nice to be there. It was a full house, a luncheon, and that the County of Ventura received the Roy Pinkerton Award for top corporate citizenship. And it was really very nice for the county to be recognized, for the employees in the county to be recognized for their strong support of United Way and their contributions. And Mr. Powers accepted that, and as he always does, he always speaks back to it is the county employees that do the heavy lifting, that do the generous, in many ways across many nonprofits, support for the community. And how appreciated, what a difference it makes in our community. So it was nice to be recognized by the United Way. That same morning there was a housing conference, and we continue to have these housing conferences. This was in fact the 13th, I believe, 13th annual housing conference. It's sponsored by a variety of folks, Housing Opportunities Made Easier, Housing Trust, and we actually helped to support it too, along with corporate sponsorship. It is the 13th year. It is something that we we probably will never stop talking about in this county. We do take time to acknowledge progress that's been made, but the delta between the affordable and the housing that's not there for the very poor, and what frankly has now become the working poor, and even our teachers and others, it's still, in fact, it's grown significantly. I attended a workshop that Dr. Jamsi Demui of Cal Lutheran spoke as to what is already being seen in the climb out of the recession, and that is that the housing affordability has gone from what may have been 35-36% a year ago to 27% in 1 year. And that it takes two people almost working two jobs in order to afford even rental in the very limited market we have in availability of rentals in this county. You hear again the data like that. You see the growing disparity between the lack of availability, and we know that we cannot stop talking, working, figuring out creative ways to provide housing to people who need housing. great work's being done by our housing farm worker groups in the county. I think we're seeing some progress with the home share program. That's very exciting. That was mentioned. But again, it was a conference they'll continue to do until at some point we all feel that people have dignity and access to housing, and we meet the needs. I'd like to mention that we have coming up, so you put it on your calendar if you like bananas. Saturday, September 27th, the Port will hold its Banana Festival, and it's from 10 to 5 at the Port of Hueneme, and it's a celebration of the port. You get an opportunity to actually go out and see and get a good port tour, which is fun to see these huge freighters that come in and bring and take bananas, and everything banana. Everything banana. The longest line is always the banana daiquiris. Always. 27th. Here, I'll pass these down. I've got some, John. I'll get you one, but 27th. So Saturday. What?
They're very good.
Oh, yeah. You'll have to go and find out. That's right. They're delish. Okay. And then last I have an adjourn in memory, and unfortunately a list longer than I like to speak to, but there it is. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Parks.
Thank you. Talking about coastal cleanup, we also have a great service the county brings to a lot of our communities, the community beautification event where people can bring all their recycling and old electronics and green waste. And SOMAS just had theirs and collected over 15.5 tons. So it's just nice to see that people are utilizing this, and it's helping us to meet our diversion rates, which are 53% for that one. Also, coming up on Saturday, the City of Thousand Oaks is having a big celebration of its 50th anniversary, and we're going to be having a parade, and I get to be in a lineup of 14 ex-mayors, including who appointed me to the Planning Commission. Jamie Zukowski is coming in for that, so I'm really looking forward to that. And at the same day, that Rotary Dreamcatcher that we supported, which is the playground for disabled kids, is doing a fundraiser at the Lakes, the shopping center next to City Hall. And with an 8 a.m. check-in, they're going to build in a big Lego chain. So people can come and the kids can come and check in at 8, and they'll go from 9 to 2 and probably set a world record there. And then a lot of events over the September has just been incredible how busy it has been, but I was able to attend a really delightful event celebrating the Bronze Award for Girl Scouts in Newbury Park Troop 60331. They built a huge mosaic at Earth's Elementary School. It's kind of a sundial compass. It's just beautiful, and so it was really nice to see that, and it was so great to see the young ladies seeing what they can do and contribute, in this case, to their school just before they went off to middle school. And also attended a 20th anniversary event for Ride On, which is the therapeutic horsemanship that our board has also supported. And it was a great turnout. Nice to see that, as well as on the same night going to Senior Concerns, an organization out in Thousand Oaks particularly. They have an ultimate dining experience, which is a fundraiser for this great service. A lot of people don't even know about it, but if you, for example, have a parent with Alzheimer's, you can actually, it's a daycare facility. You can drop off and go do that shopping you need to do, and the parent has a really fun time. One of the descriptions at that event, they were talking about how she dropped her mom off and just had so much fun. You could see her really enjoying herself. She didn't remember going there, afterwards, but they know that while she's there, she's really enjoying themselves. So it's, the Senior Concerns in Thousand Oaks is just a very unique ability for our residents. So it's great to see so much support for that. Also attended an AAUW breakfast, and they were showing a great presentation about the difference between a male brain and a female brain and how we think, and it really does seem like women are from Venus, men are from Mars, or however that goes. But it is interesting to see and how that works with the type of careers that are out there and what's necessary to break some of those glass ceilings. And also attended a appreciation event that NAMI had, the National Alliance for the Mentally Ill, and just kind of celebrating and appreciating the people that helped with the walk and the amount of money that they were able to raise. And our former clerk of the board, Roberta Rodriguez, is now Roberta Griego, and she's been married, and it was nice to see her at that event too. And also, probably one of the highlights of the week was going to a major press event for the Wildlife Bridge crossing that we're trying to get over Liberty Canyon at the 101 freeway. Just hundreds of people showed up, a lot of coordination and help from the different state and national parks agencies, as well as the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, which I was representing as its chair, and then also the Board of Supervisors, just talking about how great that would be to have that bridge. Not only will it help keep the genetic diversity of mountain lions and other animals in the Santa Monica Mountains, because right now they're being crowded out, and it's very possible that there won't be any there unless we can assist with helping that wildlife corridor. But having a green bridge, planted on over the 101 freeway really says a lot about our county's values at the kind of a gateway into our county, as well as a gateway into LA County, and it's been funded now in terms of a study for it. The Conservancy was able to give $250,000. Caltrans is studying it. Caltrans was at the event too. So right now we're looking at a lot of private funding for the design of the project, and then certainly looking at it getting built sometime soon. And then I just wanted, before I finish, and I wanted to give a particular call out and thanks to Rigoberto Vargas and also Rachel Scott. Rachel came to the Santa Rosa Valley MAC and presented the Empower program, did a really fabulous job. She's going to be at our Oak Park MAC, and Rigo has been going to all of my MACs and giving the profile of that community, and it's just really helpful. You learn about what are the health factors in your particular community, the demographics, and what they're doing and what we can do to assist that. And then finally, last night at the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, Fran Pavley was there and discussed the benefits of the new measure that the governor signed, the new law, which requires, of course, the monitoring of groundwater and how important it is, and how California is like the last of the western states to approve this and one of the few in the nation that didn't require that. So we know what a tremendous benefit that will be to monitor and then have requirements, as we needed here with the Fox Canyon groundwater management, to be able to know what is being drawn from those aquifers so you can establish correct policies for it. And then also talking about the importance of Proposition 1, which is the water bond, which it looks like it has a tremendous support and will be quite beneficial. And sorry for the lengthy report. I would also ask that we close and honor the people of this list, and that concludes my comments.
Okay, thank you for your comments. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list that just got adjourned itself. Appreciate Supervisor Long's attendance at the housing conference. You have that every year, and we have intractable challenges here in terms of that. I'd like to point out that one of the real keys is what we decide to build. If we have a housing crisis and we keep building big, large homes that aren't really affordable for this group, we're not helping to solve the problem. So this board, I really appreciate this board stepped up and showed leadership and passed an inclusionary housing provision. We also passed the farm worker housing request that came from the Farm Bureau as we move forward, and that's the kind of housing that we have to build when we do have these housing projects going forward. I was able to go to the Ventura County Fire Promotion Ceremony that they had. It's just really good to see professionals in the department study hard, work hard to get themselves promoted to the next level. And there was a real sense of professionalism and commitment in the room. That these are people that are dedicated to taking themselves to the next level. That was good to see. The POWMIA ceremony that we heard about from the veterans took place again out here, and I was able to attend that. That's always a good ceremony, and just a reminder that that's probably the generation that, as we do a much better job in our country right now in welcoming back our veterans. But think about being a veteran coming back during the Vietnam era. And so Mr. Berg was there, and it was good to see him there. Appreciate your attendance there. The Larry Miller's celebration in Casa Pacifica, those kids really did it well for him, and I'm sure he would have been proud. And the one message that I tried to deliver loud and clear was that Mr. Miller chose his extended family. He didn't just have, his extended family was there, but also the extended family that he chose. With these kids, he was family to those kids at Casa Pacifica. I mean, he genuinely was the kids that had transitioned out. And so a whole bunch of people have to step forward and become the next Larry Millers for all the transitional youth here in Ventura County. And he led by example, and hopefully we can do that. Climate Action March was this weekend. It was good to see Ventura link up with 2,500 counties around the world where people are saying, we really have a crisis and we have to do something about it. And hopefully between the UN meeting that is taking place today and next year, the meeting in Paris, we can finally get some actual global agreement on taking some significant steps, because the Kyoto Accords all expire this year, and we have to re-up. Interestingly, a lot of people used to say, well, why should we do anything if China won't do anything? And China used to say, why should we do anything if the United States isn't doing anything? China's, with all of their pollution problems, et cetera, has some pretty significant incentives to decrease their carbon emissions, and may rapidly move past many other countries in the world as they do that. Final thing I'd like to do is ask Chris Stevens to come forward. All right, because we just have this that came in, but we had lots of conversation about the Ocella system here in Ventura County, and we had a recent presentation about the Ocella system having the citizens access part of it, where citizens can go online and get things. There are 200 jurisdictions in the United States that use Ocella and have this citizens access component to it. And of all 200 of them, Ventura County's was chosen as the one that was most accessible and easy to use. And so it's a great award. So they got the Citizens Engagement Award, went to Ventura County. And the statement by the Ocella representative says, Ventura County's raised the bar with its implementation of citizens access. The county's broken the traditional mold and leveraged the ability to use custom style sheets, giving the portal a look and feel that mimics the county's website, so people don't feel like they're leaving and going to some other foreign kind of site. In addition, the county's improved customer adoption of the new site by providing hot links to specific operations and offers help features focused on the most commonly used sections of the portal. And so Joseph Clark was accepting the award on behalf of the county. That's Alan Brown, Chuck Chinin, if you'll pronounce that name properly, Dan Herzog, Annie Shim, and Jeff Carter from the Fire Protection District. The other names were all from RMA. But Mr. Stevens, congratulations to your staff. Pass that back to them, and you have anything you'd like to add to my comments?
Well, I would like to add thank you very much for recognizing them, and most of the folks are here.
Oh, they're here. Go
Chuck,
ahead. Let's get them up.
Chuck,
Get them up. I didn't realize
stand
that.
up, you guys.
Okay.
Right here.
Come on down.
Unfortunately, Chuck Channon, that is his pronunciation of the name, isn't here today, nor is Jeff Carter. But I really appreciate you recognizing the hard work of the team. They did a terrific job, and we've already got close to 300 folks signed up, subscribing to the system, utilizing it. I think that's a terrific start, and a lot of that's due to the fact that it is so easy to use. We went to a lot of effort to not simply take this off the shelf and kind of throw it out there. and kind of integrated into our system. So I think it's paid off, and we were very honored and surprised to get this award at the conference. And it really is due to the hard work of that team, and also to the support of the board. This was a long-term and expensive project for us, but I think it's really, we've laid the groundwork for a system that's going to serve us well for a number of years.
It says something about our culture here too, that we didn't just take it off the shelf and slap the thing up, but people made a real effort, and that's this constant improvement, constant trying to see how we can do things better, and particularly when it comes to interaction with the public and trying to build the public's confidence in government. So really appreciate this.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Great. Thank you. All righty. And with that, we're ready to turn to our regular agenda items, which hopefully we'll be able to get handled before we get to our 9:30 time certain. So we have 20 minutes here, and our first regular agenda item is 37, the Harbor District. Ms. Krieger, good morning.
Good morning, Lynn Krieger from the Harbor Department. This item is on your regular agenda because that's what's required by state law. I think we're the first through this full process now since PEPRA. I know Leroy will correct me, Leroy, if I'm wrong on that. This is an important contract for us because we are about to embark on the largest dredging cycle that has occurred in the harbor's history since construction started in 1959. We are relatively low staffed, and they're really, we did ensure, everybody worked, Jeff Berg, Leroy Smith's office, to make sure that we conform to all of the rules that are out there, because there are a variety of rules. There has to be at least one condition met, and one is that the appointment is for a critically needed position with some specialized knowledge, and I think that's the case here. There are really two areas we're asking Jack to fill in. One is to be kind of my double on this dredging project. We generally split the work. I work with the Corps. It's a very, the last 7 or 8 years have been very touchy as we're working with continuing resolutions, because there's never a congressional continuing resolution that gets us through a whole dredging cycle, and the rules change every time. So the continuing resolution last week, I actually spent a couple of days with the Corps working out how we're going to make this work. And then we've got another one in December that will be coming to do the same thing. In the meantime, he can be out on the beach and attending the construction meetings when I can't be there. I'm often there too. So we'll be starting next Wednesday, October 1st. The second thing that Jack would be backfilling for us just briefly, we're in recruitment now, is that our training officer, the harbor sergeant, recently retired, and so Jack will fill in for some of those occasional training needs just between now and December or so when we get someone up to full speed. So
It's great that Jack is available to fill in. What's particularly good is that the dredging is going to go forward, and we're not going to be the cause of hanging it up. And I really like this idea that the federal government has a continuing resolutions. Could we do that? It'd be a lot easier than us putting together a budget. And, we could just keep doing continuing resolutions like Congress does, right?
For years. Yeah, it is so difficult, I'm sure you know, for agencies like the Army Corps of Engineers who rely on it for very large projects to be constantly tracking.
Great model of good government in action.
And the dredging project is extremely important.
Yes, we got the report yesterday that at Ormond Beach there was very little nesting this year, and the reason is that they are absent sand. We had a lot in our sand trap, so we have serious support this year from the Audubon Society and from the Sierra Club to get this sand moving so that we can repopulate Ormond Beach with sand.
And that experience is so important,
Yes, his experience is very important.
Good. We're ready for a motion? Been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. Thank you, Ms. Krieger.
Thank you.
Healthcare Agency, item 38. And Healthcare Agency's on deck for item 39 also. Good morning, Ms. Diller.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, and Mr. Powers.
Maybe we should call her Miss No Killer instead of Miss Diller. Right? Isn't that pretty good? No Killers. Vote no Killers.
There we go.
Yeah.
My name is Tara Diller, and I am the Director of Animal Services. The item before you today is recommendation for an Animal Services, Administrative Officer 1. I have had a chance to review the operations and functions of the department, and in the coming months, I will propose a reorg of the department, and I have determined that there is a critical need at this time for administrative officer, one, for administrative functions and fiscal operations. This position would be responsible for everything fiscal operated and customer service related. And at this point, we don't have anybody in charge of the front office licensing or dispatching team. So this person would be in charge of that as well.
Okay. Do you have any questions? What was that?
Right.
That's right.
I'll go ahead and second the motion. I agree that it is needed, and I wish you the best. You've been doing a great job, and I look forward to continuing success.
Whole lot easier to support these kind of things when we're having the kind of success rate that you guys have been able to turn out this year and 2014 so far and stuff. So keep up the great work. Hearing just lots of good things about where things are going with
Thank you, and I'd like to thank you for your continued support.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're ready for the vote. And item 39. Good morning, Mr. Vargas.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Rigoberto Vargas, Public Health Director. The item before you is to ask for your approval to enter into another agreement with Dr. Bob Levin as our medical director for the department and the health officer for the County of Ventura, and also to ask that you grant permission to the public health director to extend the contract for additional 2 years. The first item is for our HCA director to enter into the agreement. And Dr. Levin has been with us for about 16 years. I think he's provided great service to the department and to the county, leading many efforts ranging from his leadership on the swine flu outbreak to current outbreaks. He's very vigilant always around new and emerging communicable diseases. He's taking on new responsibilities around chronic diseases. We'll be leading an effort to promote healthier living by promoting farm to school and farm just more relationships with our local produce to create healthier eating opportunities for all. This would be an increase to his existing contract. He hasn't had a raise in 6 years. I think the amount is about 10% that we're asking for an increase, and again, he is taking on additional responsibilities. So, take any questions?
Yes. You know, in particular, you know, as you see the Ebola crisis, et cetera,
That's right.
certainly one of the great emergencies that we have to be prepared for is some kind of infectious disease, a public health issue, with all the possibilities of other emergencies that we have here. That's a growing one that we have to be ready for.
The West Nile, he's doing a good job too.
Well, I think Dr. Levin does stays on the cutting edge of both what's coming out of research and what we see that's going to be a challenge in infectious disease, and his expertise is appreciated and will continue to be. And this is a very appropriate addition to both what he's willing to do, but what we can do to support him.
I just saw him on television on the news because of a flu virus here that's affecting
right.
children.
Mm-hmm.
But talking about the Ebola, I was just hearing it's out now up to 5,000 cases, and they're looking at in the next 6 months going from to potentially 500,000 to 1.5 million cases of Ebola. And they're saying that we need to do everything we can in the next 6 months to see that that doesn't happen. And I'm going to ask our board at our next meeting to put aside some funds to send to direct relief so that we can do our part too to help this.
And certainly Dr. Fankhauser's making a courageous effort to be going back to Liberia to work on that behalf. We're ready for a motion on this?
Mr. Levin, I just want to thank him. He's so knowledgeable and so calm, even when we have a major concern, you know, so he's excellent person too.
Thank you.
We're ready to vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Vargas. Item 40 and 42. Let's hear the presentation on both of those. Good morning, Mr. Dursey.
Good morning, board members. Paul Dursey from the County Executive Office. This is the letter of credit in conjunction with our commercial paper. This is both the board resolution and the Public Finance Authority resolution 40 and 42. Basically, we need a letter of credit for our commercial paper. Wells Fargo approached us. We had an option to extend in January for a year at 40 basis points. They offered to extend it for 3 years starting now, or immediately at 29 basis points. We said we like that deal. We checked with outside sources, and it is very, very competitive rate. So we said we'd come back to our board and ask for those resolutions. So we're here, and we support this. We would ask your support for these two items.
We have to save money again.
I know, is that all you do, is try to save us money? What's with this office you work in?
Right now, the markets are relatively good. At one time, we had, I think it was in the 16 or 17 basis points. It went up to 40 because of market conditions, but then now it's back down to 29, so we'll take it.
What did you pay about 6 years ago?
About, I think it was 17 is my guess, before this most recent one, because of the market.
7 years ago.
Oh, it was I can't recall, but the bank that we had
it was pretty good.
went out of business on that.
It was too good, yeah. I know we're out always trying to get a deal. I know it's in the percentages, not this low, so that's good.
Good work, Mr. Dursey. Thank you very much. You know, the next item is such a small little issue with just a few pennies, so I don't think we really need to hear item 41, do we? Oh, all right. Here we are. Great. Another miracle happens in terms of funding. All right.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I actually have some handouts.
Good morning, Ms. Hughes.
Because Brian makes me do handouts. Look, I made it very helpful.
Oh, look at that.
Well, the reason you're getting a handout is because in the haste that that DWR was under, they were under a lot of pressure from the legislature and the governor to get these grant agreements out. And so when I got it on, I don't know, last Wednesday afternoon, and started reading through it, there were some edits that needed to be made. So I said I'd really appreciate it if we could fix those things before I took it to the board on Tuesday. So I got the revised grant agreement last night. Most of them are pretty, a spelling here or there. It should have said 165 acres of Arunda removal instead of 135 acres. So they're pretty basic kind of changes. Unfortunately, they didn't give us more money, but so this is an $18 million grant that will fund 6 projects across Ventura County for the continuing work of the WCVC and the Integrated Regional Water Management Groups. 6 projects, 3 of them are what I consider county projects. So there is a project with the Moore Park Recycled Water Project. It's like, this is the last project I'm going to see Reddy Pacala bring forward. It's kind of sad. That's $1.96 million. There's a J Street Drain project, South Oxnard project, that's $4.42 million out of this. And removal of invasive species in the Ventura River watershed, that's $1.47 million. So the part that comes to Ventura County itself, us, is $7.85 million of this $18 million grant. So the county, again, will be the administrator of the grant, and as part of this action today, sub-grant agreements with the 6 entities that will be receiving grant funds. This brings us up to $62 million since 2007 in IRWM grants. We're waiting to hear back on the $9 million grant we put in with the state for drought funding projects. So they say we should know by the end of the month. And then next year, there'll be one more round of funding for us to apply for, and then, of course, we'll have to see what happens with Proposition 1 in November.
And that bond will pass, as Supervisor Parks just guaranteed earlier, right? Herding cats is difficult, but if it'll bring you $62 million, it's a great investment. So thank you very much. It's a delicate issue, trying to pull all these agencies together to keep the coordination so that we can actually present an integrated proposal, and that's really been a key for us in terms of being successful on that, and then diligence in terms of following through with what we say we're going to do so we protect our reputation up there. So you play a big role in that, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
appreciate that.
I just want to thank Sue for excellent work. She's always getting us quite a bit of money, but you do that good work. But the one project on J Street, is that from PV to Wanimi Road?
This one is, this is actually the concrete portion of it, so it's more of like the phase 1 part of it.
Phase 1 of it.
It's not the covering part of it.
Okay.
This is the first part of it.
So
Excellent work. Okay.
thank you.
Supervisor Long.
Thank you also. I know this is just a sampling of documents that you have to manage and handle in your team, and I know it's a team. The beauty of what has happened here was the formation of the coalitions of the watershed, of our watersheds into 3 distinct watersheds, and have that coalition, because it gets engagement and empowers the watershed advocates and leaders to really look at what we need to do to restore the health of the watersheds. And then because of that, I think it's strongly positioned us to be so competitive in these grants. And we many times have beaten major players at this, LA being one. So it's great work.
Well, and I appreciate that. So just as a side note for the fact that we may not remember this, when Proposition 50 went to the voters in 2002, and we formed this coalition to try and figure out what to do. There was a lot of concern of people out there that somehow the county was going to try and railroad this whole process and take all the money for ourselves. And so a lot of that trust building had to be developed to do this. And then when Proposition 84 went to the voters, and we realized that there was this large pot of money that would be split between entities in LA County and Ventura County, and we tried to work with, the group that was available at the time to negotiate how to divide that $215 million. At the end of all these negotiations, the folks from LA said, we have all the people, and so we think we should get, all the money. And I said, we have all the food, maybe we don't feed you. Because it got very frustrating, but we worked it out through the end that we realized it was best just to disagree with each other, and we would compete against each other. Because during the negotiations, they said, of the $215 million, we think Ventura should maybe get, $5 or $6 million out of that $215. We've brought in $36 million out of that so far. So I appreciate the support that the board has given us all this time. We really do appreciate that.
The Academy Awards are on here now.
Yeah.
Right?
And Mr. Chair, I just want to thank you. Did an excellent job, Sue. Excellent job that you did in the presentation at AWA breakfast.
Oh, thank you.
Remember what they were sharing? What was the comment that you made at the end of the folks from LA? We better not share it now.
Oh, yeah.
No.
It's all good. We all worked really well together.
But you did an excellent job.
Thank you.
I also just thank you. I know last-minute changes can be a real nerve-wracking thing, and making sure you've got it all right and all your T's are crossed and I's are dotted. Appreciate the last-minute work and the hard work that you've done to help put all this together. I have one question, just looking at one of the projects. It's recycled water to Rustic Canyon Golf Course. Isn't that course already watered to some degree with recycled water?
Yes, it is, and this will expand that, as I understand, it adds 13,500 more linear feet. So they've expanded what they're using for watering. Not using potable water, but using recycled water. So, and I told the county project proponents, you don't need to be there. So I don't think Reddy's in the room, but I can get you a longer description of what the project is if you'd like me to do that.
Well, I just think it's so important that these golf courses are watered with recycled water where possible. I know, for example, out in the Lake Sherwood Golf Course, it has some requirements that it should be using recycled, but I know that they also use potable, so it's just another potential out there where we can actually do a favor to the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District by getting more pipes out there to the golf courses, because they can't find enough places to put their recycled water. I don't know if we've done any inter-county, between county coordination, but that might be one, working with the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District.
We have, and Lynn Rodriguez is due to go to the Los Angeles meeting on Wednesday. So, and she's engaged with the Santa Monica, that group that's there in the Malibu Creek, and with the Upper Santa Clara. So I'll chat with her about this so that we make sure that
anything we can do. It just seems, particularly in this time of drought, to have any golf course that's using potable water, it should be stopped.
Yeah, if we can use parks, schools, golf courses, we're really trying to get project proponents to look at recycled water projects.
Yeah, and just a slight divergence, but just the idea that we're working so hard now to get homes to convert their lawns to drought tolerant, and and reduce the amount of water in landscaping. I don't know, it might be interesting to find out from our planning department whether we are allowing for new homes to be built, putting in grass lawns. Just it seems to me that if we're going to, instead of always continually trying to get people to swap out, we should probably start with building them without the lawns to begin with. And I think we'll appreciate that in the future, so that's something we can check with our planning department on. Thanks.
All right, we're ready. Oh, Supervisor Long. You got something? Okay, we're ready for a motion?
Thank you.
I'm not going to tell you how wonderful and all the great stuff you did. I'm just not going to do it because ever since I've been here, it's all you do normally anyway.
I thought you were going to say, because you're not.
No, I don't know. It sounds like they just got the right person doing the right work. So.
Thank you.
All right, that motion passes, and the final item before we get to our 9:30 time certain, Supervisor Zaragoza, your item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Monique Garcia. She's a student over at Channel Islands University, and I think she's going to be a really a great asset to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. And I'd like to ask for approval that we nominate her too.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. And that passes. And Supervisor Long is going to handle the 9:30 time certain, and I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you, and we'll bring that forward. It is item 20, 9:30 time certain, and it is to receive and file the fiscal year report on the Public Safety Realignment Update, and our Chief Probation Officer, Mark Varela, is going to present this, along with, I see he's brought all the backup he probably needs in the world.
Yes, good morning, members of the board.
Morning.
Mr. Powers. This board letter has a lot of moving parts. I brought my team up here to answer anything that I cannot answer.
Good. Decided to put this
But
first.
before we do that, Exhibits 2, 3, and 4, the footer on the contracts were incorrect. So we've corrected them, and we'll pass it to the clerk of the board, along with the transmittal form for corrections. The page numbers and some of the headings down at the footers were incorrect, so I apologize for that.
Mr. Burrell, would you move those mics together and move that a little bit so I can hear you a little better? Thank you.
Okay. So once again, Mark Varela, your Chief Probation Officer, here to talk adult public safety realignment here in Ventura County. I have been before your board the last 3 Septembers, day in September, where we come with our annual resource allocation plan, and I have another one for you today. So public safety realignment became effective on October 1st, 2011. So next week will be 3 years since public safety realignment was implemented. And as you know, represented a major policy reform in criminal justice practices throughout the state, and with some fundamental changes that had a pretty significant impact on local agencies in the implementation of the program. This before you, the resource allocation plan, represents the 4th year of funding. And this year, we're going to get a little bit over $17 million here in Ventura County. It's going to be distributed among these agencies whose primary responsibility is to implement public safety realignment here in Ventura County. We believe it represents a comprehensive approach in dealing with not only the AB 109 offenders, but families and victims and all the other parties that are impacted by this change in legislation. So just to go over just a quick overview of AB 109, it permanently shifted a number of offenders from the state to the county, created a population that is called in the legislation post-release community supervision offenders. Here locally, we refer to them as post-release offenders. So for the duration of this presentation, you'll hear me refer to this population as the PROs. Who these individuals are folks that were sentenced to California Department of Corrections or state prison for the commitment offense is a non. So it's a non-serious, non-violent, non-sex offense crime that the individual was committed to state prison. Upon release, after realignment became effective, is a responsibility of the probation agencies throughout the state to manage these particular offenders. Prior to realignment, it was state parole agents. Now it's the responsibility of locals. The other category of offender it created was AB 109 made some pretty substantial changes into local sentencing structure and guidelines here locally. So we have these new offenders that are coming in that typically would have been considered for a state prison commitment who are now ineligible to go to state prison. So it represents that the sentencing options for those offenders have changed. Mostly local imprisonment. Mandatory supervision is also a sentencing option for these individuals. And what mandatory supervision is when the court sentences an offender to jail, the judge can do a jail-only disposition or can split it, which is a portion of it is served in jail, a portion of it is served out in the community under the supervision of the probation agency. And then it added quite a bit of a workload to our local courts because we have a new revocation process in place for these particular offenders, and our local courts took on the parolee revocation process as of July 1st of last year. So it added quite a bit of a workload to our local courts. AB 109 also created the Community Corrections Partnership, which is chaired by the Chief Probation Officer, and it has 14 members from a variety of different disciplines. Within the 14-member CCP is an executive committee, which includes 7 members of the CCP who are the voting members. The primary responsibility of the Community Corrections Partnership is to design, recommend, and implement all of the local AB 109 plans. This is funded by diverted sales tax and some state general fund dollars, primarily those who, the savings that we receive from the prison population shrinking and the state prison budget going down. These realigned offenders, all the folks that I mentioned in the previous slide, represent a higher risk. And we have 3 years of now working with these particular offenders and 3 years of data. And typically what we've seen that these are higher risk offenders, higher than we've traditionally seen in our adult felony probation population. According to CPOC research, in that first year of realignment, at least 80% released from prison were high or moderate risk to reoffend. This particular population is more criminally sophisticated. Although the commitment offense is considered a non, a lot of these offenders that we've seen coming out of state prison have pretty substantial criminal records or criminal histories prior to their most recent commitment to prison. And it definitely presents some new challenges to our local criminal justice system. It facilitates a lot more information sharing with law enforcement. And one of the biggest challenges is the institutionalized thought process of the offender. A lot of the offenders that we're seeing have spent a good portion of their adult lives in prison, multiple prison commitments, and coming out into the community, we're finding that institutionalized thought process a challenge to deal with. There's a lot of effort that we've made to target that thought process and try to change some of the behavior. Other things or other issues that are facing this particular population is lack of education, antisocial attitudes and cognition, which I just mentioned, employability, mental health, substance abuse, and homelessness. A very, very challenging population. In the first year, CPOC did a statewide research, and not only are these offenders high risk to reoffend, they're also high needs. 72% have a higher medium need for cognitive interventions around criminal thinking. 68% have a higher medium need for education. 61% need for substance abuse programming. 56% have a higher medium need for vocational employment assistance. 36% need for residential services, 59% for financial assistance, and 20% have a diagnosed mental health need or condition.
Mr. Burla?
Yes.
So you said this was a study that was funded by CPOC?
Yes.
And so it was an independent study that was done statewide?
Yeah, it was done statewide, and probation departments profiled the offenders coming out of state prison in that first year. And they did an assessment of the needs that were needed by these particular offenders. And it was compiled by CPOC and put out.
I expect and would hope that it's going to be shared with the State Corrections Board and those who run the state prisons, because this is an example of what they're failing to do in state prisons.
Yes,
Really,
and it is shared. And as a matter of fact,
astounding statistics.
Yeah, it is, and I would say for Ventura County, and we're going to now drill down to Ventura County and compare ourselves to some of these areas. You'll see that, especially the substance abuse programming is something that's really big here in Ventura County. When you look at our data in terms of new arrests, you'll see the new arrests, a lot of them have been as a result of substance abuse and continued abuse of alcohol as well.
If I may, also, I think some interesting studies have come out lately about the potential for people who have had concussions to have violent behavior. I know we're looking at need mental health or diagnosed with mental health needs, but I wonder if that is something that's looked at all.
It's we've been talking about this. A lot of it's in trauma-induced care or therapy. We're actually looking at it for juvenile offenders. So some of that is I'm sure a concern for the approaches that we're taking, the EBP approaches in terms of. I'll talk a little bit later about moral recognition therapy, but trying to really address the thought process, and I'm hoping that that's some of the issues that are talked about in those particular approaches.
So no football in prison. You can't play football in prison.
So looking at Ventura County, since the implementation of realignment, we've had over 1,000 post-release offenders that have been designated to be released to Ventura County. So these are offenders whose last address upon commitment to state prison was Ventura County. Now, the way the system works is that we're notified when a post-release offender is coming to Ventura County 30 days prior to the release. And it's at that point that we start the work and getting ready for that particular offender. So right now we're active, this is at the end of July of this year. We're actively supervising 603 post-release offenders. And you can see in the breakdown what's happened with a lot of the other offenders. 103 were terminated due to a new prison commitment or local felony jail. 84 have transferred out of Ventura County. 44 reached a controlled discharge date. This is a date that's set by CDCR where supervision was determined on a particular date. 19 have died, surprisingly. 8 have reached other dispositions, and 215 of these particular offenders have hit their one-year term successfully, and community supervision is terminated. In the legislation of AB 109, the way it was written is that if you have a post-release offender who goes 1 year without an arrest or violation of their conditional release, automatically their term
So that's
expires
what that means.
successfully.
The
Yes.
215 have done 1 year without violating.
Yes, that's correct.
And the 84 that transferred, can they do that legally?
Yes, there's a whole process that was put in place to transfer jurisdiction. So you may have an offender who's sentenced to prison living in Ventura County whose family may have moved or supports may have moved to another county, and they petition or they request to then be transferred to that particular county so that we communicate with that jurisdiction and facilitate the transfer.
And they're under the probation of the department?
Yes, and they're still under the mandatory or the community supervision except with that particular county. And we have also received transfer-ins as well who come into Ventura County. So I'm going to throw some more data. We've been compiling a lot of data over the last 3 years, but I'm just going to throw out some for the sake of time, the things that I thought were important to talk about. We have continued our regional approach to the supervision of the AB 109 population. We have regional offices in Oxnard, Simi Valley, and Ventura. And as I've mentioned to your board before, we use these regional offices as hubs. So we have resources that we've brought in to work alongside of probation in order to have a good comprehensive approach in the supervision of these particular offenders. So this data tells you that 45% of the post-release offenders who have come out of state prison are being supervised out of our Oxnard Region office. Our Oxnard Region office covers Oxnard, the unincorporated areas of Oxnard, Port Point Amy, and Camarillo. Our Ventura office, 34% of the total offenders since realignment have been assigned to our Ventura office, which includes Ventura, Ojai Valley, Santa Paula, Fillmore, and Piru, that whole Santa Clara River Valley corridor. And then our East County office, Moore Park, Simi, Thousand Oaks, Newberry Park, and a portion of Westlake report to our Simi Valley location. In terms of gender, no surprise, we're still over 90% male that are coming out of state prison and being assigned to our caseloads. In November of last year, we came together as a CCP and voted on a recidivism definition. And this was really important to our group because we were trying to determine how we are, what kind of success we're having with this population. And so this is our recidivism definition. And without reading it, basically we've determined that a qualifying return to custody during a specific time period, a time period being 3 years after release, custody meaning jail, prison, other alternative to custody option in lieu of jail, and the qualifying returns are listed below: any arrests for misdemeanor or felony offenses, any convictions, any revocations of community supervision, and any periods of flash incarceration. Flash incarceration was written into the initial legislation of AB 109, which allowed probation officers to remove an offender from the community, place them into custody for a period no longer than 10 days as a response to behavior, so to interrupt behavior that could spiral out of control and become more serious. And we use that quite a bit as a response.
Could you give us an idea how often it is used? What percentage, for example?
I do have that
Roughly,
data here.
ballpark?
Flash incarceration has been used 803 times since realignment started. And let me give an example of when a flash incarceration would be utilized. If we have a particular AB 109 offender who maybe has tested positive for the use of a illegal drug, or maybe has not attended treatment as ordered to do, or maybe they've missed a couple appointments with their probation officer, and we go out in the community and determine that this is a response that's needed to interrupt a particular behavior that's going to spiral out of control. So the response would be, we're going to remove this person from that environment for a period up to 10 days. And then during that 10-day period of time, come up with a plan of how we're going to deal with the offender once they come out. And it could be increased treatment, it could be a variety of different responses in order to get their behavior back in line. Because ultimately the goal is to avoid any new crime, any new victims in the community. So that's how Flash would be utilized. So we in probation have come up with a graduated response matrix which allows the probation officer a variety of different options to use in order to get the offender to become compliant with their conditions of release. So that's how flash incarceration is utilized. And it's been pretty effective for a lot of the offenders.
Thank you.
So looking at our local data once again, if you look at the far left column, it talks about post-release offenders that have had no new arrest. So we're at about 34% since realignment started that have not had an arrest for a violation of community supervision or a new offense. So it's roughly a little bit over a third of the offenders. If you go to the far right, the fourth column down, 21% have been arrested for just a violation of their supervised release, which includes flash incarceration. 11% since realignment started have been arrested for a new offense only. and then additional 26% have been arrested for a violation of their supervised release and a new offense. So roughly of the population, about 58% of the population have had at least one arrest for violation of community supervision release or a new offense. 34% have not, and then we have another 8% that are out to warrant, and we don't know if it will most likely result in arrest once they come in, but possibly not. We just don't know at this point. If you look at the new offenses, we've had, and this is through the end of July, we've had 741 new offenses. These are arrests for new crimes. 52% of those new arrests are misdemeanor arrests, 47% are felony arrests. If you look to the column to your far left, 55% of the 741 total arrests are drug or alcohol related. DUIs, under the influence of a controlled substance, 149 arrests for that particular crime. We've had 20 drug sales. So as you can see, and if you look at the other graphs below, 14% have been theft related, 7% violence related, 3% weapons, 7% resisting or evading officer, 2% domestic violence, and then we lumped everything else into the remaining 12%. But as you can see, that substance abuse, alcohol and drug-related crimes are the number one cause of rearrest among this population, which tells me that that's a point, or that's an area we really need to focus on. We do put a lot of resources into substance abuse, residential and outpatient at this point, but we continue to have a population that gets arrested for these particular crimes.
They say that a lot come out of the prison system addicted. Do you have an idea what percentage of these are addicted?
I don't have the percentage. I have heard stories where people have come out of state prison and have tested positive, meaning that they've used in state prison. So, which is kind of alarming.
It is.
You would
very
think
alarming.
that it would be a place where you would have complete sobriety, but surprisingly it's not. So, by the time they're coming and they're reaching us, they've had significant histories of substance abuse in their past, and dealing and focusing on those issues is a big challenge for us here locally. This next slide just quickly talks about of those new offenses, where the clients, what region is it coming out of? Oxnard being the highest, our Oxnard region, followed by Ventura and East County. Now this is kind of an interesting graph here. We're trying to track when the arrests actually take place, and as you can see, if you go to the far left, this is the release. And the far right represents those who we've been supervising the longest period of time. And as you can see, from the period of 31 to 150 days, we have a spike in arrests. So this tells me that we have offenders that come out of state prison, try to comply with their supervised conditions of release, and then that transition back in the community becomes incredibly challenging. So they connect with negative associates and others who then may influence a rearrest, but you can see it spikes, and then it goes dramatically down after 150 days, and then you can see it going all the way down. So the longer we have them on some type of community supervision, the better here locally. So again, this, in terms of a focus point for the CCP moving forward, trying to find an intervention that hits that 31 to 150 days is something that's going to be very important for our group.
That means it's working then, huh?
Well, yeah. If we have a targeted intervention, I think we can bring those arrests down, and it's really reentry, and this is something that's been a challenge for us in the corrections field for quite some time. Is that we do a lot of great custodial programs, whether it be in our juvenile institution and our adult jails, and when they get back, they go back into a community that may have not changed, and they get back with negative associates. Sometimes it's hard to find jobs, it's hard to stay on track, and some of them turn back into a lifestyle that results in arrest. So trying to target that period of time is something that we're going to have to really focus on as a CCP, because I think that's another focus area that we really need to address.
Mark, can I ask you a question real quick? When you look at those numbers in your first 90 days, do you break that out as to who has a family to come back to, or who has a situation to come back to that they're just not back on the street? Or do you guys have that?
You know, we don't have that. I don't have that in terms of a graph that I can show you. I mean, it's something that when you've been in the field, you know that a person who has more supports, more positive supports to come home to, does a better job.
Yeah, is that why you'd see some of these people out here at the 99 and 100 days? They might most likely had that support.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and they've had opportunities to, like, I'm going to talk a little bit about our employment program steps, but some of the folks that we've been able to land into job placement, have been pretty successful at staying out of trouble in rearrest. So I think opportunities like that, if afforded to these offenders early on, makes a huge difference. And having that support system at home that is drug-free, crime-free, and is really just a good support for the offender, it makes a difference.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they have nobody to walk. They walk on, just all of them dropped off in the street.
Mm-hmm.
Where do I go? What do I do? I was reading a thing where some of those people just want to go right back in because I have no place to sleep, nothing to eat, nothing to do, so commit a crime and find a way to get it.
Oh, absolutely. Some of the early statistics in our county, we had about 26% of the offenders that were released from state prison were reporting to be homeless right as soon as they walk out the door. Yeah. And you can't blame somebody's family for that. You know, a lot of the families are just fed up and they don't want anything to do. So the probation officers are really good at contacting family members and contacting other options for these offenders to try to get them a place to live, because we know if you end up on the street,
you're gone.
You know, there's not a lot of hope. And when people don't have hope, you know, they lack the motivation to want to stay on the right track.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, no question.
So I talked earlier about the 1170Hs. These are the new sentencing structure that the court now has available, jail-only dispositions versus mandatory supervision or some type of split sentence. You can see here locally our courts are ordering the majority of the offenders at 72% to jail-only sentences. I was told that the longest sentence that we have currently in our jail as a result of the 1170 sentence is 12 years, 8 months. So and even if you get day-for-day credit, which you're entitled to, this particular individual will be in our county facility for 6 years, 4 months. And that's a long time. Our facilities aren't designed to be long-term holding centers. So 72% of the offenders are receiving jail-only dispositions, which is really adding to our jail population, slowly creeping up with a lot of long-term offenders, which creates a lot of issues locally in our jails. So that's something that we also have to pay attention to. If you look at the split sentences, this is where an offender gets a portion of their sentence in jail and then a portion out in the community. We're at 266 split sentences that the court has ordered through the end of July. 48% of those offenders are currently being supervised in the community. An additional 26 have completed their mandatory supervision successfully, and then we have 10% that are awaiting their scheduled release date from county jail.
Mark, a quick question on split sentences. Could you speak to why that's important, and is the trend growing?
I was going to mention some of the legislative changes that are happening. There was an Assembly Bill 1468, which was passed and will go into effect regarding split sentences on January 1st. And what it does is it is anytime the judge sentences somebody who is an 1170 offender, the presumption is to sentence him to a split sentence, unless it's in the interest of justice that the court do not. And right now at this time, the Judicial Council is updating their Judicial Council rules of court to reflect those changes. So as of January 1st, I think what we'll see is a higher number of split sentences here locally, which means that the length of time offenders will be in jail will be lower, and these offenders coming out of jail will have some type of community supervision that'll be under the direction of the probation agency, which I think is really important. It's really hard to walk out of jail with no type of supervision, no type of conditions to comply with. This will give the local probation departments the ability to supervise offenders as they come out of jail and put together some really good transition plans, link them to services in the community, provide that supervision, and make sure that they acclimate back in the community a lot better than what's happening right now. So I think that's really important. It's an important piece of legislation that's coming forward, and it will be in place as of January 1st. So our plan for this fiscal year, I talked about the allocation being a little bit over $17 million. This $17 million figure includes separate funding that the state gives for district attorney and public defender offices, and a separate pot for CCP planning. So that's our allocation for this fiscal year. The CCP will continue oversight of all of our AB 109 programs and services, including meeting quarterly, and if we need to meet more often than that, then we will. The CCP's recommendations basically are to fund agencies providing the core services of AB 109, which is the incarceration, supervision, and treatment of these realigned offenders. We want to continue practices that have shown favorable results. We want to continue funding our law enforcement partners and our justice partners. We want to continue the allocation that we've given to the CBOs to provide or oversee specialized evidence-based programs in the community that are put on by community-based organizations that target offenders, families, and crime victims. I'll talk a little bit about that later, but the CCP felt it was important to continue with that.
Mark,
and we're also
Mark, who's included in the CBOs, or are you going to share them?
Right now, and as part of the board letter, we're going to be contracting with Interface. As the coordinating agency, it's called Core Connections, Core standing for Community Reentry. And our contract's going to be with Interface. They're the coordinating agencies, and they will oversee 4 community-based organizations that will provide evidence-based programs to this population.
And they'll report back to the CCP then?
Yes, they're actually going to report back to the coordinating agency, which is Interface, who then will report back to the CCP.
Okay.
Correct. And then we're recommending, as we have in the past couple of years, full cost recovery, which allows primarily the probation agency and the sheriff's office to recover a lot of the internal administrative costs with the implementing AB 109. This year, we're also going to embark on a full program evaluation because we have 3 years of data now, and I think with the funds going down, at least this fiscal year, and possibly continuing, it's really important that we utilize the resources in the areas that have the best outcomes. So in order to achieve that, in order to do that analysis, we're going to be bringing in an evaluator to take a good comprehensive look at all of our AB 109 programs. Current practices that are showing favorable results. We put together our probation, police, sheriff, community supervision team. We did that the very first year of realignment and have proven to be incredibly effective. These are a team of probation, police officer, or sheriff's deputy that go out in the community and regularly make contact with our AB 109 offenders and make sure they're in compliance with their community supervision terms. The visits are unannounced and they're frequent, and we are doing it just to make sure the offenders know that we're going to be out in the community. We're going to be making sure that they are doing and complying with the rules set out. We're also going to continue our risk needs assessments on post-release offenders. Once a post-release offender comes into our office, we do a full-blown assessment. We want to make sure that we identify the criminogenic factors that lead to reoffense or recidivism, and we want to aggressively attack those. And the assessments serve as the blueprint for us moving forward in order to do that. We want to continue with our multidisciplinary team approach and screening in our regional offices. We have representatives from the Behavioral Health Department, HSA. We have our police partner there. We have representatives from ADP and Telecare that come in and do a full-blown screening on each offender and to determine what's the best plan in terms of moving forward. We have a robust custodial programming for our offenders out at the Todd Road Jail. Sheriff's Office has done a fantastic job setting up good programs now that we have these offenders for longer periods of time in custody. Focus on, I talk about moral recognition therapy. It's an evidence-based approach that is being done in the jail. We talked about better transition programming by putting representatives from behavioral health and the probation agency in the jails to help develop that transition plan with these particular offenders. Substance abuse treatment in the jails. So all of that is now going on right now in our jails. And of course, we want to continue with our comprehensive referral system. We talked earlier about alcohol and drugs. We have intensive outpatient and residential programs. ADP is currently subcontracting that to a variety of our partners out in the community that provide all of these treatment approaches. And doing a fantastic job. Our employment training and placement program with HSA called STEPS, which is Specialized Training and Employment Project for Success, where we identify offenders who could benefit from vocational training and job placement. We work with Telecare and make referrals for mental health treatment. Telecare provides a two-tier approach, working with those with acute mental health issues and those who can be dealt with on an intensive outpatient setting. And then, of course, our CBO network, who is going to be providing some valuable services in the community and will be ready to go next month. These are new practices that we put in place last year. Both of these programs, our reentry court program and our pretrial program, started in September of last year, and they're showing some really good outcomes. I'm going to drill down and talk a little bit about pretrial. Our reentry court is patterned after several specialty court programs that we have both in juvenile and adult system right now. Interagency model, staffed by partners with specialized knowledge. To date, we've done 61 screenings. We have 13 currently in the program. The program's designed for 15 to 20, and we're going to look at enhancing and expanding this particular program. There are offenders that benefit from having regular, periodic court reviews and having folks assigned to their case management who specialize in a lot of knowledge of community services and supports. Our pretrial program is a partnership between court and probation. It's a referral that probation gets from the court at the time of first arraignment for any offender that's in that 1170 category. Probation does a risk assessment and completes a court report with a recommendation. And to date, right now, we have 54 people in our pretrial program. These people would have otherwise been in county jail that we're now managing in our pretrial program. I got some statistics on pretrial to just show that it has been effective. We've had 516 referrals to probation to complete an assessment on these particular offenders. 56% of them were not released because they were not appropriate risk to be released. However, 44% were released. So 227 were released either on some type of specialized release conditions or on their own recognizance. Of that group, 93% of them remain arrest-free during that period of time while they're reporting back to court for criminal court proceedings. And this slide didn't come completely out, but basically that said that 85% of them, or 194 of them, reported without having any issues. So reported to all their court hearings as scheduled. So that's promising. We're putting a dent in the jail population on the front end and having some good results. So moving forward, the biggest piece right now that we want to get into place, and with your approval today, they'll be up and running and should be ready to go as of next month. And this is our EBP, CBO component of our realignment plan. These are the 4 identified evidence-based programs and approaches that are going to be implemented. The first 3, moral recognition therapy, reentry case management, and parenting program, we do have a subcontractor ready to go. Restorative justice, we will be putting out an RFP early part of next year to identify a community-based organization that could put together a restorative justice program for these particular offenders. So this is a piece that's ready to go, and we think our CBOs will be bringing a component to our plan that's desperately needed. So these are gaps that have been identified that will work in conjunction with what we're doing on the county end to attack this particular population. There's opportunities through the Affordable Care Act. Now that inmates can apply for health care insurance while in custody, we think that we could be able to leverage some of those dollars and bring it back to help offset some of the costs of realignment. So that's something that we're going to be looking into. And again, just getting back to the change in legislation with AB 1468 that is passed and will be going into effect on January 1st, which will include that presumption of split sentences.
So, Mark, that Affordable Care Act is going to give you more funding too?
We think
That'll offset some of the costs.
That some of the costs and some of the services that we're providing to these particular inmates that we might be able to get reimbursed for.
So that'll help us with the $17 million?
That'll help us supplement some of the costs for realignment, absolutely.
Good.
And just to make a note that yesterday at the Community Commission, we had a presentation on the core connection, and Dr. Killigrew provided that, which is a very strong evaluation piece and evidence that, and working with the CBOs and how important that is, and growing our own CBO, strengthening our CBO base. So I appreciated Interface lead on that, and Dr. Killigrew did a great job, and we'll continue to be very engaged with the evaluation pieces of this. So.
One of the things I was very pleased with is when we first started talking about the CBOs playing an important role in realignment, in our approach to tackling realignment, they came to the table. Many of them came to the table. And they formed their own coalition to discuss ways that community-based organization could assist in this. So they've been a partner at the table ever since the start. So I'm glad that we're finally getting this off the ground. It's something that we've needed, something that we've talked about for some time. It's taken a long time to put together, but we think it's going to be able to help us quite a bit. So just finishing up my presentation, again, community safety remains our top priority. We know that this is a very challenging and active population, very high risk and high need. We'll continue supervising these offenders closely in the community to ensure that we have a good handle on them. We'll continue the practices that are showing favorable results and continue addressing gaps. We talked about a couple gaps in this presentation, and we'll continue looking at those. Our collaboration and partnerships remain strong. We're a county that has a long history of collaboration, and when we have an issue that's in front of us, we come together and we pick up the phone and we talk and we find ways to figure it out. So those collaborations remain very strong. Again, the utilization of community-based organizations to help us fight realignment, the recidivism rate with these particular offenders is something that we desperately need. And again, the development of the evaluation piece is something that we will put together to make sure that we are making decisions and it's being driven by data. And we want to continue things that are successful and not waste a lot of these precious dollars on things that are not giving us the bang for the buck. So, open any questions that you have. We have a team of people here. If I don't have an answer, I can find somebody in the audience that could.
Supervisors, any other questions?
Excellent report. Very thorough.
Big issue, and it's important for us to stay on top of it.
Yes.
So we'll look forward to hearing another report, I'm sure, in another year. Mr. Powers.
Just Mark's leadership, entire probation department. You can see it. It's been tremendous. The whole CCP, the way they work together. CBOs and the way you're doing that program, too, is going to make it happen faster, right? By having Interface oversee those, it'll make a much more rapid implementation of the CBO program. So just great work.
And if I might just appreciate also the work that the Mark has been doing at the state level and Mr. Powers and looking at making sure we include full cost recovery in the formula and working on that very complicated formula that we know a couple of years out we're going to be even more challenged with reduced funding and so we need to have some success from both split sentencing and recidivism and being able to continue to evaluate and make sure the data we're getting is accurate. So, but thank you for your work on that.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I also want to thank you because you said it very well there. The partnership, I think, is extremely important. All of us working together. And I know you have a lot of staff, a lot of people that have worked on this project, and you can see the excellent results. You know, the CCP and your staff is doing an excellent job.
Thank
you.
Mark, if you're going forward, we know funding's going to be adjusted, and what are you seeing? What do you think is going to happen in the next 2 years?
Well, I think the state's trying really hard to come up with a formula that's a good, stable formula in amount that each of the counties get. I think there's a portion of the growth that is going to be incentive-based. And they're going to incentivize counties and jurisdictions that do a good job in keeping the recidivism rate down, keeping their jail populations down, and their prison commitments down. And so I think that that's going to be a challenge for us. I think we have to look at ways that we can do things better with better results and outcomes, and hopefully receive more funding for those particular practices. So I think that's what's coming. We have to be really smart about how we use our allocations.
Because we're going to be, a little less funding because of our crime rate here now, going forward?
Well, it's a real complex formula. We knew that after 3 years, the projection was that after 3 years, when we were starting to see a lot of these post-release offenders, period of community supervision terminated, that the counties would see a drop. So the state had anticipated that there was going to be a drop after 3 years. So statewide, we're looking at an $87.6 million decrease in allocation statewide. That resulted in a $2.1 million drop here in Ventura County. So that's why we're seeing a lower allocation this year versus previous year.
But
Okay.
to your point, Supervisor, even a year after that, though, the formula does tend to favor counties with higher relative crime percentages, and Ventura County is a very safe county.
Yes.
Thanks to all the good work of our safety partners out there. So, but that's why, and Chief Varela spoke to this, the importance of looking at all funding opportunities like the Affordable Care Act that is now, which is relatively new, covering alcohol and drug services and more mental health services than it used to. So making sure that we capture all those revenues that we're entitled to so we can free up those funds for other uses and realignment. So.
Yeah, and then I guess fund the programs that really work versus
Yes.
the ones that
Exactly right.
And that's the important piece. Okay, and before I leave, I would be remiss if I didn't thank the CEO's office, primarily Frank Chow. I mean, Frank did a really good job. I'm a probation officer by trade. I don't talk a lot of the budget financial lingo. Frank does a really good job on that. So he helped put all of this together, and I just really wanted to throw a shout out to him. And of course, our fiscal team in the probation agency, Sandra, Carissa, Ali, and then our program team within the agency, Tim, Terry, Michelle, Patricia, and Mullane, they all did a fantastic job putting all these pieces together. So I obviously come up here and talk to you, but there's a whole team of people that are working on all these things on a regular basis. So just wanted to throw a shout out to them, to thank them. Okay.
Great to see the team here. We're ready to have a vote on the motion to receive and file.
It's a motion to approve all of the staff recommendations, sir.
That is the motion.
So that passes it?
Mr. Chair, the motion is to approve, moved by Supervisor Long, seconded by Supervisor Foy. If I can get a roll call vote on the vote, Supervisor Foy, Supervisor Parks, Supervisor Long,
Yes.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Yes.
and Supervisor Bennett.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
And, all righty. Keep up the good work. All right. Thank you very much. We have our 10 o'clock time certain items we're a little bit behind on, and I'm going to ask your indulgence. I'd like to do item 22 before we do item 21. And item 22 is the resolution for domestic violence. So if Eric Stenard and from Interface Children and Family Services, Carolyn, your name is Perjadal Sutton could come forward. And Catherine Dugan, Elaine Martinez Curry, Partnership for Safe Families and Communities, and Catherine Dugan from the District Attorney's Office. If you could all four come forward, please. This is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors proclaiming October 2014 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Ventura County. I'm just going to read a few things from this and then turn it over to you, Catherine.
Thank you.
Whereas domestic violence is an intentional pattern of abusive behavior in an intimate relationship in which one partner uses coercion and violence to gain or maintain power and control over their intimate partner. Domestic violence includes not only physical abuse but also psychological, emotional, financial, sexual, and spiritual abuse. Domestic violence crosses all racial, social, religious, ethnic, geographic, and economic groups. More than 1 in 3 women and more than 1 in 4 men in the United States have experienced rape, physical violence, and or stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetime. 15.5 million children in 2-parent households live in families in which intimate partner violence occurred at least once in the previous year. Per capita, Ventura County has one of the highest reported instances of domestic violence in the state of California, averaging 7,000 calls to law enforcement annually. I think we see with the National Football League and what's going on out there, this is not a small, isolated issue in the United States, but it is a real problem. And so we appreciate the 4 of you coming here today to help us highlight this. And after your talk, I'll bring this resolution down.
Thank you.
Turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Powers. Recent headlines may encourage the idea that violence against women is about professional ball players, or that it is about anger management. That's not true. Let us not confuse the headlines with the physical and emotional torture that women throughout this county, this state, this country, and beyond our borders are suffering every day. Rather, let us be clear, domestic violence is about terrorism in the home. It is a denial of the woman's physical freedom. It is a denial of her liberty, and it is often a denial of life itself. Words are the most common weapon used against battered women. Words that are meant to demean, degrade, humiliate. Words that are meant to blame, to shame, and over time destroy the victim's self-esteem and her will. Words that are meant to leave the victim feeling worthless and defective, as if no one else would ever love her, as if she deserves it. Almost all battered women have had hands or fists used against them, and most often with absolutely no consequence to the batterer. Almost all battered women have been shoved against a wall. Almost all have been isolated and denied communication with their families, with their friends. Almost all have been deprived of help when they are sick or injured. Almost all are not allowed access to money, to transportation, or even basic necessities. The possibility of death is the condition of the battered woman's mental environment. And so they exist in valleys of fear and despair. That is their life. The women in this county, this state, this country, and around the world should not have to plead to be protected from physical and emotional battering. They should not have to plead for a safe and non-judgmental space in which they can take the incremental steps that they are able to take as they rebuild their self-esteem and their life after years of emotional and physical torture. Violence may be painful and dehumanizing, but it may not be as painful and dehumanizing as being without food or shelter. And yet, 50% of the women and children living homeless in this country, in this county, are there fleeing domestic violence. There should be sufficient resources to respond to the needs of battered women and their children. Safe, non-judgmental places to provide the time that is needed to heal from the abuse. You've just spent some time listening to programs and help that we are offering to the offenders, to the criminals in this society that have offended victims. I'm pleading to you to offer something in some equal measure to their victims. And with that, I would like to turn it over to our nonprofit programs interface in the coalition who provide many of those needed services. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine, and thank you to the Chair of the Board and the Board of Supervisors. Domestic violence has obviously become a very hot topic in the past couple of months due to the extensive media coverage of the NFL protocol that is under question. While the attention to the issue is important, it's equally important to remember that once the media coverage dies down, and it will, we will still be left with high domestic violence statistics in this county, a lack of funding for agencies such as the Coalition and Interface, and victims and children who are in desperate need of help. Last fiscal year, our shelter served 82 victims of domestic violence, that's almost 2,000 bed nights, by providing safe housing, counseling, in-shelter parenting classes, tutoring programs, nutrition classes, and employment training. Not to mention the many medical expenses that we help cover when the women and children come in needing extensive dental repairs, possibly facial surgeries, or psychiatric care. Of the 82 victims, over 50 were children, a staggering ratio that increases every year. Furthermore, our advocates and therapists gave crisis counseling to over 400 individuals on our 24-hour hotline. Support of local DV agencies and shelters is crucial at this time, and we hope with your support we can continue to provide and also increase our services to all victims in the county that are in danger. Again, thank you for your support and your continued time. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for taking some time to really highlight this important issue. Catherine did a really nice job of really painting the picture from the victim's side, and Carolyn from the side of what the agencies, her agency, mine, and others are working on. But really the NFL has done us a perverse favor in a way. They have bungled play after play, and at this point, we see the crowd rooting for our team. It's not going to last, as Caroline said. It's not going to last for very long, we think. But at this point, the public is expecting more from the NFL. It's expecting more from the players, and frankly, they're expecting more from us as advocates and providers who are on the front lines of working with these victims and their families. We couldn't agree more with those expectations and that public outrage. It's right. It's right to feel that way. The reality for us here in Ventura County, however, and if we think of ourselves as a team, all of us together, I don't think it's very good. If this was our halftime, we were back in the locker room, assessing how the first half went, regrouping, deciding what our strategy was going to be. We'd be going into that locker room with the score being against us. We are not winning this battle against domestic violence. Yes, there are terrific plays. We've got great partners, and I don't mean in any way to diminish the intensive work that's happening through the DA's office, through law enforcement partners, Caroline's organization, mine, and others. But the simple fact is, and we've said it a couple times already, when we look at the rate of domestic violence in our state, we tie with Fresno County for the highest rate of domestic violence for any comparison-sized county. And if that's our scoreboard, we are not winning. And I think we have to start by being honest about that. Now, Interface has gone through about a year-long strategic planning process, looking at the data across multiple streams, domestic violence, child abuse, mental health stats, etc. This is the worst statistic that I could find about the kinds of work that we're doing. And so we live in a great county. I've been here for 8 years now. I love this county, and I know many of you have served this county for decades. But if I look at the Interface budget as an example, this is the worst funded set of programs that we have. The most red ink is in the domestic violence programs, and yet we're matching that with the most challenged issue that I think our county has. Yes, maybe our law enforcement reporting is better than some other counties. That could be true because we do a lot of law enforcement training. That doesn't make our score better. It just makes their score in reality worse. So that shouldn't really give us much comfort. So as a result, Interface has set several strategic goals around domestic violence for this next 5-year period for us. And one I want to announce today is that we are going to engage all of you, all of our system partners, in a broad-based prevention and intervention effort. We're doing a lot. The coalition's doing a lot. The DA's office is doing a lot. It's just not sufficient. It's necessary, but it's not sufficient. And we have to, I think, revamp our strategy. And I want to challenge us all to come back next year, at this moment next year, have a different plan that's really going to put us on a winning trajectory instead for this issue. The victims that we serve, the families that we serve deserve that from us. So I really appreciate what you're doing today to help us highlight this issue. And I guess I would just challenge us all to really do something different in this coming year so that we can bend that curve down. Thank you very much.
Well, thank all three of you for coming. And Eric, that challenge is one we look forward to. So we really want to hear what are the steps that need to be taken here in Ventura County, not just by your organization, but by all of us, by the Board of Supervisors, by the citizens, the other NGOs. But it is obviously a serious issue, and it's one that we need to work on prevention, because it's much better for us to work on it at that end of the spectrum. So with that, we have this sobering resolution on the domestic violence that we'd like to present to the three of you. Now we're at item 21, and Mr. Berg, would you come on down to the podium, please? For the 32nd year in a row, even though Mr. Berg is newly arrived in the office, but for the 32nd year in a row,
he's
the
not
County
taking all the
Ventura.
credit, is he?
Huh? What's that?
I'm not even 32 years old, thank you.
That's right. But the County of Ventura has received the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Government Finance Officers Association. And we have that certificate here for us to present to Mr. Berg, which I will be down in just a moment. And it is in many ways, I think it's important for us to point out that that's your challenge, is that 32 years from now, we can say we have this thing for 64 years in a row as we go forward. So we'd love to hear from you about this remarkable string of accomplishments.
Well, Chair Bennett, Supervisors, Mr. Powers, for the record, my name is Jeff Berg, the Auditor Controller for the County of Ventura. And I do want to begin by thanking your board, CEO's office, for the support that you give to our office. I want to also thank my staff. Many of them are here that work on the CAFR. Please stand up if you would, all of you that have from our office. Thank you. But more importantly, I want to thank, this is a team effort. Here's the CAFR. For those of you who don't see it, you can sit down. Stand up, sit down. Here's the CAFR. This is the culmination of the budget process, all of you out in the county doing the programs that you do, providing the services you provide, and at the end of the day, this is our financial statement. Someone asked me, what's a CAFR? Comprehensive financial annual financial report. What is it? It's the P&L for the County of Ventura. But it starts with the fiscal assistant and probation agency out of the juvenile facility that's processing JVs. It starts with the payroll clerk out of the Sheriff's Department processing payroll. It starts with the program analyst out at HSA starting the program and tracking the grants, together we all work towards this document. And this is a very important document, and it's very important that we receive this award. Part of the award talks about they have reviewed, the Government of Financial Officers Association has reviewed our CAFR and find that it is judged to adhere to all standards and represents the highest award in financial reporting. That's important to this county because I've spent the last 7 years either working for Paul Dursey or with Paul Dursey on the credit rating for the county of Ventura. And the first two things that the credit agencies ask for is where's your budget and where's your CAFR. And that's what they base their credit rating for the county on. The county has the highest credit rating that's available to a governmental entity, which means millions of dollars that could be spent on debt service are not being spent on debt service. They're being spent on programs because we have such a great credit rating. And again, that starts with the fiscal assistant in probation, the fiscal tech at healthcare, and it rolls up and finally ends with my staff, who do an outstanding job putting it all together into a document that we can present and receive this award for. And I thank you, again, I thank you for your support, and I thank you for all your support and the support of everybody in the county. Thank you.
You received this already. Did it again here. There you go. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I don't want you to take a picture. Or? Let's
Come on down for the picture.
Come on down.
Bruce, why don't you back up a little bit more? I think. You got her right in the middle. Half of you on this side, half of you on that side. Half of you over here. Come on over.
Is there anybody else sitting in the audience?
There you go. That's good. Put the taller guy in the back. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay, we're at item 23, discuss and file the report of investments, treasurer, tax collector. Good morning, Judge.
Chairman Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers, I am Stephen Hintz, Ventura County's treasurer, tax collector. Before I get to the investment report, there are a couple of things that I'd like to mention quickly. The first is that since you approved my office's reorganization plan, we've hired roughly 25% of the office implementing that plan. And so I'm grateful to you for approving that plan because it freed us up to do a good deal of hiring. At the same time that I say that, though, we do have 3 additional spots which would compose about 10% of the staff that we're withholding hiring because they're the wrong classification. And we've been waiting now for the county's fiscal reclassification plan, which we thought would be done in March and then in June. And now we're not sure when, but we really would like to be able to hire those, and especially before the budget snapshot is taken. We had, and the investment fund had its due diligence visit with the Standard & Poor's people who do our evaluations. They did not break out in laughter while they were with us, and so we're hoping for a report from them early next month. We recently, like last Friday, had an auction of tax defaulted property. We sold at a live auction 13 properties, recovering $184,000 in property taxes and fees. We also collected about $450,000 in excess proceeds, which will go back to the owners of that property eventually. We had a small sealed bid auction, which also recovered an additional $23,000 in delinquent taxes and fees. So altogether, it was a fairly profitable Friday for the county in terms of collections. Turning to the investments, with the great assistance of the county executive office and the auditor, we got transferred $254 million of hospital funds, hospital construction funds from the Bank of New York Mellon to the investment pool. And we have worked that into the investment program so that it's in there. The City of Thousand Oaks passed its resolution earlier this month to join the investment pool, placing some of their cash with the pool. Again, with the assistance of the auditor, for which we're grateful, Simi Valley has finished its paperwork so that they are able to wire money into our pool now. These things, we expect that the two cities may put in somewhere between 30 and 40 million into the pool. So the bigger the pool, up to a point, the greater opportunity we have to manage our liquidity and to do other things.
You're going to be the biggest money manager in the area now?
Well, certainly we do have a comparatively large pool, and it is managed 100% inside the office. We have a very talented investment work group that takes seriously the idea of managing the money for the 200 and now perhaps 260 agencies that participate in the pool. Turning to the investment report itself, which is for the months of July and August, it reveals the lowest yield I have ever reported to you. And I'm personally very unhappy, personally and professionally very unhappy with the yield that we've been generating. It is, of course, comparable to the market, considering what there is to buy. That's what you're going to get. Following the Federal Open Market Committee's reports of the last, well, starting with the one last week, it does not appear that we can expect interest rates in our sector to go up until next summer. And our only option, keeping in mind that we have a 1-year weighted average to maturity limit, and Standard & Poor's, in order to maintain our reporting numbers for them, it's virtually impossible to have more than about 20% of the pool in investments of 2 and 3 years. The fact is we're in the 1-year investment market, and you're making 30 to 40% basis points on that. So we're watching for 2 and 3 year stuff within the limits that we have, within the limits of our ability to purchase it and maintain our statistical requirements. But I would expect that the rate of return will continue to hover in the low to mid 40s. I told you that we were going to add CalTrust to our list of benchmarks. And I told you we beat them all the time. And of course, then the minute we added them as our benchmark, we didn't beat them. So for 3 years, they've been reporting returns in the 30s. And the minute we add them as our benchmark, they report returns in the 40s. So I haven't figured that out just yet, but we'll look at it. I'm here for questions on any of the things I mentioned to you.
I don't want to put too much into sort of a 1 month kind of, comparison, 1 quarter kind of comparison. I think it's over time, but I do want to make sure that we continue to have that as part of the reporting, and that we get that regular update so that we can compare ourselves to that new protocol that's out there. And I appreciate your confidence in putting something out there like that.
We have spent a good deal of staff time and some of my own time, which of course is valueless, but their time has been valuable looking at all investment funds all over the country that share the same sort of parameters that we have. And the more I look at them, the more I like our fund. But we're still searching, looking for ideas and opportunities. We had a very good presentation Thursday last from one of our broker dealers talking about issues, the makeup of our pool. And we are going to return to you in July with some recommended additional sector in our statement of investment policy that we think will be beneficial to the county without adding an iota of risk.
Have any other questions for the...
And you said it well, invest where we get the best return and also safe.
That's the yield is the least of the goals that we have. We want to remain liquid and safe, and considering those two principles, get the best yield that we can. That's right. And that's what we're looking for. I'll tell you that it's hard for me to imagine that inflation is not going to go up in the next 6 months, especially if employment stabilizes, as we're told it has. And I'm certain that interest rates will rise after the middle of 2015, which means borrow now.
I would guess maybe after November of 2016.
Yeah.
For sure. All righty. We need a motion to receive and file. It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. Thank you very much for your report.
Thank you, sir.
Look forward to it next time. We're at 10:30 for item 24, and I'm just going to slow this one down for a second because we have two supervisors that I'm sure stepped away to go to the restroom after 2+ hours of sitting here, and we'll bring that up. So Ms. Jump, why don't you start working your way down here. While she's doing that, let me inform everybody of something. There's this thing called N4A, and it's a classic acronym that everybody says, what does N4A stand for? And N4A stands for National, that's the N, and then the Association of Area Agencies on Aging. So that's the 4A, so they call it N4A. And when you look at it in type, they don't capitalize it. So they got this N4A, and I think you think you're looking at some new element on the chemical chart there, but that's as far as I'll go in terms of that. Let's go ahead and start. I want to point a couple things out before we turn it over to you, Victoria. There are 618 AAAs, right? That's Area Agencies on Aging, and we're one of them. There are 618 of them in the country, right? 13 programs of those 618 agencies were recognized at the national level. So 618 agencies, 13 programs. Ventura County had 2 of the 13 programs recognized. That's a significant achievement, and something we ought to feel really good about. One is the Moodle and Good Health Good Living program, and I'd love to hear where this Moodle comes from, right? The other one is it's the Moodle Volunteer Development System, and it's the online web-based program that provides high-cap insurance counseling and advocacy program. And then there was a Good Health Living e-magazine and video, online magazine and corresponding video published quarterly, features remarkable seniors from Ventura County. And besides those two programs, there was achievement for the Senior Nutrition Garden and the Elder Health Program, and 154,000 citizens aged 60 and older have received dedicated service from the AAA in one way or the other in terms of beneficial improvements living here in Ventura County. So you guys are doing a great job. You're often off the radar screen. We really enjoy the opportunity to get you into the boardroom so we can get you onto the radar screen a little bit more. And we'd love to hear from you as I bring down this resolution.
Sure. Thank you, Board and CEO Powers. I think that this award is really a testament to your leadership and that you allow us as an agency the creativity to respond to the needs of the citizens. And I know that talking to my peers across the state and nationally, this is not always the case. They're told that they can do one thing and only one thing. These awards would not have happened without the incredible staff that I have. A lot of them are here, as well as our volunteers. We are a small but mighty agency. Behind our staff, we have approximately 77 volunteers, senior volunteers that are very active, and these two awards really belong to them. So do you guys want to stand up?
Oh, no.
They're hiding.
Come on down. Come on down, staff and volunteers.
Yeah,
come on down. There we go.
Okay, so our Moodle volunteer development system, I did not name this.
What is a Moodle?
Joe? This is Joe Kirby, a volunteer with our HiCap program that actually developed the whole system. The HiCap program, which does the health insurance counseling, it requires a lot of startup training and then ongoing training from the state because things change with your health insurance. And so Joe came to us as a volunteer a couple years ago saying, why can't we do this online? So he actually developed a whole system of training modules, testing, anything about health insurance. The state of Colorado actually has taken our system and they use it for all of their volunteers. So this is Joe Kirby. Do you want to?
Moodle stands for Modular Object-Oriented Dynamic Learning Environment. So Moodle is easy. Now, I'd be glad you asked.
Well, I never knew that. So, and also Elizabeth, so Joe also works with all of our HiCap volunteers on this training element. Elizabeth chairs she's our outreach coordinator for the agency, and make me feel tall.
You're very tall.
Elizabeth works with our outreach committee of volunteers from our advisory council on the e-magazine, e-living. Do you want to tell them what that is?
Yes, the e-magazine is actually a magazine and video component that work together and complement each other, highlighting amazing seniors in Ventura County. A lot of times we have seniors that are unsung, and it was our place to make the county aware of these unsung heroes. So that's the objective of our e-magazine, and you can find it on our website and with the video component and our senior tube where we have all our videos. So thank you.
in 15 years when we all become seniors up here, we're going to look forward to hooking up with you guys. But thank you very much. The combination of staff and volunteers is a great asset for us to have here. We'd love to get a good picture of you guys. So what we're going to do is, Cruz, why don't you go this way? Yeah, and we'll shoot the picture this way. So if you'll move back, and we'll use these lovely lady in the orange as our center spot. So be evenly spaced on both sides of her. Right? There we go. I think we're pretty good. We can't see you. You need to come forward, please. Maybe the taller folks in the back. Come on forward. There you go. You also, come on forward. There we go. You're going to go back. You go back. There we go. Right there. That's perfect. Okay, good.
Oh, great picture. You look great.
Thank you for your good work. You look fantastic. One more.
All right. Congratulations on the awards. That's nice.
And let's point out one more time, 2 out of 13 programs out of 618 agencies are out there.
Excellent.
That's incredible.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Dr. Thomas Duncan. There he is, right? And he's back again, proclaiming this as Fall Prevention Week. Important program for us to try, and it's certainly appropriate with the elder folks that were here. And we probably should have left them in here so they could have heard your presentation and passed it on to the other seniors and stuff. So I'm sure Victoria will stay long enough to. There she is. They're listening. They're back there, right? All right, Dr. Duncan. We have a resolution recognizing this as Fall Prevention Awareness Week. There are quite a few statistics in here, and I won't take the time to do all of those and steal your thunder. But if you miss anything, I will catch you on it and point it out afterwards, right? Go ahead, Dr. Duncan.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
Mr. Bennett, rest of the Board of Supervisors, and Mr. Powers. Thank you for allowing us to come by the second time around for this proclamation. I think it's very important. I put together a slideshow. I'm not sure we have it, so we can go off it. But nevertheless, this year, we're recognizing this week as the Falls Week, the Fall Awareness Week. It so happens that today is the first day of fall, as you know, so there's no pun intended. But nevertheless, this year's motto is to prevent falls. Strong today, falls free tomorrow. Now, do you have the presentation I put together? I had some statistics that I gave you in regard to the number of falls in elderly individuals per year.
Yes.
You do? Okay. Well, every half an hour, an older adult, which is defined by the American College of Surgeons as an individual over the age of 65. It's not my definition, but it's theirs. An older adult dies of a fall-related reason. And every 15 seconds, an older adult is treated in an emergency department due to a fall-related reason. So those statistics are pretty astronomical if you think about it. And according to the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control, falls are the #1 cause of injuries in adults, in elderly adults. So we need to keep that in mind. In our county, we had last year approximately 6,000 falls. Those are EMS-related falls. And in a year and a half prior to that, we had approximately 10,000. Now, the most important thing about that is 65% of these falls occurred in homes. So we're targeting homes as the area where we can do improvement such that we don't have these falls occurring over and over and over again. Also, 1 in 3 adults over the age of 65 will fall each year, and also 1 in 2 adults over the age of 80 years old will fall each year. So as you get older, the probability of falling becomes higher. So we need to take care of our elderly. So what are the consequences of falls, and why are we making such a big fuss about falls? Well, if you think about it, when people fall, they eventually lose their ability to gain their strength back. They become isolated. They become depressed. They lose their muscle strength. And I can actually attest to this because my dad, who's 81 years old, fell approximately 4 months ago. And currently he's not doing his best, although he's at home. He spent some time in a skilled nursing facility. But nevertheless, he's lost his strength to the point that he's afraid that he'll fall when he gets up. So I called him on the way here to talk to him, and he said I could talk about his story, and I'm HIPAA compliant in regards to that. But one big thing I want to make sure that everyone understands is that falls are largely preventable. So the more we talk about falls, the more we bring awareness about falls, the less we will have falls in our county. In California, we have other things to boast about, including the fact that we have the largest elderly population in the U.S. Our county in Ventura has about 11-12% of our falls victims as elderly in terms of those over the age of 65. So we have 11-12% compared to the nation. And the nation has a similar number of about 11-12% of elderly victims. But going forth, in the year 2050, we're projected to have double that number. I mean, the amount of elderly people in our county or in our country will increase to about 20%. So it goes from 11% to about 20%, which is a large number if you think about it. And we spend a lot of money on our elderly victims that fall. And non-fatal falls is about $2.4 million in California. The average cost of hospitalizations is anywhere from between $37,000 to $60,000. And as the length of stay goes up, that amount also increases, can go up to as much as $500,000. So the more we pay attention to falls, the better it'll be in terms of curbing the amount of healthcare dollars we spend. Now, in the year 2000, $19 billion was spent on fall-related reasons. In 2010, 10 years later, it was $28 billion. And now it's going to go up to about $60 billion in the year 2020. So because falls are so important, at the state and federal level, a couple of bills have been brought about. Mike Enzi brought about a bill increasing the amount of research and development at the national level. And at the state level, Alan Lowenthal brought about a bill in regards to recognizing this week as our Fall Awareness Week. I had a slide of all our partners and those involved in our fall prevention program. It involves all the ambulance providers, Ventura County AAA again, AMR, Lifeline, Scan Health, HealthWise, Community Memorial Hospitals, St. John's, Ojai, VCMC, and of course, a Board of Supervisors. So without getting all these individuals together, we won't have the program that we have today. And it's very important that this program has gotten up and running. And actually, as a result of the fact that we have this program and the way it's going, I've been asked to give a talk at USC next month in regards to falls at one of their conferences. And they want to emulate what we're doing in our county because they feel that it's something that is important in regards to the way they want to go forth with connecting with the EMS. We formed a coalition that involves teaching all the EMS providers in regards to what to do when they go into homes to assess victims. And that was a big undertaking. As you imagine, having to instruct all the EMS providers throughout our county was not that little of a thing, but we had a lot of help from all our providers in the EMS. We went live on July 14th, and subsequently we connected with GSA And GSA did a great job in regards to linking all our services, our e-form, and it was such a big deal because when you're dealing with HIPAA compliant issues, it's so difficult to break down all the firewalls. But they were able to do it, and they've linked all our hospitals, especially on the west end of the county, because that's where we're concentrating our efforts so far. And once we get off and running, if things go well, then we can expand to the rest of the county. But I want to say that I'd like to thank the board, especially Kathy Long. Initially, we approached you for funding in regards to our fall coordinator, and then that subsequently propagated to the board, and Mike Powers and approved it. And without this fall prevention coordinator, who is the centerpiece to our fall prevention program, we won't be where we are today. And Ventura County AAA has done wonders in regards to housing this individual and making sure all the data goes to fruition. And we've got some challenges ahead of us, but nevertheless, it's working in the right direction. Victoria Nolan will come up now and give some numbers in regards to our data, or the data collected so far. And she's going to do the numbers just like
Victoria, but I suppose I'll come up since you said both of our names.
I'm sorry, Monique.
No worries. Just want to give the board an overview of how the program works in practice. We, as Dr. Duncan so eloquently shared, that we have our partners from EMS. The client comes through the emergency departments and then comes to the VC AAA, to the Fall Prevention Program Coordinator. We have intensive case management for those individuals. Right now, on average, we spend 30 minutes with the client going over not just the initial information that we collected, but also additional information so we can ascertain where to plug those individuals in for services, for the best services to mitigate future falls. We have a success story I'd like to briefly share with you. We had an individual who came through the program, and as a result of the home modifications that we were able to provide, was able to take a bath for the first time in 2 years. And I want to reiterate that the population that we're serving right now is not the population that exists, that's currently coming to us for services. These are individuals that would not have otherwise reached out for our services. So we really are helping new individuals, getting the word out, and increasing our footprint for the program and preventing future falls for the residents of Ventura County. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So later on this week, on Friday, we have a fall forum coming up. It's going to happen on the 26th from noon to 3 p.m. at the Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park Community Center. And we have such speakers as Kathy Long, we have myself, we also have Rigo Vargas, and a slew of individuals talking about evidence-based programs involving balance, etc. And also we have Sheila Clough, who, as you know, is the owner and fitness expert of the Oaks. So she'll be there, and she's probably going to do 100 push-ups. And I can barely do 10 myself. But nevertheless, it's going to be a great event. We have free food, refreshments, we have raffles, and it's going to be very interactive, and hopefully we can see a lot of people out there. But once again, I want to thank all of those who have been involved in this entire process, and we have several of the individuals up here who I'd like to stand to get some recognition, because we couldn't have done it without them. And it certainly takes a village to make things go to fruition.
Will you stand? Could you all stand, please? All right, great. You know, one of the difficult things with this is you rightly point out how critical this is. I mean, bottom line, I've heard a physician say it, that, you know, if you want your parents to stay healthy and live a long time, make sure they stay strong and they don't fall. If you can just do those who keep their legs strong and don't fall. Because then when you fall, you get out of shape, and then you are more likely to fall again. And I think we've seen that pattern over and over again, where if it wasn't for that. But it's hard to measure the effectiveness of your work in terms of, so somebody doesn't fall from age 75 to age 90, but they fall at age 90. They come in as a fall. But what you can't measure is that from 75 to 90, perhaps you really kept that person from falling because of your education program. So it's difficult from that standpoint. I appreciate that you have good minds just trying to find out the best ways to get this information to as many people moving into the high risk for falling stage in their life and stuff, and trying to get that to move forward. And no, we recognize it, even though it's hard to measure. We certainly recognize a tremendous value for both for people's quality of life and, quite frankly, the financial savings for everybody in the system as a result of that. So thank you very much. And if we could have all of your partners come down for a picture right now, I'll bring this on down.
Thank you.
Kathy? Well, I would just say, to add to that too, is I don't think there's many trauma programs that are doing what you're doing. The lessons that you learn are so vivid when you see them. But to take that and put it out front and make this a prevention program that combines community-based organizations with all these kind of departments is extraordinary. So Dr. Duncan, Dr. Romero, everybody, thank you for your leadership in making this happen.
Is that part of the presentation? Dr. Romero is not going to come up? No. Come on, Dr. Romero. Yeah.
We'll put you at that end. Bracket the beauty.
Thank you all for your good work. Appreciate your good work, and we'll see you on Friday.
All right. Poor doctor. See his eyes.
I know.
All right, we're at item 26, second public hearing on the memorandum of agreement with CJAC.
Chairman Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Jim Dembowski with Labor Relations. I'm here today to recommend that you both conduct a second public hearing on the recommended 2014-17 CJAC MOA, and at the close of that hearing, adopt the recommended agreement. Previous MOA expired in December of 12. The last general salary increase for this unit was in early 2009. When we last bargained in late 2009, it was under different circumstances, and CJAC, like all other county unions and associations, partnered with us and not only agreed there would be no salary increases through 2013, it further agreed to a 3% reduction of the employer pickup of the employee's retirement contribution. The efforts of the parties this time around in these bargaining sessions has produced a 3-year deal that in substance provides salary and benefit movement analogous to that which was bargained with other units during the cycle. There are additional market adjustments to address, at least in part, a significant disparity of 18% between the total cost and compensation of these classifications and similar classes with our competitors, using the same approach and formula that was recently used with management, SEIU, IUOE, and VEA. The increases over the next 3 years are estimated at 3.9%. Fully loaded or fully burdened cumulative cost increases over the next 3 years are estimated to be $4.65 million. And perhaps the most significant change, there'll be a one-time offset in salary in exchange for a 50-50 sharing on a prospective basis of all normal retirement costs, again, as has been done with other units. The recommended changes to the MOA are thought to be prudent and fair, and of probable great help to the district attorney, the public defender, and the Child Support Services Department in recruiting and retaining quality criminal attorneys. Finally, CJAC's membership has ratified the proposed MOA, and the Civil Service Commission has reviewed the proposed changes and determined they do not present an adverse impact to or on the personnel rules and regulations. A complete redline version of the MOA was given to you last week and provided today as a finalized copy.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the second reading? All right, we're ready for a motion. And we're ready to vote. It's been moved and seconded and approved unanimously. Thank you very much for your good work on that.
Thank you.
I heard you had a great partner working on this with you. Thank you. All right, we're at item, our 11 o'clock time certain item, and that's item 27, and that's consulting services contract, Woodland Hills. Mr. Bacala, would you like to wait till late this afternoon to do this item?
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Reddy Bacala with Water and Sanitation Department of the Public Works Agency.
Making your last presentation.
This is my last presentation as a county employee, and also this is something different. Usually, majority of the time I bring bad news, rate increases, but this time I'm going to present this project where it's going to help stabilize the water rates, and if this project is implemented, your water supply costs will be lower than what you would pay Metropolitan Water District. With that, I'd like to make a short presentation. As you can see, there are several benefits when this project is implemented. Major things that you could see are it will help stabilize the water rates. The cost per acre foot for this water when produced would be less than the imported water costs. It will help reduce the dependence on the imported water. It will also help with emergency water supply during drought time, drought-proof the area, and most importantly, it will create local jobs. Instead of we shipping our monies to Metropolitan, we'll be spending the money locally here, create jobs. And as you can see, so many other benefits that would come out of this project when it's fully implemented. This is a boundary of the area of the District 1. It starts on the east side at Moore Park College all the way to Balcom Canyon Road along 118. The next is the District 19 where District 1 ends, District 19 begins. It goes all the way to west of the Center School Road along LA Avenue. This project needs several approvals. One of the approvals will be from Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency. As you know, Supervisor Bennett represents the county on this Fox Canyon GMA. There are a lot of good things happening at this agency. As you can see on this map, there are 7 subbasins within this GMA. You see where the proposed project is within the South Las Posas Basin. Here is a map of the South Las Posas Basin. This is a shallow aquifer. What you see, the arrow is underground water is flowing just from east to west as the surface waters are in the arroyo, semi-arroyo Las Posas. You also see where the proposed project is in relation to the arroyo and Hitch Boulevard. What I want to briefly talk about the South Las Posas, this is a shallow aquifer. It has filled up over the years. It's salty. Not much water is being used from the shallow aquifer. When this project is implemented, you will be able to create storage, underground storage, and capture more water for beneficial uses both for agriculture and municipal industrial customers within District 1, District 19. At this time, the salty water is migrating or overflowing into what's called a Pleasant Valley Basin and causing some degradation of water quality for Camarillo, city of Camarillo, and city is also considering the desalter project for their city. Salty water also migrating northwards towards some of the wells that we own. It's causing water quality issue like hardness and TDS chlorides in District 19 well and some other wells. We think by constructing this project will help lessen the migration of salts to North Las Posas Basin, which will help on a long-term basis for this Las Posas Valley. Here is a cross-section of the north-south is a cross-section. Uniqueness about this area where we are proposing the desalter project is this is a very shallow aquifer, as I mentioned. This is only about 200 feet deep. As you see, it's not connected to the Fox Canyon aquifer. Fox Canyon aquifer is where majority of the wells are constructed by the farmers, even by District 1, District 19. Also, the Callegas well field is in the Fox Canyon. So our proposal is to construct the well field in this area so that we don't pump water directly from the Fox Canyon aquifer, which will be helpful on a long-term basis. Previously, your board has approved a contract with a consultant engineer to prepare a preliminary design report. Based on the report, we have identified that we can produce as much as 5,000 acre-feet of finished water. We also identified the type of treatment. Our current cost estimates for the proposed project for wellfield and the treatment process is $50 million. As you may have heard or seen, hydrogeology is very complicated. We have to do as much testing as we could do. The initial test we did was a pilot test back in 2012. I want to thank GMA. They gave us 50% of the cost as a grant for this project. Based on the tests, we have identified some of the design parameters for the proposed well field. Since that time, we have also done more geophysical tests to learn more about this area, underground hydrogeology. And right now, we are also proposing to do some more additional testing where we are proposing the well field. Based on the information we have to date, we are proposing 20 shallow groundwater wells. These wells would produce as much as less than 6,000 acre-feet per year from the ground, and they will also produce as much as 5,000 acre-feet of treated water. The water quality will be as good as the state water project water quality that's coming from Northern California. The purpose of that is we are proposing to use Cayugas infrastructure to distribute this water. I'll talk more about it in the next few slides. Here is a location of the proposed well field. Here is a Hitch Boulevard. Here is Los Angeles Avenue. Here's the city limits. This is the Arroyo Semi flood control channel. Initially, we proposed a well field in this area. Every water system has to get approval from the California Department of Public Health before they put any new water system into their water system. Then they have told us that if we can keep away our well field away from the well Arroyo Semi, so that we have a 1-year detention time in the ground before we pump for the treatment, they would approve our project. So we had to move our well field back close to LA Avenue. And in this slide, you also see the salinity management pipeline, which is Cayugas is proposing. Cayugas board already has approved a budget for the planning. They also recently have adopted a CEQA document for the SMP. As I said, hydrogeology is very complex. In addition to doing a lot of field testing, we have also done a thorough 3-dimensional groundwater model. This model includes all the way from Simi Valley wastewater treatment plant to Somas traffic light. That's the length of the shallow aquifer. Entire aquifer was modeled. We have looked at the last 30 years stream gauge data from flood control / watershed protection district, and we also have looked at projected for the next 30 years what would happen once this project is completed as we pump this groundwater from the shallow aquifer. We have calibrated these with the stream gauges and also with the wells that we have in the field today. This is a result of this 3D dimensional model. What we are showing here is that the underground water will be flowing to the well field so that there's at least 1 year detention time within the ground before we pump from the well field. There's a requirement from the CDPH, California Department of Public Health. They have given us the green light. The next step for us is to initiate the CEQA process. Once the CEQA process is completed, then we'll be seeking all the approvals for us to get into the construction of this project. These are the wells where we have calibrated our proposed project, what impacts it would have in the groundwaters along these existing wells. This is just a hydrograph at the water levels of different aquifers. What you see here is the shallow aquifer, how the water level will change over a 30-year period when the project is operational. And here, San Pedro Formation, the one you saw, thick one in the cross-section I have shown you before. And this is more important where what impact we would have in the aquifer, Fox Canyon aquifer. As you could see, about 0.05 miles away from the project, there's not that much impact. However, there's some impact about 3.2 miles away from the project, which is in the Somas area. The water levels may drop as much as 15 feet, according to this report we have done. And what this shows you is what other things we need to look at as part of our CEQA and for the project as we move along. Here is the Somas Road, LA Avenue. Here's the proposed well field. This is the Arroyo Semi flood control channel, Arroyo Las Posas flood control channel. What this shows you, the arrows that you're seeing here is without project and with project. What this is indicating to us is the water in the Arroyo Semi, the surface water, will be dry during the dry weather periods once the project is implemented. Here is the arrows, what would happen when the project, with projects and without project. Just to give you an idea, when I started working at the Moore Park office about 28 years ago, this surface water in the creek was upstream of the Hitch Boulevard. So what this is telling us is if we were to implement this project, we'll bring it to the state where it was before the basin has completely filled up. Just by constructing the proposed project, we will not be able to make use of all the water for the beneficial uses, both for agriculture and M&I use. We need to do other infrastructure. One of the big things is for us to use Cayuga's water line, which is next to our proposed project, and we have talked to Susan Mulligan, general manager. We talked to their board. We discussed about our proposed project that we will be connecting to their system and distributing this water throughout District 1 and 19. One of the reasons is we can make use of all of this water within the Las Posas Valley. According to GMA has an export policy. We are not allowed to export this local water outside the Las Posas Valley. So we'll be able to comply with that requirement. And of course, we need the SMP. You heard about Salinity Management Pipeline, also known as Brine Line. Without that project, this project will not become economically viable project. Here is a map of the proposed SMP project proposed by Cayugas. As I indicated before, their proposal is to bring SMP to Hitch Boulevard by the time we complete the project, Moore Park Desalter project. As I mentioned before, CDPH approved or gave us a green light to move forward with the project in April of this year. Since that time, we have been making presentations to different stakeholders, Fox Canyon GMA, Cayuga's board, City of Moore Park, more importantly, District 1 Advisory Committee, which is appointed by your board, unanimously supports this project. Actually, they have been talking about this project for a number of years. So they're very happy that we are making progress for the implementation of this project. The last presentation I have before my retirement is a Rotary Club of Moore Park on 26th. The next steps we have for this project, as you can see, we'll do some more additional field testing to make sure that the number of wells we are proposing is appropriate. Our expectation is it will be less than what we have said once we complete this additional pilot testing. We will also have to do groundwater monitoring plan, which has to be submitted to Fox Canyon and GMA, but they will only approve that after the CEQA is completed. That's why CEQA is a critical path for this project, which is before you today for your approval. I want to thank Paul Dursey and his office for helping us to look at the financing for this project. We looked at county bonds, we looked at district bonds, we also looked at the low-interest state loan. We contacted the State Water Resources Control Board, and they said our project would qualify for this $50 million project at about 2% interest for this project. And our proposal would be to bring this to Financial Planning Committee before this brought to your board for us to proceed with this loan for this project. Then, as I said, today before you is the consultant contracts for the EIR. You see the construction and our proposed schedule. And I think with the proper priorities, we think we can deliver this project as long as we get all the approvals, your board approval for the EIR, and moving forward with the financing and also with the construction projects. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions you might have.
Well, if one question, this is obviously a pretty complex project, so I can't imagine why anybody would leave before it's finished. So glad you're staying on.
That's why I played a good, plan moving forward. So everything is out there in black and white.
Great.
So
I do have a few serious questions. One, what do we have? Do we have any kind of contractual guarantee that the salinity management project will be completed and usable for us when we complete this? I mean, I'd hate to get this completed and then not have that. So is there any kind of contractual arrangement with Cayugas to make sure that that's going to be completed?
There are no contractual agreements other than the Cayugas board has already approved a CEQA document for the salinity management pipeline to be extended to Hitch Boulevard. Cayugas board already approved the budget for the design of the project. I have had discussions with the Cayugas board and Susan Mulligan, general manager. They have been waiting for our CEQA process to be completed so they can design and construct. If you look at my last line on this, I said complete construction by the time SMP extended to the project. SMP is extended to Hitch Boulevard. What I mean by that is, assuming that your board approves EIR today, it will take about 10 months for us. Within these 10 months, we would have the required approvals from different agencies.
So it's simply cooperation between the agencies.
Yes, sir.
That we're relying on at this point in time. My second question is energy cost for this. I know for desalinization of seawater, we're talking about $2,500 an acre foot. This is less. What do we think the energy costs are? What are we going to be producing water at in terms of an acre foot?
Well, at this time, our estimate is $1,000 or less per acre foot. Today, we are paying about $1,250 per acre foot for the imported water.
And how much of that is because we're going to have? What energy are we going to be using? Is the solar plant going to be helping to reduce the energy cost here?
As part of the engineering report, we are looking at the solar/gas turbines to produce power. If it's economically viable, that will be brought to your board as part of this overall project.
And is it just because the water is less salty than seawater that we're able to produce it at significantly
That's
less?
correct. Like, for example, ocean has about 30,000 parts of salts compared to this has only about 2,000 parts. Okay. But we need to bring it down to about 500 parts.
And are there any projections that we have this salty water moving down from Simi? Are there any projections that that's going to improve or change over time? To decrease the problem of this, low quality water contaminating good quality water?
On a long-term basis, the salts within the shallow aquifer will be improved. One of the discharge upstream of this project is Simi Valley discharges from the groundwater wells which are salty. If and when Simi Valley were to desalt that water, that's reduce the impact of salts within this basin.
Is there anything that's going to be requiring Simi to do that in the future, or are there any plans that Simi has to be doing that?
Well, recently I have seen on a City of Simi Valley Council's agenda, or talked to city staff, they are going to RFQs to look at future desalination project to make use of the Simi Valley groundwater basin. That's the first action by the city based on that report. It seems to me that they will be moving to the next stages of the project.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr.
So if that happens in Simi Valley and they desalt in Simi Valley, what is then what's going to happen to this plant?
Well, if you're talking about the water supply, just to give you some ideas, right now Simi Valley discharges about 9,500 acre feet per year into the creek. And in addition, the salty groundwater that Simi Valley discharges about less than 2,000 acre feet per year. If they were to desalt just the salty water, this is only a small portion of the overall water coming in.
So we still need it, yeah. And that's also going to help the contamination of the aquifer out there, right?
Yes, sir. Especially the salty water is migrating towards north. We have District 19, one of the wells. We have hardness and chlorides. Our customers are not accepting that water quality. So we are trying to blend that water meanwhile, but this will help us to lessen the migration.
It's going to help us in a couple of ways. Yeah.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes, it is an incredibly complex project, and it's great the way it's coordinated and the timing with the Cayugas brine line that you'll be able to utilize that. It's very intelligent use. I was wondering, I know part of the project, as I recall, also involves injecting ground wells with wastewater. Is that correct? Treated wastewater?
No, we are not injecting any water. We are only going to be drawing the water from the surface water in the creek. That water in the creek includes rainwater. It includes water, treated water from the treatment plant upstream. That's where the water supply is coming for this proposed project.
So there is no injection going on?
There's no injection that's being done in this area. It's surface water is percolating into the aquifer along from Moore Park College all the way to Somas. That's the area where this shallow aquifer is. That's where it's percolating into the ground.
And it's primarily the watershed of Simi Valley, not the Hill Canyon.
It's not the Hill Canyon. Hill Canyon is way downstream of
Right.
this. It's the Simi Valley water reclamation discharges, Simi Valley pumped groundwater, stormwater, any runoff that comes off into the creek.
Well, it sure is innovative, and particularly at a time when we're really feeling the effects right now of drought, how important it is to be able to have another water supply, and certainly a less costly one than importing water.
Yeah. Well, Supervisor Bennett, it was my hope to complete the project today, but my family has different plans for me, so.
All right.
Well, they're lucky to have you.
Any other questions or comments? All right.
As always, ready.
We have a motion and a second to approve the recommended action. And now we have a joyful moment in our program as this is approved. And Supervisor Foy.
Yeah, Reddy, well, you had probably one of your more complicated presentations, one of your last ones here, but it was good. And you said it was 38 years ago you started? I thought it was only like 35, or you almost made a career of this whole thing, didn't you?
I did.
But you know what? This is what I told my daughters before they walked down the aisle. Just like Supervisor Bennett said, you can back out right now. You can stay. You know, you can get rid of the bum you brought in, and no, I'm just kidding. So, anyway, let me just talk a little bit about Reddy and some of this stuff. I don't want to read this whole resolution, but we do want to read some of these words I think are good. So this says, this resolution honoring our longtime county employee. I think our longtime, really special county employee and a friend to a lot of people. Reddy Bacala for his, and I have 34. You say 38, right? What do you want to say it?
35.
35, okay. He will be retiring shortly after his talk down at the whatever chamber took place. Reddy has demonstrated all that is good with the public sector. First, quality of being excellent customer service, which I think from when I came on, I'd say our office sees nothing but great customer service out of Reddy. The second quality is consistent, finding creative ways to get things done in the best possible way at the least cost to the taxpayer. And Reddy, you have done that, and I know we've been on you and on about it, but you have been so creative in ways you've done things, and I think it's been wonderful. He's had to weather some storms over the years, particularly when water rates were ever increasing. Well, you came here, Mr. 20% sometimes we call you, while water supplies are decreasing, though at all is his maintained his composure and gotten the job done with professionalism and dignity. There's no question about that. That is who you are. And we've recently read about the humble beginnings and how you work very hard to get ready to get where we are today. And I have to commend you, Reddy, on your incredible work ethic and your personal accomplishments too. There's no question you've done tremendous things, but what we've seen, it's this continual. Never give up, never keep going. The people we've appointed on your board say the same things about you. And I have a few ideas that a few of these people are going to say some things today. So, it never seems to stop. You never seem to stop working hard, even becoming the director of Water District and Sanitation Department. I know that we at the board have occasionally given you a hard time when water rate increases were being requested, just a little bit. But we did eventually agree with you. We did so, and this is the word I thought was great, we did so with confidence, knowing that you had done everything possible to cut the costs, decreasing the bills to the ratepayers. That's what I believe. At the end of the day, you could say, you know what, Reddy's done everything he could, along with his advisors, to make this happen. You've always been mindful of the people we serve, and I want to thank you. Thank you so much for that, because you've been great. I mean, there's so many other things to say, this resolution says, but along with my fellow board members, and there's several people who'd like to speak today about your accomplishments over the last 3 decades. Looks like 3.5 decades. Again, you're almost making a career. You still have a little bit more time. Your family will understand. You got a little desalter to do, but I mean, you've left us in such a good place. And so I'm going to ask a few people to speak. I know that Jeff would like to speak. I know John Newton's out here. He'd like to speak. Norm Blanchard would like to speak. Susan Mulligan would like to speak. I don't even, is David, you going to say something? David will say something. David Swabar will say something. So, Jeff, why don't you start?
All right. Good morning, Chair Bennett, board members, Mr. Powers. Actually, I don't have anything prepared to say about Ready. Yeah, we've been working on a special tribute to Ready that's going to air on October the 2nd. Again, you're all invited. There's plenty of great things to say about Ready. I want to save my secret story so I can atone for some of the other stuff that I'm going to do that day. There were a number that we invited, and we're going to miss Ready terribly. We're here just to wish him well and get him on. And I'm in charge of the photographer, actually, today.
Okay.
With that, I'll get away from the microphone.
All right. How about John? John Newton?
Chairman Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers, John Newton, currently chairman of the County Waterworks District 1 Advisory Committee. I've been involved with that committee for 37 years. I just counted that up this morning. I've been through 5 different district managers, and I have to say, I think I've said this before, it seems that each time we have a better one. Reddy joined us about 28 years ago. He said, I didn't realize it was that long. And his list of accomplishments is tremendously long, too long to go over here. Just a few that I recall that were very, very important to us. Soon after he came aboard, we implemented the first tiered rate system for our water rates. And that was an objective of our committee for a long time, to guarantee an adequate water supply for those on fixed income and affordable housing folks. And also, as the rates increased, create disincentives for excess water use, and the result has been a considerable conservation. And we've noticed that a lot of other agencies have picked up that system since. That kinds of things, the other things, capital projects, improvement plans, doing this out of a 4 or 5 year period to ensure that we've got adequate funds coming in for capital projects. Replacement capital is something not a lot of agencies have picked up on, especially the big ones, so that when infrastructure breaks down, they're looking for bonds or financing. And we put away money constantly so that when our infrastructure does break down over a 50-year period, we have that money set aside. So again, the county does a great job in that regard. We have the lowest rates in the county, among the cities in the county, water and sanitation, and that has a lot to do with his fiscal efficiency. The solar system, I call him Ready Kilowatt now. That solar system is great. 80% of our power, 80 to 90% of our power for a sanitation plant. Perhaps that can be expanded to deal with the desalter. And of course, the desalter that you heard about this morning, that's great. I'd like to take a little different tack, though, because, again, his accomplishments, we'll hear more about them in some of these other meetings. This is a story of an American dream in my mind. This is a young man who immigrated to the United States from his hometown in Hyderabad in southern India to seek a better life, an opportunity, and the pursuit of his engineering career. He worked and finished his schooling on the East Coast, and then heard about an opening in Ventura County Public Works. The rest is history. He's risen through the ranks to the number 2 Deputy Director of Public Works position in charge of water and sanitation and solid waste management. Not only is he responsible for all these departments, he is the key county representative sought by administration for many special projects. How does he do it? Tremendous work ethic. You've heard that before, you'll hear it again. Dedication and loyalty to public service. Whatever it takes, untold hours, way beyond normal, a leadership example to everybody. Ventura County and its cities, due to the county's regional services role, are the benefits of this man's devotion to duty. Reddy Pacala, in my mind, is Ventura County's MVP, most valuable person, and without a doubt, we're going to miss him. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Supervisor Foy, members of the board. I'm here on a very pleasant mission to explain what makes Reddy tick. He works hard. He serves the advisory committees very well. He always offers options. He is well prepared, and he's gracious. I've been a member of Waterworks 19 for 34 consecutive years. We inherited a very poor system of poor service and poor water quality. With Reddy, we have achieved a very successful water system, much better water quality, much better service. Reddy worked hard to get a loan from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. We are now in the process of replacing 80-year-old lines, some of which are made of wood. So Reddy has been outstanding, and we're going to miss him, and good luck and best wishes to Reddy.
Susan, you want to come up? One of Reddy's partners in the water system.
Yes, I am. Thank you for the opportunity. Susan Mulligan, General Manager at Cayugas. I'll start with a quote from a 19th century British philosopher, John Stuart Mill. He said that what distinguishes the majority of men from the few is their inability to act according to their beliefs. And I think that embodies Reddy. Reddy's one of the few. I've known Reddy for over 20 years, and he has consistently acted in accordance with his beliefs. He embodies public service, hard work, transparency, efficiency, and his career's been built on these principles. And he speaks up for those principles on behalf of his constituents, something that we sometimes don't see enough of in public service, and Reddy never hesitates to speak up. So on behalf of Cayugas, I'd like to thank Reddy for his service to the community and the water industry.
David?
Good afternoon or good morning. Where are we? It's getting close to lunchtime, I think. David Schwabauer, one of the committee members for District 1 Advisory Committee. Supervisor Hoy, members of the board, it's a pleasure to be here. The folks that have gone before me have been far more eloquent than I in laying out all of the accolades for Reddy. He wears them well, in my opinion. As someone who's lived in Moore Park all of my life, as someone who has water, I think, who flows through my veins, it's really fantastic as a member of the community to have someone as Reddy who has served the way he has in the capacity that he has for all these years. Those of us in Ventura County are extremely fortunate to have staff working for the County of Ventura with the dedication that Reddy has. It's phenomenal. One point, it's kind of interesting from a historical standpoint. Reddy and I were talking about committee members, and we were talking about the desalter. We were talking about 30-some years ago, Riley Spencer, who was chair, I believe, when Reddy came, pounding on the table. We got to get some of this water under town pumped and cleaned up. What is this district doing right now? That very thing. To me, that speaks to long-term planning. It speaks to the long-end game. It speaks to serving the community and doing what is in the best interest of everyone involved. That, to me, exemplifies Reddy Piccola. Thank you.
Reddy, we heard all those words. Why don't you come up and tell us some?
Well, first I want to thank your board for taking time to recognize me. I think I'm the luckiest person. I live in the beautiful Ventura County with the best quality of life, the safest place to live. As you heard, I came from a small village in southern India, but when people ask me where are you going to be living, I said, this is my home. This is where I will be living. I enjoyed working with the county family, with the public works family. Everything that has been said about me is because of the people I work with. One thing I learned over the years is you just have to surround yourself with smart people, like the advisory committee. They can help me with issues, like your board who can provide direction, like CEO who can help me when we need certain things, or whenever I could do to help in any areas that we could. I see Tom Morgan, who was my boss. Really, I'm really appreciative of you coming to this, Tom. He was my first boss who gave me the promotion, and I'm privileged that he's here. And I just want to thank all of you who have come here. Without you, I would not have been what I am. And without you, I would not have completed all the projects I have completed. It's because of you I get all of these accolades. And I also want to recognize my wife. This is the first time she came to a board meeting. And my daughter, who has to take some time off treating her patients, but I appreciate they coming here. And I thank you for taking this time. I really had a great time. One thing I tell people is I love this place. I enjoy my work. They tell me, you're crazy. Who loves their work? I do. I do my work. I'm passionate about what I do, as Susan, as John, as Norm said. I just do the best thing I can. Every bit of it I enjoy what I do. And I thank you for giving me this opportunity. This has been the great ride in my life. I'm going to get to the next stage of my life. I'm not going anywhere. I'm still will be Ventura County. Hopefully I will contribute to the society. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Shall we say something, please?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to share a couple of words too. I know you said all those excellent accolades and so forth, and you deserve them. One of the things I just started not too long ago, here as a supervisor, but one of the things that we're talking about water, but let's talk a little bit about wastewater. Over in El Rio, when we converted, to connect to the city of Oxnard, he was very, very instrumental. I remember going out there to the MAC. It would have several meetings, meeting after meeting. At that time, it rained a little bit, and in the rain and so forth, he took all his people out there. He was very patient, and we did it, and we saved the El Rio residents a tremendous amount of money for the work that you did. That's only one project that you've done that I was involved with you, and all the good work. We talk about talking to the water mutuals. We were talking to the El Rio has about 8 water mutuals, and there's some infrastructure that needs to be done. He's trying to help us there, trying to do work like this. One gentleman said there's pipelines that are wooden pipelines. I'm sure there's some in El Rio too that we need to take care of. But I just want to thank you for the good work, and I know it comes from the heart. I want to thank your wife for lending you to the county for 38 years, and thank you so much. She looks so young and like you do too. And I'm sure you have another 20, 30 years to go. And thank you so much for your good work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Long.
Yes, ready. Thank you. And I know there are going to be future opportunities to really just wish you the very best on this next new adventure you're going to take. But I've always appreciated that you've taken time with whether it be a community member or a new supervisor trying to really understand how this all works. And you've been very patient, professional. Your expertise is unquestionable. And going out into a community like Piru and where it's challenged, and you work so hard to help us get the right fit project there, and to be able to explain to the residents what this will do for them. And yes, it will cost them, but it will make those significant improvements. And to have both the patience and frankly, you earn such great trust whenever you're in the community talking to folks, because your knowledge base is unquestionable, and your manner of delivering sometimes a tough message is still very much appreciated and trusted, and I just, the accolades for your professional accomplishments should go on for at least another week. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Supervisor Parks.
I just want to thank you so much. I mean, you embody public service. Incredibly helpful. I think the best thing I can say is you just have an incredible can-do attitude, and you do. You get so much done, and I've just been so impressed. I don't know anyone who has ever said that, Reddy's giving me a hard time. You are just so accommodating and helpful, and you have gained that trust and respect from people, and it's because of your integrity. And as was said, you were also very gracious in your presentation, very smart, and we're going to very much miss you. You've worked very closely with the advisory boards and SOMAS and Lake Sherwood and Bell Canyon, and I know they can give you a rough time, but you have always been able to provide them the information they needed, and their appreciation even we're willing to take over a Triumphos sanitation district. What the heck, So I just really appreciate your desire to do what others I think probably wouldn't have tried, and this one example that we just had with the desalter is one example. Real innovative solutions, creative funding, and you take with you an incredible knowledge and expertise and history that's going to be missed. So thank you for your years of service. You've given us some great things to treasure, our 10-acre solar array and wonderful paved alley in Somas, and a lot of things that are very much appreciated. And just thank you for your great service.
Thank you,
Mr. Powers.
Thank you. Well, Reddy, you really see true character when there's stress and the pressure's on, and you see even when the sky was falling, he was always positive, no matter what. I didn't know if it's just positive nature, maybe he didn't know any better, but just no matter what, that's when you really saw his character, his passion, his authenticity, his kindness, and his thoughtfulness. And so as a colleague, it's just been an honor to work with you. Thank you for all you've done for the community and to build trust in government. And as a friend, I really appreciate the friendship we've developed, and I'm so happy for you and your family. So thank you for everything, Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
Reddy, I first want to point out to my colleague that I'm not sure we all gave you a hard time about those high rates, but some of us gave you a hard time about those high rates, right? But there have been a lot of great things said about you, and I want to echo all those. But there's just one thing that I want to say that I think is the best compliment you can get if you're going to spend as much time as you have in public service, and that is you were not afraid to speak truth to power. You were willing to say things to us that people didn't want to hear, but you said, "Hey, this is what." And I mean, there were times when I remember we said, "What do we do if we don't do these rate increases?" You said, "We'll have to shut the water off." A lot of people would not have had the guts to say that, but that's exactly what needed to be said. And so, if you want to ride away with something, you did your constituents a great service by being willing to speak truth to power. So, thank you very much, and let's get on with the celebration.
Thank you.
Aren't you part of it?
Yes, we did.
Good. This is my daughter. This is my wife. Thank you very much. Come on, let's get up front. Let's go up here up front. Get up here. Yeah, get up front. Ready. Come on, get up front here. Get in the middle. There all these people are. Right in here. Come on. Get on the other side here. There you go. Get the most important people next to you. That's wonderful. One more? Thank you. Again, thank you.
I think the best part of that whole thing is, besides his quality, he just comes to show somebody comes to this country, probably doesn't speak the language, lives the American dream, and just does what he does and excels. Probably comes from a wonderful family and just a great. You can see what he's done. Look what he's, yeah.
We'll go to the restroom real quick.
Paul's
right.
trying to live the American dream too, so.
All right. Here we are with our 11:30 time certain item, oral presentation on the PEPRA.
Thank you, Chair Bennett. This will be almost as festive. So we wanted to give your board's request a report out on Public Employee Pension Reform Act, PEPRA, State Pension Reform. We've talked in most recent months about the impact of the initiative and so forth, and so we thought we really wanted to take some time now to focus on PEPRA and why and how does it achieve meaningful pension reform here in Ventura County. What are its provisions that have a particularly meaningful impact here? So these were the 4 questions that we understood, as you can see. What's the status? What is your board's position on pensionable compensation? Will it generate significant cost savings? And will PEPRA place significant caps on pension amounts? So with that, we always think it's a good idea to do just a couple glossary of terms so we understand what we're talking about. Paul.
Sure, I'll go over the glossary. I think pension benefit, fundamentally, it's the pension formula, the benefit formula, which before PEPRA, there was a number of different, there's 3 at 50, 3 at 60, 2 at 55, 3 at 50, it's just a multitude of benefit formulas. Years of service is probably the most straightforward item that we have under those 3 scenarios. We have benefit formula times years of service times pensionable compensation. And historically, pensionable compensation was where Ventura County was well in excess of the norm, let's call it, the pensionable compensation. The benefit formula was actually on the low side. Years of service, like I said, is pretty objective and not a lot of differential there. But the benefit formula, counties was low, but pensionable compensation historically has been high. Formulas are the same under PEPRA. However, the benefit formula is different, and the pensionable compensation, which is significant from our standpoint, is significantly lower. Normal cost, that's the annual cost that you're supposed to put aside today to pay your benefit for tomorrow. So, if you're going to start a system from scratch, you would have a normal cost that theoretically, if all your actuarial assumptions come true, you would have enough put aside every year to grant the benefit that you've promised. UAL, that's the unfunded actuarial accrued liability. We've discussed that before. And just a note that these numbers are estimates based on our adopted budget and the 2013 actuarial review. The 2014 actuarial review, which is as of June 30th, 2014, won't be available probably until December. So most of the numbers we used will be the 2013 actuarial review. And all the numbers are based on current dollars. We didn't project out and then discount those cash flows. We're just using today's dollars as an example. If everything was in process in today's dollars, so we just wanted to make sure that everything was consistent in that regard.
So PEPRA, of course, applies to employees hired after January 1, 2013. And as Paul mentioned, it lowered the formulas, which for some counties and cities was significant, but ours were pretty low already. The two big areas where PEPRA will have the biggest impact for us are on pensionable compensation, limiting it to base pay only and not supplemental other additional forms of compensation, as well as the second limit on pensionable compensation, capping that final pensionable compensation at $117,000 for general members and $140,000 for safety members.
I might point out that second item, the pensionable compensation cap, is what I consistently hear from the public as the thing that they're most interested in. That they just want fairness, that people aren't walking away with, again, the $250,000 pensions, and they want to know that that's being addressed.
Right, and later on we'll actually show a couple of examples of how that works in practice. So here, as you can see the comparison. The formula is 2.09% currently to 2% at 62 under PEPRA. Normal cost sharing, so new employees under PEPRA, 50-50 cost sharing retirement costs is required for current, or we'll call legacy or classic employees. It is not required under PEPRA, but your board, through working with the managers as well as our labor agreements, has achieved 50-50 cost sharing in over 90% of current county employees. Pensionable compensation, having it based on your final 3 years. We already had that for our Tier 2 employees, of course, and that's about 80% of our county employees. And now what PEPRA will do is it'll change that for safety from 1 year to the final 3 years of employment. Pensionable compensation, again, this is such a big part of where PEPRA has an impact. And of course, the Ventura decision came along in roughly 1997, and that was the California Supreme Court taking several significant items of additional supplemental income that were previously treated as non-pensionable and rendering them part of final pensionable compensation. Examples of that would be the educational incentive and the leave sellback, for example. Other items included around that time, Vivacera, were the flex credit, and at the time there was no cap on pensionable compensation. You see under PEPRA those two pensionable compensation caps that we've spoken about. These are just a couple other items in PEPRA. Airtime, service credit purchase, your board never adopted that. PEPRA prohibits it. Pension contribution holiday, that's happened in the past, but that's prohibited. Supplemental defined benefit plans are closed to new entrants. And retroactive benefit increases, your board never adopted those, and PEPRA does prohibit those as well. Paul.
I'll give you a quick update on the actual evaluation as of 6/30/13. The market value of assets for Vacera. This is all Vacera information. A little over $3.6 billion, and the actuarial value of assets. So that's the smooth number that they're using to come up with our UAL, etc. About the same amount. Actuarial liability is about almost $4.6 billion, leaving on the UAL of almost $953 million. Funding ratio is 79. Assumed investment return is 7.75. The return for 6/30/13 was 13.5%, and the return for 6/30/14 was 18.5%. And then the number down there below that, $4.3 billion, there's market value of assets based on Vacera's most recent, as of 6/30/14. That's not in the actuarial numbers yet. That'll be when the actuary uses comes up with next year's actuarial report. They'll be using that as the basis of their the market value as of 6/30/14. We just thought we'd give you that number because based on the 18.5% return, the first question is, well, where is our assets now and what is our UAL now? Mm-hmm. You can't really compare the market value as of 6/30/14 to the actuarial accrued liability for a couple of reasons. Because of the fact that the actuarial accrued liability will go up because that's as of 13, and the assets as the market value of assets are as of 14, plus the actuary smooths those gains over a 5-year period. So we'll see some impact. There will definitely be a positive impact from the 18.5% return in our actuarial evaluation, but we won't see the full impact of that, and it'll be spread over we will see it, but it'll be spread over a 5-year period.
I realize that it's going to be spread over 5 years, but I think this is important. This $900 million difference is touted all the time to sort of to suggest that this is not sustainable and we're ready to collapse. And I think part of what this Pepper presentation is the county's pension system ready to, an ultimate demise and all of that. So I just want to ask you a few questions. Yes, the actuarial accrued liability number will go up, but it generally would be going up by how much?
Well,
100 million, 200 million?
On average, it would go up in the let's call it on average, would go in right around the same amount as your actual evaluation amount, roughly speaking. But the actuarial return number. Historically, what has happened, though, in the let's call it the off years, when there's not a demographic study performed, it's been below that amount, and then every 3 years when they do a demographic study, it kicks up into the 12% range or some large number.
So it would normally grow at about 8%.
Yeah, a little less than that. Yeah, exactly. Historically,
so 8% of that growing, you're talking about it growing at $250 or $300 million.
Correct.
Roughly, yeah. Right? So, and then and yet we've grown from 3.6 million in terms of market value of asset to 4.3 billion, right?
Yes.
So we've had a net, looking at those numbers, of $700 million increase. All right, in terms of that, we had a $900 million deficit, $700 million increase, put us at $200 million. Then you add the $300 million. Let's be conservative, $300 million. So you could say, although you can't officially say this because they're going to smooth it. If they didn't smooth it, it'd be safe to say we went from a $900 million deficit to a $500 million deficit.
Yes,
roughly,
if they
weren't smoothing it. Or another way to say it would be 5 years from now, if we met just our normal assumption rate, right? This got the smoothing in for the 5 years, we would be.
That number will be.
We'd be down to the $500 million range just based on this 1 year, not getting any extra gain.
And that doesn't count the amortization of your unfunded liability that you're paying into every year.
Sure.
We have the rates, I think maybe on the next page or another page we talk about the rates.
So we'd be 5 years down the road in terms of paying off the unfunded liability,
correct.
Just like a 15-year mortgage. We'd be 5 years down the road, so we'd have made some more impact in that.
Some dent.
So the bottom line is, I just would like to point out how fast the $900 million can change when you have a good year, just like how fast it can grow when you have a bad year, right? In terms of that, and I realize it's smooth and there's other complications, but just from a straight layman's standpoint, that actuarial accrued liability is going to be 4.8 or 9, and we're going to be at 4.3, and so we're going to be 500 or 600 million instead of 900 million, and that's how fast that number can.
Yeah, there will be some new disclosures under GASB also that will make you record it. You'll put a disclosure to let the people know that what the market value is versus the smooth value. And I think that's actually in response to several years ago, our market value is significantly under what what we are using as the actuarial value of assets. So, but that's that's why they smooth it, because you don't want to have a real volatile contribution rate that goes from 6% 1 year to 18% the next.
But the 18% gain has had a significant impact on our unfunded liability.
Right, and 2 years in a row like that.
Impact. Right, 2 years in a row. 2 years in a row, and that's part of why we're up there. So
agreed.
I just the $900 million sense of imminent demise is I don't think.
Paul, let me ask a quick question though. When you talk about your actual assumed rate of 7.75, and then you say actual return of 13.5, 13.5 has to be netted out of the 7.75?
So the excess would be whatever the 5.75.
When we talk about returns, we have to be careful, because when we talk about 13.5, you got to take 7.75 out of it. So what is our real return? Because if we didn't make that, we'd be in a loss situation, correct?
Yeah, you have to make 7.75 to start with.
Just to start with right off the bat. So even when we say our 18.5, we really, which was great for this plan and everybody else, we made 11%, which is wonderful. So I think it's important that we understand that's a big key for us, is that assumption rate's very high, and we have to make a very high number in order just to break even every year.
That's correct. And all of our contributions and our contribution on the UAL is all predicated on the 7.75% interest rate also going forward. So our UAL is based on a relatively high return rate on the 7.75 compared to what other people might be.
And the other thing for us is to try to get as much money into that system as we can, because when you look at that 9.53 or the 600, wherever it's going to be, we don't have any cash out there earning that any money or any return against that money.
Well, that's part of the issue. Relative to last year, it was $3.6 billion that was earning money. This year, it's going to be $4.3 billion. So that's good.
So it's better to have more money in the system, earning the money to give a return for us. So being unfunded,
Mr. Chair.
We should do whatever we can to close that gap as quick as possible. No question.
Oh, and that is a function of our system also. Is the short amortization period is really a benefit in the long term because of the amortization.
And what have we averaged over the 21 or 22 years since we've been keeping these figures in terms of this?
Almost 8.5%, about 8.4%, I believe, over that 20-year period. So in general, we've exceeded that amount on the average.
And Paul, the other thing was that we smoothed out at lesser years than other agencies for longer years. That if we went longer years, that would be a lot less, right, that UAL? If we were to smooth for more years.
The UAL would be generally the same, but the contribution rate would be lower because you'd be spreading out. Your debt is the same, but you're spreading it out over a longer period of time, so your annual payment would be lower. The amortization into it. Yeah. Okay.
Well, let me go back, because I think Supervisor Bennett made a good point that this plan's had 8% returns plus over all the years. But at the end of the day, we're still $1 billion short, because I think it goes back to the idea that even though we make 18% or something, but on a year that we lose, that the plan does, let's say instead of just year it loses 10%, we really lost 7 3/4 plus 10, so we lost 17%. So the next year we have to take 17% plus 7 3/4. So we really have to have that. That's why when people ask, well, how can that be? How would we be under if we were making 8%, right? I mean, because we don't. When you take 1 year loss, it takes so much to make up.
It does, and that's why you have the actuarial smooth out and then amortize it over a 15-year period. The difference. As a matter of fact, part of our situation, the UAL and the amortization period, it'll take a while for that full effect of the 18.5% to really. It'll take 15 years because they take the difference. They take the difference in the UAL for the year and amortize that over a 15-year period. So there's two smoothings involved in this process. So that's why hopefully it'll.
It's a complicated system, no question.
I just have one question for you because a statement was just made. When they do the new calculations now, which they will do, will our liability be more? Will it be $1 billion, as was just said? So after all this time, we're still $1 billion short.
No, my guess it'll go down significantly.
It'll go down significantly.
Yes, yeah.
The statement's made that we're still $1 billion short. We're short, but we're not $1 billion short. Thank you.
Here's the this I referred to as here's the information. This is based on our the budget of 2014-15. That's in the right column. And what we tried to point out here is our regular salaries are about this is countywide, about $554 million. And then we have additional compensation. This is pre-PEPRA. This is all pre-PEPRA information. About $115 million of total additional compensation. You see $60 million we pay in flex credit. You think that little $280 a bye week, it adds up quickly to $60 million that we pay in flex credit every year to employees. But anyway, that's included in final compensation, supplemental payments, vacation buy-downs, and the overtime that we expect to be excluded eventually is $115 million of additional compensation that we have in our system. Okay, so if you just took a look at base salary, we would call $554 million. Our actual pensionable compensation is $669 million under our current scenario. And based on our current budget, we have about $64 million in normal cost. And you see the UAL cost is almost double what our normal cost is. And normal cost is just your average. If we were 100% funded, you would just be paying the normal cost. UAL is double that amount, and a lot of that is due to the fact that we have right now a rather large UAL. But anyway, $174 million is our total county contribution that we have budgeted for this year countywide.
And I would just hold on that for a minute, and it's that 115 million total additional compensation that we're really going to talk about next in terms of the definition of pensionable compensation.
That's great.
And that is where, based on consulting with County Council, your board has taken the position that pensionable compensation equals base pay or rate of pay, and excludes fringe benefits such as those items related to special skills, knowledge, abilities, work assignment, and so forth. And to give you a sense, that's in general. Now you can skip to the next one. So that's in general. Base pay is your definition. We did do a review, our office, along with County Council, and see are there other forms of that additional compensation that might fall in that category, within that definition. And there were 5 items that were identified. That's Y rate, market-based premium pay, which is primarily in the hospital for specialty areas like pharmacists and physical therapists. That's if the classification you've been in has actually been reduced. You get to keep your same pay level until the salary rises back. Hard to recruit, pay range extensions, per diem pool flat rate extensions, and the longevity based range extension. And those, as you can see, are only in the CNA contract. In general, these additional elements only apply to a small percentage of county employees, roughly say 4 to 5%. So it's still a relatively small portion. So now CalPERS, of course, has adopted a different, more expansive definition. We thought it would be helpful just to take some of the more significant ones and compare your board's definition with the CalPERS definition and see how that looks. So on longevity pay, of course, you can see county and CalPERS is the same. Flex credit, all agree that PEPRA excludes the flex credit, which is a very significant amount, has a big impact on pensionable compensation. Retirement pickup, you can see the rest. Then you get to educational incentive. And that's where you can start to see a difference where CalPERS would include it, county, no. And then rest on down, the EMT pay, post-certificate, bilingual, shift differential. And then those are all items that CalPERS would add and that your board's position would exclude. And then you can see there's 87 other supplemental payments. And there's one other slide you can't really read them, but that's just to give you kind of a sense of just how many there are. There's quite a number of them. We have a handout where you can actually read through them. What's that?
I remember trying to take a look at some of these.
Yeah, Brian has it. We'll get it to you.
It boggles the mind.
Yeah. Yeah, so as you can see, there's a significant difference between your board's definition of pensionable compensation and CalPERS. And that would have a significant impact on cost savings as well.
If I may, when you look at this list of, was it 99 or 80?
Yes.
Yeah, 99 separate things they think should get a supplemental pay and go into your pension. I know our Board of Supervisors, like you said, took a position to just leave it to the few that we think are necessary, not the whole 99. I don't know if we've actually sent a letter from the board, but if we could just direct that a letter be sent just to reiterate to Visera that this is our position, because I don't know if we've done that officially. I would ask that we do that.
Our office has sent a letter to Visera identifying your board's position, but that is certainly something we could reiterate in additional correspondence to them.
Well, we haven't taken any action to change that,
Right.
so it still stands.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But just to reinforce the board's position, I think that would be helpful.
And Supervisor Foy, appreciated your comments earlier, but Visera's position was they wanted to do what Cal.
Yeah, they would like. Well, that's what they're for. And I think they're waiting to see what CalPERS came out with, what was to go along with what CalPERS was doing.
So their at least tentative action was to do what CalPERS.
Yeah,
which
but I think there's going to be another vote on that.
There'd be significant discrepancy between them and us if that's
Tremendous.
what they did, right?
Yeah, like this one, like we talked about before. If I routinely was hired to trim trees, now I get a subsidy for trimming trees. It's an interesting one.
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that we're all unified here, that it's the narrower definition that is the appropriate.
And I like how Mr. Powers put that, because when you look at that hard to hire, in a non-public sector, you'd say, I'm having a hard time hiring somebody with Leroy's skill. I need to pay that person a little bit more. It's really part of their salary. So the things I think that you guys have picked out are real things that are really part of salary and not just, whatever certificate something. It's really part of what real base salary really is. And I think you've done a good job with that.
If you just look at some of these examples of what PERS says is appropriate, a park maintenance equipment manager premium for compensation to park maintenance employees who are routinely and consistently assigned to maintain an equipment. Another one's a plumber irrigation system premium, or a refuse collector premium, or a street lamp replacement premium. I mean, pretty soon it's just defining the job positions.
I'd like to add that, what some people are trying to do at the CalPERS level and people who are lobbying them is they're just trying to say, if I get the pay regularly, it should be considered, like base pay. And I think they completely miss the grasp, but the public and the elected officials, the government bodies ought to have the right to say, what is pensionable compensation? Pensionable compensation does not have to be everything that you normally receive. It can be just, you should have the right to say, it's just what your beginning base pay is, then all these other things that are added on are what you may negotiate, but that doesn't necessarily mean. Otherwise, you could say, hey, I work overtime all the time, so that's regular pay for me. Well, it's just so I think this definition, it's right for the public to be able to define what pensionable compensation, what that term means, and that's what I think we're doing here. Right?
So then, of course, PEPRA applies to employees hired after January 1, 2013, and of course it's going to take some time for that to have an impact, but it's having an impact a little more quickly than many may have thought. For example, right now we have over 1,000 employees who are PEPRA employees. And you can see on this chart, based on our turnover percentages, after 5 years, we project 39% of county employees will be PEPRA employees. And that's 5 years starting almost 2 years ago. So it's already rolling into having a pretty significant impact. And after 10 years, 61 and so forth. So you can see, even though it applies to future employees, it is already starting to connect.
And what we've done here is taken those turnover rates and applied it to, remember we talked about the additional compensation, $115 million, that's the left column, $115 million currently. Additional normal cost, we just used the normal cost on the additional compensation, just because we're only comparing normal cost at this point in time. So 9.55 is our overall composite normal cost rate. At $115 million, we're paying about $11 million currently on those additional final compensation in our normal cost. And making those turnover rates over the next 20 years, we'll be down to $1.9 million in that regard, and only $20 million of final additional compensation to be. And again, we're using the same 9.55% normal cost on that $20 million, so it will be 1.9. So we expect in about 20 years, we'll be saving about $9.1 million. Ultimately,
$9.1 million a year.
A year, per year.
Right.
Ultimately, as the entire population, let's call washes out, we will have $11 million a year in savings from the excess items.
Or 80%. I'm sorry, or an 80% drop in the additional final comp figure that's coming just from changing the definition of pensionable.
That's correct. That's correct. In those 20 years, eventually it'll be a 100% drop in the final compensation.
It'll be probably over that 20-year period. What? Somewhere close to $100 million.
We didn't calculate that, but it's going to be not insignificant. Correct. And of course, this is all based on the current level of employees, 8,068. Just to keep it to kind of today's dollars, we assume we added no employees, but we know we will probably over the next 20 years, as an employer, probably grow above 8,068 employees. That's just a guess at this time, but that's just a. But we are using current dollars and current employees. This item is a calculation of, let's say, $11 million ultimately savings on the additional final compensation or additional pensionable compensation. This particular graph is based on the normal cost reduction. Let's call it the formula. Remember, we had the formula times the number of years times the final compensation. Well, this is the formula aspect. So the normal cost reduction, the difference between our PEPRA and our Tier 2 or public safety Tier 1, the contribution rate is not significantly different under PEPRA compared to our current rates. You see, not big savings, about 44 basis points in general employees and about 31 basis points for public safety employees. That's not where we're getting the big bang for the buck because our current benefits aren't at the upper end of the echelon by any means. They're actually at the lower end, which is conservative in that regard. We expect overall to save about $2.5 million once we, again, fully implement PEPR, $2.5 million of normal cost savings per year.
Based on the change in the formula.
Just based on the we have three factors, and we'll get to the third factor. We have three factors: the additional compensation, the formula change, and then the cap at 117 or 140.
So I just want to try to say this in real straightforward. Tell me if I'm saying it right. There is much more savings by the PEPRA change in pensionable compensation than there is by the PEPRA change in formula from the county's pension system.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's...
I guess PEPRA would have been more effective in other counties if they had higher formulas. This one thing would have been a big
correct.
difference.
Some of that's a 3 at 50 or something like that. Their formulas can be
their
normal cost
would
be a little
different for them.
Correct.
Right.
Then our third item is the capping, and we are actually a little bit surprised by how little impact this has relative to the annual savings. Not insignificant, $750,000 per year savings. That's not insignificant. However, we have 294 general employees that are making over 117, and 81 safety employees that are making out over 140. There are outliers in the regard that yes, they will be capped now under this scenario, but not huge savings because most of the savings is from we had to separate the two. We had to separate even as part of the additional compensation, which clearly these people would have had a lot of additional compensation that was included in that number. That's why this number is not as high as we expected, because we took out all of their additional compensation and just used their base pay. This is based on base pay for employees because the additional compensation has already been accounted for in the additional compensation scenario. So we could do a calculation based on the capping, but we would be duplicating the savings. So this isolates strictly base pay using 117 and 140,000. So about $750,000 a year once we fully implement this based on our normal cost rate of 9.55%.
That's why if you went to what the CalPERS were saying, this base pay would just rise and these numbers would be very expensive.
Yes, that's correct. These numbers would have a bigger impact if the base pay or the definition of compensation was a lot higher. That's correct. And then so we just added up the numbers: $11 million from the limiting pensionable compensation, 2.2 from the reduction in normal cost rate, and about $750,000 from the cap. And so about almost $14 million annual savings from the PEPRA implementation of PEPRA eventually in the long term. And our current normal cost is $64 million, and it's about a 22% reduction in that normal cost. So from my standpoint, that it's a big percentage of normal cost reduction just from the, and again, I don't know, the number 11 out of 14 is a significant proportion just due to the pension compensation.
So when you say you get to 22, is that 20 years from now, or you're thinking is 22% just grows because the number of people on it?
Right. Well, no, the 22% is assuming that everybody was in PEPRA now kind of thing. So it'll eventually be there. Let's say when everybody goes through the system and everybody is PEPRA, our normal cost savings will be instead of paying $64 million, we would be paying $51 million current, or 50, right. Yeah, okay, 50, $50 million.
But there is savings along the way.
Absolutely, there's every year, and
steadily growing.
And going back to that turnover chart, we can see that every year, every 5-year period, we save more and more.
So that's more the global macro look at impact and cost savings. We also wanted to apply it on an individual basis and see how it would impact individual pensions. And so you can see here on your left is a general tier 2 member. Final salary is $50,000. Before PEPRA, final comp would be about $62,500, and that's got those supplementals in it. After PEPRA, it would be back down to $50,000, and you could see the retirement benefit pre-PEPRA would be $39,000, post-PEPRA $31,000. So about a 21% reduction in the actual pension amount. And for safety, same exercise, and you can see again that's really where the definition of pensionable compensation, limiting it to base pay, achieves that 17% reduction in their pensionable amount. We also wanted to apply it as an illustration to see, there's a lot of attention on a couple of pension amounts, previous CEO and previous sheriff, and we wanted to see, well, in today's dollars, what would it look like if we applied PEPRA limits? And this is what you'd see the pre-PEPRA pensionable compensation of $325, but the post-PEPRA limited to that cap of $117, and then you apply the formula to it. So the pension would go from $272,000 down to $84,000. So a reduction of 69, almost 70%. On the safety side, you see a similarly pretty dramatic reduction of, because of that cap on the final pensionable compensation, of 48% to the final pension amount. So if we had PEPRA in place today.
I mean, I like your presentation. This one bothers me more than anything else because it's not real numbers, because PEPRA has to go out 30 years for a person to retire. And like you said in your last presentation on the other Siegel report, we're still going to have $200,000 and $300,000 people out there because of the increase in PEPRA. But I understand what you're trying to say, that there is an impact in final comp. It would be, there's no question, that is our biggest issue in this county. If you under a defined benefit plan is our final comp is so high.
And that's the issue that it hits that Ventura decision.
Yeah, that's right.
That out of those things, this is that cap that really, particularly on the higher end, has that big impact. Yeah.
But I think a fair question that people ask is, was PEPRA a significant reform? Because everybody, including even the initiative that was put forward by the taxpayers, dealt with pension reform for new hires. That's what everybody's trying to say. So for new hires, was it, an effective reform? Well, I think one of the ways to answer that question is say, well, what if PEPRA had been in place 30 plus years ago, 35, 37 years ago when these two were hired? Today, what would they be walking out the door with? They'd be walking out the door with $84,000 and $140,000, and you'd have a very different public reaction today. So who knows what the rate of inflation is going to be and all that other stuff. But it's fair to say PEPRA appears to be a pretty effective reform for new hires, because it would keep new hires today having the exact same experiences as these two top retirees from our system. They would have had something that I think it had a very different public reaction to. And I think that's significant and a fair answer to the question. Legitimate to say 30 years from now you don't know what they will be.
There's no question.
But you can always do that.
Will things go up and salaries be higher? I'm just saying, but that comparison. There's no question there's a savings. There's no question about that. But we still don't have, even with PEPRA, we don't have anything that compares to like federal pensions, which are minimal pensions comparatively, for that. Yeah.
I would offer, in my mind, this one is not about how much you save. This one is about a sense of fairness. I think people think it's unfair for somebody to be able to walk out with $272,000 pension. And so I think they'd say $84,000 or the 100 is a much feels fairer to people, and that's quite frankly in the world of public policy you have to deal with both. You have to deal with, well, what's the cost savings, but also does this feel fair? And $84,000 I think would feel much more fair to people than the $272,000.
There's no question there is some of that. It's just going to take 30 years for that to happen.
Sure.
We'll may not be around to watch it
and
happen.
That's the reality of the courts. You can't change current pensions and stuff, right? So I think it's very helpful. I think that's the most significant. As people talk to me, that's the biggest question they ask me. If Pepper was in place, what would it have done to these guys? When I say, hey, Pepper was pretty effective, they ask that question. Say, well, this is legitimate. I'm glad you did the calculation. I have one other question for you. I heard somewhere, I thought in this room, but it may not have been in this room. So I heard that if Pepper had been in place for the last 30 years, somebody did the whole thing and said we would have no unfunded liability right now. Does that feel about right? I mean, 22%. I'm sitting there going.
I honestly can't answer that. That's an actuarial question, but my instinct is that we'd have an unfunded liability, probably less, because of the fact that you're still making the assumptions, you're still making the return on your investment. Your normal costs, you're going to be making contributions. Your contributions are going to be less. So you're going to be putting in less.
Oh, so you're going to be making less contributions.
It's going to just be our entire portfolio would be less, but it'd be
But 22%, if you took 22% and you applied that to our unfunded liability and our, and all that stuff, you would be close to even, right? In terms of
well, my guess is that 22% would be spent elsewhere in other programs. I mean, because that's actual county savings from a budgetary standpoint. If we could put it back into the system, yes, I agree with that.
How did it get to be so ridiculous that you have 99 special assignment pays, everything from administrative secretary premium, circulation librarian premium, if you have to work the circulation desk, you get a premium,
It's from people like us up here that when it just goes on, we don't pay attention as much, I think, sometimes, yeah.
Those are all state. Those are all state. So I imagine that CalPERS is taking a statewide approach. They have a lot of different, from all the different constituencies. Yeah.
And even people here to involve with the Ventura decision threw a bunch of those things in by the Ventura. The Supreme Court threw those in, and then once they got in, everybody said, oh, well,
everybody just started at it. But
did.
if you go back to historical, well, Supervisor, you were here. I mean, they did the right thing. We want to give you this, but we don't want to be pensionable. We want to pay you, but not be pensionable. And so this board tried to do the right things. The courts didn't help it. Exactly. I guess what I heard the other day is two local court and appeals court helped. It was the Supreme Court that didn't help.
Right? Well, these were just directly put in to give special, well, that's what it's called, special assignment pay. But it's just, because it is their job duties anyway. It's just perks that they're receiving on top of their pay in the form of pension.
We currently have that with our own supplemental, our $31 million that we're paying in supplemental benefits. I don't know how many different supplemental codes there are, hundreds probably, of different supplemental benefits that are allowed under our current system.
But the whole point of this is to make sure it rolls into the pensions, and that is why we've seen a lot of these ridiculous pensions.
That's why what is so key that happens at our retirement board to make sure that we don't adopt anything like this and end up in a big fight over this whole issue.
But Michael,
we have.
Mr. Chair, but I think that Ventura County is way ahead of many other counties and cities too in implementing the PEPRA and also the retirement compensation. So I think that we need to commend ourselves for where we're at, as far as.
I was just saying, we're committed. It's just trying to get Becerra, the board that makes these decisions, committed, and that's the key.
If Becerra can, right.
To go back to it, I watched that governor's debate, and I think Jerry Brown took what we did here. He said, well, all these counties, the counties doing 50-50. I think we're the only one doing that.
So. That's exactly right.
That's right. That's all I'm saying.
So I think we're doing an excellent job.
And I know you want to recap, and I also, board members, we have two speakers here to speak. And we have 1:30, yeah.
So a very brief recap. Your county's position, your board's position is pension compensation is base pay only. There are significant cost savings from PEPRA, and it will be steadily growing, ultimately to 22% of normal cost. And the number of PEPRA employees is growing steadily, over 1,000 currently, and in almost a little over 3 years, we'll have almost 40% of county employees will be PEPRA employees. And as we see in the demonstrations, PEPRA compensation cap does significantly restrict high pensions, and will. The other thing is that the UAAL, we're going to expect to see that continue to decrease, both because of the improvement in the market, but also because of that 15-year amortization period. Will have a good effect on the total employer contribution for pensions. So that would be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Want to hear from our two speakers?
Sure.
All right. Mr. Thompson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Dick Thompson of Ventura County Taxpayers Association. We've listened to Mr. Dursey's presentation with great interest. However, we are less sanguine about the impact of PEPRA on the county. The first reason is simply history. Since 1979, there have been no less than 10 changes to pensions in the county and in the state, and that is an average time frame of 3.3 years between changes. In 1979, this board terminated Tier 1 because what was happening in pensions was not sustainable. Pensions were only supposed to be 60 to 75% of salary. In 87, the Board of Supervisors reopened Tier 1. The CEO claimed that only about 16 individuals would be included. That didn't work out so well. Multiple people entered Tier 1, costing the county millions. In 1990, the Blue Ribbon Commission was created after the LA Times exposed all the special benefits the CEO and Board of Supervisors had awarded themselves. That same year, the state passed SB 2465, which allowed the single highest year for pension calculation. There was a 77% increase in the number of retirees. It cost the state $100 million. In 91, Governor Wilson closed Tier 1 and created Tier 2. The formula then was 1.25% at 65. In 1994, Ventura County issued pension obligation bonds. Thankfully, Mr. Dursey's forecast does not include any of those. In 97, we all read the Ventura decision from the Supreme Court, and gross spiking was born. In 99, Governor Davis made one of the worst policy decisions in the history of California by signing SB 400, granting billions of dollars in retroactive pension boosts to state employees. CalPERS sold the pension boost to the state legislature by promising that no increase over current employer contributions is needed for these benefit improvements, and CalPERS said that they would remain fully funded. Cities across the state and in this county are facing rapidly rising pension costs. In 2001, our wonderful elected officials here in Ventura County complained that they were not able to take advantage of pension spiking, so a special program was created for them. It never really has been funded, and most recently the fund dodged a big bullet with the Sheriff Brooks decision. In 2003, Tier 1 was closed by the Board of Supervisors. Good on you. In 2010, CalPERS restored the 3-year average. Good on them. In 2012, PEPRA was passed. Good on? Well, we think the jury is still out. In 2013, PEPRA was implemented, and as we heard from this body so many times, PEPRA has fixed pensions. Well, we're really not so sure. Public transit employees have been exempted from PEPRA. Since its implementation, as discussed here, CalPERS has identified an additional 99 pay categories to be included in pension calculations. Here in Ventura County, there is an impasse between the county and Becerra over the definition of pensionable pay. Here in Ventura County, we still have almost $1 billion in unfunded liability that will be on the balance sheet this next year. We are contributing $100 million above the normal cost of pensions, and we have an assumption rate that no responsible investment advisor would endorse, not one. I recognize that not every change mentioned here affected this county, but like PEPRA, they are all examples of the uncertainty around pensions beyond the pensions themselves. History has shown us that when it comes to pensions, any horizon longer than 3.5 years is too long. And as for the 10 and 20-year estimates we've just heard, no one predicted that we would be $1 billion in debt back in 2000, and that is only 14 years ago. Mr. Dursey offered a couple of examples of PEPRA retirements. Let me give you one more example. If those individuals had been on a defined contribution plan, then we would have wished them well in their golden years, and they would no longer be a burden on the county's budget. That's for certain. So here are 2 recommendations. The first is hold the line on base pay as base pay. There's been a consistent sentiment from this body to wait until the state has taken action, and you have followed the intent of PEPRA in a very transparent fashion. 50-50 contribution is one example, and base pay definition is another. There is no reason to adjust the county's current position. Second, let's get realistic about the assumption rate. The current 7.75% is too high, and you all know it. The high rate just hides the true cost of pensions and robs the taxpayers of services because employees are not paying their 50-50 share.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. David Grau. Good afternoon, Mr. Grau.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is David Grau. I'm with the Ventura County Taxpayer Association, and I'm going to kind of repeat some of the stuff that Mr. Thompson said because we believe it's very serious. Serious pension reform in the state and in Ventura County has never been allowed to stand. In the early 1990s, the new Governor Wilson and legislature enacted pension reform. They created a level 2 with lesser benefits for all new employees. That lasted only until Gray Davis was elected, and despite close to 8 years of operation and no problems with hiring or retention, Davis said he thought it was inequitable and undid the reform and moved all employees into legacy benefits. Even in our fair county, serious reform has been denied. In the late 1970s, what was probably the smartest and most taxpayer-friendly board created the Tier 2 pension level of reduced and affordable benefits for new employees. Of course, that was the same sane group that tried to exit the 37 Act pension plan, realizing its potential for danger or for disaster. The reform lasted only some 8 years until a new board was convinced that they and key management employees needed the Tier 1 benefits. So they reinstated it retroactively, costing the taxpayers millions of dollars. We note that decision was reversed by the board around 2003, but still that horrible decision cost taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars, which we will be paying for decades. 2 years ago, Governor Brown and the legislature agreed to a mild reform of pensions reform, PEPRA, aimed, they said, at reducing manipulation of the system by employees nearing retirement. While failing to address long-term unfunded pension liabilities, the reform legislation sought to reduce spiking of pensions by restricting their calculations to base pay. To its credit, the county adopted the limited definition of base pay intended by PEPRA. Not surprising, the union-dominated pension board agreed with employee unions and adopted the opposite position that basically said if the pay code is not specifically excluded by PEPRA, then it should be included in pensionable pay. Last month, CalPERS, whose board is also dominated by union representatives and union-friendly politicians, revealed a very generous interpretation of pensionable pay. It declared 99 forms of pay over and above regular pay to be pensionable. Governor Brown objected to just one, and by his silence, he tacitly approved 98 other kinds of pension pay that CalPERS and other systems throughout the state may allow themselves to inflate pensions. PEPRA can be changed tomorrow by the legislature. It's only a matter of time before the unions exert their will over elected officials. We think you're being overly optimistic by projecting 30-year savings based on assumptions that politicians will not bend to the influence of unions and dilute PEPRA down the road. Voters and taxpayers are no longer so naive as to believe politicians when they say pensions have been fixed because of PEPRA. We've heard that story before. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. We are now at the point here where if we have any other questions, so we can receive. Yeah, we can make a motion to receive and file. I know Supervisor Parks pointed out, and I think we've all reaffirmed by our comments that this board has taken a position of the narrow definition of pensionable compensation, and we encourage our staff to remind the Sarah board of that.
Just like we have in our platform. Our legislative platform, the chair will sign letters regularly. So I think that's already something that we support, that's just another pressure, I think, on Becerra to do the right thing.
I think that'd be helpful to have that from this board again, whatever we can do to help that, make that happen.
But County Council, what can we legally do here with this?
I need to speak up because, to my memory, the board has never voted on this issue. Or taken a position. The way this has evolved is that as PEPRA became effective, our office and the CEO's office has communicated, number one, to the auditor controller on how to implement it, and number two, to Becerra about what the county's position is. But the board has not actually voted on this issue.
And can we today?
I don't think you can do it today. It's
Yeah.
not been agendized.
Agendized.
I mean, it's
All
clear
right.
what the sense of the board members is, but
We can each send a letter to the Vicerra board stating our particular position.
Certainly, each
and that would make it
individual member
clear.
could.
And then we will agendize this for the next meeting. I assumed we'd already, as everybody I think assumes, we've taken this position. So we have not. I thought we endorsed this position with.
not to my knowledge.
When the CEO went to Vicerra and said, the county has a different position. I assumed that was the county's boards had. Somehow I thought we had done that, but that's fine.
Just agendize it.
We haven't. We can certainly. Okay.
I mean, we can agendize it and have a formal vote
And in
on
the
it.
meantime, we can each send our individual letters.
Because
so they can get
the problem is they're going to vote before we
right,
meet again.
and that's where the individual letters
So we
come
can each
in.
send our individual letter.
But we're not worried about that.
What's that?
No.
Yeah, there we go.
If we choose to, yes.
Yeah, if we choose.
And I think we could have it at our next agenda in case they delay it at Vicerra, and we'll have that available.
For the benefit of the other board members, if there's some issue about everybody sending a letter, I just will express this. I will be sending a letter as the chair of the board expressing what I believe is the sentiment of the board in the discussion, but point out that we didn't actually have a vote yet, that it is agendized, and I'm confident what that vote will be. That doesn't mean everybody can't send their own letter, but if some supervisors think that that's how you prefer that be communicated, I just want to let you know I will be doing that. I can say that, correct, County Council?
Okay, so we're okay.
So
And
people
Leroy-
can send their own letters
Yeah,
also.
that's good. And Leroy, do we have an opinion, or I don't know if you want to opine on this or not, in regards to if that board does one thing, we do something else, the auditor does, he says, I'm sending, do we have anything on that yet?
No formal opinion has been issued on that, and I'd rather not get
Okay.
into any conversations about that.
Okay, no, just curious.
All righty. Okay, we need a motion to receive and file.
All right, and I do appreciate taxpayers. I think they gave a good history of what's gone on, and there's no question that we're still in a position that we have some saving opportunities with PEPRA, but it's not the big savings we're hoping for. And like I said earlier, federal pensions, talking to a young man who flies for the Navy, he said after 25 years, I'm hoping to get, making $125,000 a year, making, $25,000 or $30,000. Much difference in pension. That's why we don't hear much about federal pensions. It's a much more limited pension, there's no question.
Well, and I'll make my closing comments that to the extent that the PEPRA reforms further advance some fiscal savings, the county system is not on the verge of collapse, as some people suggested. I appreciated that the Star newspaper editorial shared that opinion, that we're not on the verge of collapse, that there are significant savings that are coming. There will be a significant sense of fairness as these pension caps kick in, and that with the returns that we have there in front of us, there's been a significant decrease in our unfunded liability already, and with the 15-year pay down that we're on, we're going to be making significant progress. So our pension system is, as Supervisor Zaragoza said, far better than everybody else's, and also it is not on the verge of collapse, but it is improving. Thank you.
At some point, we get that 100% funded. And
we
get it
will.
up,
We'll be back
right.
to
that'll be the thing.
And
And again,
back to 2001.
and I'd like to say again, those who what the paper said, those who want to count the add-ons payments should abandon those unreasonable positions and fall in line with common sense. I think that's a good thing to say.
And Mr. Chairman, we just weathered a major recession, and we want to thank our CEO and our staff for that too. So
For working through that. Thank you very much. All righty, that passes 5-0. And we are ready to go to lunch for a half hour. We have a 1:30 time certain, and the 1:30 item. We weren't able to get done with our morning session until after 1 o'clock, and then we had to go into closed session. So by the time we got done with closed session, we're back out here. This is our 1:30 public hearing, and we will hear from staff, and then we've tried to communicate to at least representatives from both the people in favor of the project and people opposed to the project, that we're going to have the applicant will be given a total of 20 minutes to use however they want. They could use 10 minutes at the beginning, 10 minutes at the end, 15 minutes at the beginning, 5 minutes at the end for rebuttal, whatever. We're going to give a group of people who represent represent opposition 15 minutes they want to have. And could those people identify who they are? People that are coordinating that PowerPoint, right? Okay, so yeah, I don't mean you're in the opposition. The people that contacted me and have the 1:15 minutes, who are that's it's you two. What's your name, please, ma'am? Karen Snyberg. Okay, all right. So Karen, so we will do the staff's presentation, and then we will hear from the applicant for as long as the applicant wants to use of their 20 minutes. Then we will hear the 15-minute PowerPoint from Karen and her group. Then we will just take the speakers as the cards have been submitted. So just wherever you are in the queue in terms of that, we have 39 speakers. So everybody's going to be limited to 3 minutes. We're going to really ask that you do all you can to not repeat things that have already been said. If they've been said and we've heard them, it's to everybody's benefit if you not be repetitive. If you choose not to use your full 3 minutes, we will be appreciative of that, very appreciative of that as you go forward. So board members, everybody set in terms of going forward? Anybody have any questions about process before we begin? Right? All right. Applicants, where's the applicant that's coming forward? Right. Okay, great. You'll be on after staff then, right? Okay, great. All right, staff, here we go.
Good afternoon, Chair Bennett, members of the board. I'm Michelle Gluckert-Deanna of Planning Division staff, here to present to you today case number CUP PL13-0088 for a modification and time extension to an existing outdoor event venue doing business as Tropical Paradise under CUP LU090069. Just wanted to state for the record that I submitted 2 additional exhibits today, Exhibit SS, which are additional support letters, and Exhibit TT, which is a statement from Tropical Paradise. The site is located in the center of the Santa Rosa Valley between the cities of Camarillo and Moore Park. Specifically, the site is located at 10350 Santa Rosa Road between Yucca Drive and Barbara Drive. The site is located directly across Santa Rosa Road from a nursery operation and residential uses. Agricultural and open space uses are located to the east, west, and south of the site, and commercial uses also exist within the valley in the general area of the project site.
Anna, can I say quick? I'm looking at that map. It looks like like you said, across the street, it looks like a nursery. Is that?
That's correct. Right above where it says Rosa of Santa Rosa Road, that is an orchid nursery. That's right across the street.
Okay, so there's no houses across the street from there.
Not directly across the
nursery's
street.
there first.
Between
just the nursery.
Directly across Santa Rosa Road, there's a nursery. Between the nursery and Barbara Drive, there are 2 residences. Okay. And there's residences on the other side of Barbara Drive, all along Barbara Drive, and then on the opposite side of Yucca Drive from the nursery.
Okay, great.
And I'm sorry, could you point out the project site again, please?
Yes, the project site is outlined in the black and white dashed line.
Got it. Right, okay.
The photo at the top of the slide is a view of the subject property from Santa Rosa Road. The photo at the bottom of the slide is a view of the site traveling eastbound along Santa Rosa Road from Camarillo to Moore Park. In this photo, you can see the intersection of Santa Rosa Road and Yucca Drive, and the subject property is on the right-hand side of the road, lined with a white split-railed fence and bordered by trees. Here are some street view photos of the residential uses within close proximity to Tropical Paradise. So the roads here that are shown are the roads that are closest to the subject site: Chippenham Road, Barbara Drive, and Yucca Drive. The photo at the top of the slide shows the orchid nursery that's directly across the street from Tropical Paradise. And the photo at the bottom is of Green Meadow Nursery and Hardware, which is another commercial nursery that's located about a half a mile to the east along Santa Rosa Road. And then finally, these photos show the agriculture and open space fields that are directly to the east and the west of the project site on the same side of Santa Rosa Road. The current CUP, LU 090069, was approved in December of 2009 for a 5-year period expiring December 23, 2014. This chart shows the number of events that have taken place at Tropical Paradise since the CUP approval, including the events that have been booked for this year. Planning Division staff has met with the Santa Rosa Valley MAC throughout this process and working on this project. First, a MAC representative attended the December 2009 Planning Director hearing to request that the ending time for the CUP be revised from 11:45 p.m. to 11 p.m. and that the events report form be submitted annually instead of at the request of the Planning Director. The applicant agreed to both of the proposed edits, and the revisions were incorporated into the conditions for the existing CUP. Planning Division staff also attended the regular MAC meeting of October 20th, 2011 to hear the concerns from the neighbors about Tropical Paradise. At that meeting, neighbors of the project expressed concern about noise levels and the ending time of events, and in response to those concerns, the applicant voluntarily agreed to end events at 10 p.m. instead of 10:30, and also committed to lowering the volume of amplified music from the permitted level under the CUP. Planning Division staff attended the regular MAC meeting of November 21st, 2013, to discuss the proposed project, the environmental findings, and to hear comments from those in attendance on the proposed CUP PL 130088. The minutes of that meeting are included as Exhibit 9 to the board letter.
And excuse me, could you just want to take you back a little bit. You said they agreed to lower the sound from what to what, and I didn't hear that.
No specific level was determined, but the CUP right now allows them to operate up to 90 decibels at 50 feet from the DJ station. And during that October 2011 MAC meeting, the permittee agreed to lower the volumes. We didn't set an exact level.
Let me just ask with that question. What is that normal for all of our venues that we have these at?
They're all different. It depends on the surrounding ambient environment, the location, the proximity to noise-sensitive receptors.
But is there some lower than 90?
There are.
Okay.
There are. So after hearing from the neighbors in attendance, only one of whom was in support of the project, the MAC recommended that Tropical Paradise be allowed to continue operating throughout the remainder of 2014, but that any request for a time extension be denied. This slide shows the number of formal complaints that have been received by the Planning Division to date for this project. And just to clarify, a formal complaint is a specific form that must be completed and submitted to the Planning Division. And when a formal complaint was received, in all of these cases, staff followed the complaint procedure that's outlined in Condition 16 of CUP LU 090069, which involves working with the designated contact person for the venue to determine whether an event was in process at the time that the complaint was received, whether the contact person was contacted directly if the complaint was noise related, and whether or not the issue was resolved. If a complaint investigation reveals a possible violation, the permittee is required to take prompt action to correct the problem. Only if the problem persists and constitutes a violation of either the conditions of approval for the CUP or of pertinent Ventura County Ordinance Code would the Planning Division initiate enforcement action. A notice of violation would only be issued after a violation has been confirmed and remained uncorrected. And in order to confirm that a violation occurred and begin any enforcement action, planning staff must confirm that complaint with an objective third party or source. The record for CUP LU 090069 shows that some of the complaints submitted for this location could not be confirmed as violations for different reasons, including that the complaint alleged a violation on a date when no event was taking place, that the complaint was vague or did not specify the specific date of the violation, as in saying events occurred all summer long, that the complaint was for issues that are outside of the purview of the Ventura County Ordinance Code or the conditions of approval for the CUP, or that sheriff's reports of the incident did not corroborate the complaint. This slide shows the number of calls that were received by the Ventura County Sheriff's Department, as well as the California Highway Patrol during the operational period of Tropical Paradise. The Sheriff's Department has been called out to the site during events and has never issued a citation to Tropical Paradise for being a disturbance to the neighborhood or for loud and raucous noise. And according to the CHP, there are no records for DUI arrests in the area of the project site along Santa Rosa Road, specifically between Moore Park Road and the Highway 101 interchange in Camarillo, during the time that Tropical Paradise has been in operation. The Resource Management Agency sent a code compliance officer to conduct an unannounced site inspection at Tropical Paradise on June 14th, 2014. There was an event on the site. It was a wedding with 80 guests, and our officer visited the site from 8:15 p.m. until 9 p.m., took noise readings at 3 different locations within the neighborhood, and confirmed that the sound levels were below the general plan threshold requirements. Took 2 videos, one from Santa Rosa Road outside of the property and one from within the wedding venue, to confirm that the sound levels were well below the levels that were allowed by the current permit. And the specific study showed that the sound levels at the time that the reading was taking place were 65 decibels at 90 feet from the DJ station, and the permit allows up to 90 decibels. The inspection report from that inspection is included as Exhibit 19 to your board letter. The code compliance officer also confirmed that there were no other parties in the vicinity of Tropical Paradise, so there's no other noise that could have been mistaken for Tropical Paradise that evening. It has also been brought to our attention that there are other sources of loud noise within the Santa Rosa Valley, including private parties at residences that are not regulated by the Planning Division. And more specifically, 2 possible non-permitted event venues have been identified. Formal complaints have been submitted to the Ventura County Code Compliance Division, who is currently conducting investigations on both of these locations, which are located about 1/3 of a mile from Tropical Paradise. This chart shows the terms on the existing...
Could you go back one slide,
yes.
Please? So you're saying there are 2 possible sites that are unpermitted venues, the Brittany Park Road and the Camelot subdivision?
Correct.
And then the Hidden Acres Ranch, there's evidence of scheduled unpermitted events. So these are not just somebody having a one-time event. This is events.
The latest information that we've received from our Code Compliance Division is that there is an active website for this location. There's an upcoming event coming up this weekend. So they are actively advertising events at that property. Okay. This chart shows the terms of the existing conditional use permit. The first column is what was approved, what the permittee is currently operating under. The middle column is the project description that was presented to the Planning Commission for consideration. And the last column shows a revised project description that was just submitted to the Planning Division by the applicant on September 17th. This is included in your board letter as Exhibit U. And it's important to note that the latest revised project description was not analyzed by staff, nor was it presented to the Planning Commission for consideration.
Here's a site.
Excuse me, this was submitted on the 17th?
Correct.
And so is that what's before us now?
The project that's before you is actually the middle column. That's the project that the planning division is presenting to you. So a request for a 5-year duration for the CUP, 45 events, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
What they're proposing instead of 45 is 30 events in 5 years, and going to just Saturday and Sunday instead of Friday through Sunday.
Can you back that one up so we see it?
And instead of 300 guests, 250 guests. Instead of ending by 10, they'll end at 9:45 p.m. And decibels, they're saying they'll go down to 75 decibels instead of the current 90.
That's what they're proposing as of September 17th. So
I just want to put it out there so the public can hear.
Okay. Thank you. Here's the site plan for the project. The area in purple shows the parking, the overflow parking, and the catering prep area. The red area shows the parking area for the venue, and the green area is where the events take place. And Santa Rosa Road is across the top of the site plan to the north. Here are some photos from Tropical Paradise's website showing what the venue looks like when it's set up for an event.
Can I interrupt you again? Because
Sure.
I was asking, maybe Jeff asked it, that 3 options that were up there, those are options that are available? The current one, option center, or option 2 is a possibility? Can be looked at? I'm just trying to understand what our options are up here if we wanted to.
Correct. Yes, this is a de novo hearing, meaning that it's as if this proposed project was coming before the county in the first instance. And so it's within your board's discretion to approve. I think realistically it's either column 2 or column 3. And so it would be within your discretion to approve the latest proposal from the project applicant that's shown in the 3rd column.
Okay.
But that proposal has not been analyzed by the planning staff or the planning commission, correct?
That is correct, yes. But, and I guess it's the other issue would be environmental review in CEQA. And because the project in the 3rd column would have less of an impact, you would be authorized to approve it today. It wouldn't need additional environmental review.
The planning director adopted a mitigated negative declaration for the existing project on December 23, 2009, with the approval of CUP LU 090069. And for PL 130088, the planning director determined that an MND addendum was the appropriate document for the requested minor modification. An action by your board to deny the appeal and deny the project before you would require no action to be taken on the MND addendum. And an action by your board to grant the appeal and approve the requested permit modification would require that your board adopt the MND addendum as well as the accompanying mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which are included as Exhibits 5 and 6 to your board letter. Staff has spent 60 plus hours meeting with interested parties, responding to questions from interested parties, reviewing comment letters for this case. We received and submitted to the Planning Commission approximately 166 letters from 126 different households in opposition to the project. We submitted 93 letters in support, and since the Planning Commission hearing, an additional 90 letters have been submitted in opposition, and approximately 60 letters have been submitted in support. A petition was circulated in opposition to the project that obtained 19 signatures, and we also received an additional letter from the Santa Rosa Valley MAC stating their opposition to the project. Many of the letters and the signatures on the petitions that you are receiving as part of the board packet are duplicates from the ones that were submitted to the Planning Commission. And it's also important to know that while a substantial amount of the opposition letters were specific to Tropical Paradise, many of them did not reference Tropical Paradise at all, but rather spoke in general opposition to the use within the Santa Rosa Valley. And it's also important to note that while a substantial amount of the support letters were received by neighbors of the venue, as well as residents of the valley, that several of them did also come from leasing parties or from vendors outside of the valley. So just wanted to provide that information to your board to state that the number of letters alone does not necessarily dictate the level of support or opposition to the case.
And I missed the numbers that you gave. You said the most recent was another 90 in opposition. Could you give us the figures again?
Sure, and I probably should have added them up for you, but we had 166 in opposition to the Planning Commission, plus an additional 90 in opposition that are now presented to your board. And then in support, there were 93 letters in support that were submitted to the Planning Commission, and then an additional 60 that are now being presented in support to your board.
And the opposition letters, they predominantly from Santa Rosa Valley?
I would say yes.
Okay, thank you.
So these are the points that were raised by the opposition in both the comment letters as well as public testimony that support the Planning Commission's decision to deny this project. Those points are that Santa Rosa Valley is primarily a residential community, that noise from the venue is loud and raucous, and that complaints have done nothing to curb negative impacts of the operation on community character. If you have any questions about these specific points, I'd be happy to go into more detail. And the opposition stated several additional points in both their letters and their testimony, including many of which are incorrect assessments of the facts of the case. The points listed on this slide were raised by the opposition, but were not necessarily used to support the Planning Commission's decision. Those points are that the CUP findings are subjective, that noise requirements differ from Maravilla Gardens, that the county should be at every event to ensure compliance, that the use does not comply with the noise ordinance, that there are no other commercial uses for miles near the site, that the venue will increase the opportunity for drunk drivers on the road, that approval of this CUP is precedent setting, the use is not allowed in the zoning district, a concern that the 300-foot notification radius is inadequate, that the use is not allowed in a green belt, that the noise studies that were conducted for the project are flawed, that the initial study assessment guideline criteria is inadequate, and that CEQA implementation is inaccurate. So again, if you have any questions about these specific points, I'd be happy to go into greater detail. These are the main points that are presented by those in support of the project. That is that the new sound system is an improvement, that some did not know Tropical Paradise was an event venue, that some can hear music from events, but it is not a disturbance, that some cannot hear music at all, that parties in the neighborhood are louder than the venue itself, that the opposition has not submitted any evidence, such as videos or noise recordings or police records, that the use is obnoxious, and that a group of residents in opposition does not speak for the entire community. In order to approve a conditional use permit, the Ventura County Non-Coastal Zoning Ordinance, Section 8111-1.2.11, outlines the required findings that must be met. At the Planning Commission hearing of June 19, 2014, the PC determined that these two required findings could not be met. The determination was based on testimony presented at the Planning Commission hearing that focused on the venue's close proximity to neighboring residences and the noise that emanates from the venue during many of the permitted events. The determination was also based on the fact that the venue has generated a number of complaints from nearby residents during its operational period. So since the Planning Commission could not make all of the required findings, they denied conditional use permit PL 130088. The applicant appealed the decision of the Planning Commission, citing these as the grounds of appeal. Just summarized, the grounds are that Tropical Paradise is in compliance with the CUP. There was full disclosure of impacts per CEQA. The project complies with the non-coastal zoning ordinance and the general plan. The PC ruled by disagreement with the zoning ordinance. The PC disagreed with the definition of temporary. The PC does not feel the use should be allowed in the AE and open space zones. The PC disagreed with the complaint resolution process. The decision was based on how the PC felt the zoning ordinance should be written instead of how the zoning ordinance is currently written. The PC did not consider possible unpermitted wedding venues. The PC did not consider loud parties in the neighborhood. And the PC expressed concerns of drinking, intoxication, and traffic attributed to the venue, but there is no evidence to support this. Staff contends that the Planning Commission considered all of the information to come up with their determination, including the staff report, which is Exhibit 1, all associated exhibits, Exhibits 2 through 18, 21, A, B, and C, as well as all the exhibits presented at the Planning Commission hearing, which are Exhibits 19, 20, and D through P, in addition to testimony at the public hearing of June 19th. The Planning Commission's decision was based on their determination that the required findings could not be made.
Could you go back 2 slides,
Sure.
please?
So the two findings that the, okay.
That they have, those are the 2 findings.
Those are
that
the
they
two
had to make.
findings, that the proposed development is compatible with the character of surrounding legally established development, and that the proposed development would not be obnoxious or harmful or impair the utility of neighboring property or uses. Those were the 2 findings that the Commission could not make. The hearing today was adequately noticed. There was a legal notice placed in the Ventura County Star. The Planning Division mailed a notice to all property owners within a half-mile radius of the project site. We also have maintained a list of interested parties, and we have approximately 160 email addresses. Interested parties were emailed on September 10th and again on September 19th. And at this time, the Planning Division recommends that your board take the actions that are set forth in the board letter, which include to certify your review of the board letter, exhibits, and all comments received, to determine that the required findings to grant the project cannot be made, to deny the appeal, deny the project, and specify that the clerk of the board is the custodian of the record. This concludes my presentation, and I'm certainly available for any questions.
I have one question. Did the Santa Rosa Valley MAC take a position in 2009 when the original CUP was issued?
At the time that we did not have a formal letter from them, but a representative of the MAC did attend the planning director hearing. I believe the MAC met the week before the planning director hearing, so there wasn't enough time to present us with a letter, but we had a representative there.
So we don't have a position. We don't have a formal position from the Santa Rosa Valley MAC for the 2009.
We didn't have it in 2009. I did see something in one of the exhibits that came through recently. It was an attachment to the letter from Rosemary Allison.
That was in opposition?
That was. It stated that there were some points that they wanted to make to the planning division.
When Ms. Allison comes up, if you'll just fill us in terms of whether the MAC took an official position in 2009, I'd appreciate knowing that. Thanks. Any other questions before we go to the speakers? All right, board members, we'll go to the applicant, and the applicant begins, and for the clerk's record, this begins the 20-minute period for the applicant.
Actually,
Sir?
I'm sorry to interrupt, Chair Bennett.
Yeah.
Under the county's land use rules, there's a requirement that the county decision makers, in this case all of you,
thank you,
are required to disclose evidence that you may have received outside of this hearing, and or the fact that you did a field investigation of the site of the proposed project, and so it's best to get this out now to give everyone a chance to respond.
Thank you for reminding us of that. Why don't we just work our way across, Mr. Zaragoza?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I received some emails, either pros and cons. I did not visit the site and I did not respond to the emails.
Same disclosure.
I didn't meet with anyone personally, but I did attend the MAC meetings that came up with the recommendations, including the one Thursday evening where the MAC sent another letter, and I recommended at that time that they shorten their letter, and that was pretty much my involvement with that. And then I also watched much of the Planning Commission meeting on this too.
I spoke to someone a few months ago before it went to the Planning Commission hearing, and I drive that way every day when I'm on my way up here, so I slowed down and took a look at it on my way through.
My only communication has been with some people that have contacted me about how much time they had to speak at this hearing here today. I've communicated by email back to people the same thing that I communicated at the beginning of this hearing. That's it. I hope that thank you very much for reminding us that. Mr. Perlman, how are you?
Fine, thank you,
Good afternoon.
Chairman Bennett. Steve Perlman, and before I start my few minutes, if I could, I was at the 2009 hearing, and there was a member of the MAC there, had several suggestions that were taken and incorporated into the conditions of approval at that time. I think there was no one else there. I think there were a couple of us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I hope only to take a few minutes and then let Mary Lou, who is the manager of the event venue, talk to you a little bit more about how the venue really works.
Excuse me for a minute. I'm just going to, is it possible for the clerk to show the 20 minutes somewhere so that we can see where that is on the screen? It makes it easier for both sides to monitor themselves as they go forward.
Okay, I will attempt.
All right, we will. Yeah. Great. Just keep. All right. So let's start the 20 minutes now, please.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to say that I want to thank Michelle for her very professional, data-driven, environmental, and policy-driven analytical staff report, in which the staff recommends approval of Tropical Paradise because it either does meet or exceed zoning code compliance, that the code enforcement continued testing compliance, environmental compliance through 2 MNDs, and I would venture to say that the proposal is supported by many residents in the community that live right amongst the detractors, and I would suggest that there are at least as many household supporters and letters which came to you, including today, as there may be detractors. It's not often that a support group will come out and support a project. As Michelle said, the venue does not have any formal non-compliance or citations filed against it, but there have been a number of complaints on other neighborhood factors that the opposition has attributed to Tropical Paradise. There have been some 80 disturbance calls to the sheriff regarding neighborhood house parties, and we have a little map that's in your folder showing the detractors, the opposition, and where those 80 or so calls are from based upon the information we just received from the sheriff. There have been many complaints of, but no reports of intoxicated drivers. There have been numerous complaints supplied by a single person. In several cases, I've counted over a dozen. So, and I think Michelle addressed that. And there is support for other businesses in the area that are currently under code enforcement and shutdown. A couple of them were mentioned here today. So there's a little more to the story. Tropical Paradise has agreed to establish thresholds, event thresholds. They've exceed all of those thresholds. Why the September 17th change? We've realized that our event season has been shortened. It's now no longer can be a full year. It's now April 16th through the end of September. So 30 events would be plenty. That, for the most part, events don't go past 9:45. And for the couple that do, well, we'll go to 9:45, and based on historical use, that shouldn't bother anyone. Reducing the number of guests to 250, that tends to be because historically the weddings tend to be smaller these days, at least at this venue. And we have reduced the amplified sound to the 75 dBA because it is a brand new state-of-the-art system that will allow a much lower threshold of noise, even though the noise is well within that allowed by the ordinance. So I want to basically conclude this part. I would like a few minutes of wrap up. I'm well aware that you have a lot of discretion, and that the commission and board have great latitude. My concern is, as we go through this and as you think about it, that some of the negatives that were the concern of the commission were concerned about how the ordinance reads today. And I think that swayed some of their decisions because they think they might like, and maybe there is reason to change the sheriff and code enforcement or other items that are involved in these venues. But the fact remains that we are compliant in every item that is required by a CUP, and all CUPs in the county, every single one of them, I've been involved in a lot of them, but every single one of them have a very strict time limit that they have to come back and you hear them again. De novo, basically. So I would like to stop there and let Mary Lou discuss with you the actual operations of the venue and some of the things that have been stated that basically I think are well overblown.
How much time has been used so far, just for the 5 minutes? 15. Please, let's let the clerk do his job. You focus. So 15:37 is what you have left. Go ahead.
Okay.
Next speaker.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Lou Dyermeyer. I'm the site coordinator for Tropical Paradise. First of all, I'd like to thank all the supporters and all our neighbors who came out today, take from their own time to come out to support us. That means a lot to us. First of all, we respect our neighbors, even though some are telling you differently. We've made several changes to accommodate our neighbors. We really work hard during an event to make sure that none of our neighbors are bothered. In the same sense, we withheld handheld monitors, also with electrical sound monitors. It monitors the sound, so the sound can never be over 75. If it goes over 75, clapping or something, the system will turn off, and you have to return it back on. It has to reboot. We actually have people that walk the grounds, walk across the street to measure sound because of the noise. Santa Rosa Road is... the noise on Santa Rosa Road is very loud. So the noise on Santa Rosa Road, when a car goes by, can be anywhere from 76 to 74. A motorcycle can be 85 dBA. I mean, we measure the sound all around the facility. But I want to start kind of like at the beginning, what happened when we first started. When we first started Tropical Paradise, our first weddings was in 2010. We had Mr. Collins and I think Peter Vanderbilt were starting a petition to try to stop us, get us out of the area. We did not even have enough events to even bother anyone. I don't know how, but we respect them. We make sure that the volume is down. But there's numerous statements that have been made about us that are untrue. They're having people sign petitions against us by stating that we're changing the zoning of the area. We're bringing riffraff to the area. If they don't sign a petition against us, whether they hear us or not, it's going to allow Walmart, a 7-Eleven. It's going to allow different businesses to come into the area. We're there. We're there and we're fair with our neighbors. We work hard to be a good neighbor. We monitor the sound. The complaints are exaggerated, and we have actually been harassed. But the complaints are exaggerated. If somebody hears music as to for their house to be vibrating, their house cannot be vibrating. If it is, it's by the cars that go on the road, because the road is the worst culprit in Santa Rosa Valley. It is so loud. As for us and our staff, we want nothing to do but to our neighbors to be happy with us. We want to have peace in the valley and work with them. We work hard. We have when our weddings start, they start at about 3:30, 4 o'clock. Right after that, dinner starts, probably cocktail hour from 4 to 5:30, sometimes 6. Dinner starts at 7 to 8. The real time music who's really actually on is probably for about 2 hours. And to say that we're the culprit and the noise pollution of Santa Rosa Valley is not fair. The form that we showed you where there's 84 calls from the call for service from the Sheriff's Department and the chart should at least show you that whether they do away with us and don't allow us to be there, you're still going to have noise in that valley. Our noise is regulated. The home parties and events at homes and weddings at homes are not regulated, so that's what a lot of people are hearing. As for the paperwork at the first MAC meeting that I went to in 2011, I'm sorry. I had never been to a MAC meeting before, so I Googled the minutes of the meeting. And at the minutes of the meeting, there was a statement made by Mr. Collins. I put it in your packet, along with the letter from our neighbor across the street, stating that our neighbor across the street was moving because she could not take the noise anymore, put her house up for sale. So I usually go check with her father to make sure everything's okay. When I took the statements of the MAC meeting over to her, she became upset and she said that's not true. So she in turn, when I went to the MAC meeting in October, wrote a letter to the MAC board stating that she did not want that she was not selling her house because of Tropical Paradise. We were not a problem to her at all. She was selling her house because her father had passed away and she needed the money to further her manufacturing business. That's what I'm saying. Some of the complaints that people are saying are not true about us. And then also in the same meeting the month before, Jeff Richardson stated that he'd called me on the phone and complained about dirty lyrics and bad music that was being played, and that I said that I understood his plight. Well, per phone records, I never spoke to Mr. Richardson. At the meeting that I attended in October, I asked who Mr. Richardson was, and I told him, I've never spoke to you, sir. I don't know who you are. I've never spoken to you before. So I just want to make sure that some of the complaints that you're getting are not true statements, true. And then also on the call at the last hearing, Mr. Collins submitted a zero complaint form stating that they had 41 complaints against Tropical Paradise signed by neighbors in the area, which is in your packet. And that in turn is not true. I supplied all our phone records. There was one call that I did not report. It was on my log and DBA sheet, but for some reason I did not report it. All the other calls are reported, but out of the 41 calls that he states that they called and they signed, each individual signed, Peter Vanderbilt, Irene Cohen, Sue Butler, Dale Collins, Karen Steinberg, Jeff Richardson, that they all signed. In 2011, there was no calls on my phone record or Mr. Mamaki's phone. In 2012, they stated that they called 12 times. There was only 2 calls, and that was Mr. Vanderbilt and 1 call from Dale Collins. And it wasn't even this correct number. It was a 910 number. And in 2013, they say they called me 16 times. They called a total of 4 times. 3 I reported, 1 I did not report. I don't know why, it was just a mistake. And on the third call that Mr. Price has that he called me, Jen Bell called on his phone because I was looking for her phone number, and at the time I did not know it was her, but she hung up. An anonymous call won't give me information I don't have to report. Normally I do, but I don't have to. So I just want to clarify that these reports are exaggerated, that not all of them are true, and yet all of them signed here stating that they were true, and they're not. And you have all my phone records to prove it. I mean, we work hard to build a venue, and we feel that we complement the Santa Rosa Valley. Our venue is beautiful. People, love it there. We have done nothing wrong. And we've even put in a sound system to even work better with our neighbors and not bother them. But I just hope that you consider all the information.
I just want to see where you are on the clock, since I don't have is there any way you can get that clock up here?
It says 12 minutes.
You're working on it. So you have 8 minutes left?
Okay.
All right, so you have 8 minutes
Okay,
left.
and then I'm going to let Jonathan, our sound engineer, speak to you real quick, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board. My name is Jonathan Novick. I'm an electrical engineer. I'm vice president of the International Audio Engineering Society, and I'm the one that Tropical Paradise approached to design their sound system. The complaints received before May of 2014 existed when DJs used to bring their own sound system capable of 4,000 watts, capable of all this is outlined in there on the second page of your handout. It shows before and after. But at 50 feet, a typical DJ was able to produce readings of 108 dB SPLA. And so I designed a sound system that would not exceed 70. If you look in the room that we're in right now, I counted 42 speakers in the room. The reason for 42 speakers in the room is that no one's very far from speaker, so the speakers don't have to be very loud in order for you to have good intelligibility. That's the exact same approach we used at Tropical Paradise. Instead of a DJ bringing 2 speakers and blasting them so everyone can hear an event, we've made it so that no person is generally more than 15 feet from a speaker. The speakers at Tropical Paradise are actually smaller than these speakers. These are 8-inch speakers. The ones at Tropical Paradise are 4.5-inch speakers. There are 4 zones. No zone has more than 8 speakers. The speakers are rated at 2.5 watts. In other words, 20 watts per speaker, per zone. Generally speaking, no more than 2 zones are in use at any given time. So we've greatly cut down the amount of sound being produced. I think the complaints you're getting now is sensitivity, because people know that the use permit is coming up for reconsideration, that any noise that they hear is generating a complaint because they want to stack the odds against Tropical Paradise. Can you still hear things at a distance? Certainly. I list on the second page there common sound sources and what you hear. But the variability in those numbers change with wind, temperature, and all sorts of other factors. So you can't absolutely predict that, no, you can't hear. We've probably all experienced being in some echoey environment where you could hear sound from a very far distance. Sometimes that happens. The one thing that we are doing in the new system is we are measuring sound on a continual basis. We are taking readings every second and logging them. And so I have, in the last 2 pages of the handout, I'm showing you events that exceeded the 75 dB level, events that exceeded 80 dB, and events that exceeded 75 dB. Each line entry is 1 second that we've gone over that limit. And if you look on like the August 23rd date, there are 3 events that are pretty loud at 4 o'clock before the event started. That was a leaf blower that was in operation. But you generally see that there are clusters where there's about a 2-minute period. Usually those 2-minute periods are the processional, when people are applauding the bride and groom, when there's a grand entrance, when the wedding party is making their entrance into the dinner area, and then usually at the very end of the event when they're sending them off. And you'll see clusters. And in the last event that I had data for, I haven't picked up the event data from last week, but you're looking at about 30 seconds where where it exceeded 75 dB. What happens there is people are generally clapping. And when that happens, the speakers actually shut off. So there are no announcements that can be made when it goes beyond that level. But yes.
Excuse me, we're going to hold your time for a second.
Yeah, can I ask you a quick question? Does the computer record the
Yes.
dBAs?
Yes, it does.
The computer's recording.
Well, there's a device inside that I can download.
Registering the,
we're using a McClellan sound monitor and a 4-to-20 data logger, what's called, for logging this.
And the computer recorded the gas blower and the diesel trucks and so forth.
The monitors, if you look at page 1, I'll show you where If you look at page 1 where I show the venue area, the monitors are at the corner of the parking lot where it's adjacent to the cocktail area and the dinner area. And so at that distance, you're probably not getting. There are readings that show up when I do record during the day. I did initial recording for an entire week. And yes, you will see during the day when there are no events, and during the week, you will see data from the road. You will pick that up.
Thank you. All right. Start the clock back up now. All right. 4 minutes still left.
Okay, I'm done.
Just real quick, let me just ask.
Shut the clock. So they got 4 minutes for their rebuttal. Go ahead, Supervisor.
There's a system that you put in, so once something hits a certain level, it shuts the whole...
It disconnects the speakers.
Disconnects speakers.
We can't stop people from clapping.
Yeah, as I say, so the music itself won't go over whatever you set that.
That's correct.
Okay, so if they're clapping, it goes over.
Right. The music cannot set off the system because the system is limited.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So the applicant has 4 minutes left for rebuttal at the end of all of the testimony here. And now we have, I believe is it Karen Steinberg? Right? Karen? And you're part of the 15-minute presentation, correct, Karen?
Yes.
Great. For the opposition, the organized opposition. Right. How are you? How are you, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the board. My name is Karen Steinberg. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa Valley, and I did send you a PowerPoint that we're asking you to queue up.
All right, we'll hold things.
Yes, that's the one. Okay, could you please bring up the PowerPoint from Doug Price?
While they're doing that.
That's the one. I think I can get it. The red button. Yes, that's what I thought. I brought a stopwatch too, so I'll start. Should I start?
Yes, he'll be right back.
My house is located almost due north of Tropical Paradise. It's about 2,500 feet away. My backyard faces Tropical Paradise, and within it I've heard the noise from their events on many, many occasions, including post brand new sound system. I think it was a weekend late in June. I sat inside my house late at night drafting a letter to the county supervisors while I was listening to Michael Jackson. I'm here to present this PowerPoint in opposition to the renewal of the CUP. Currently, there are 3 temporary outdoor event venues operating under conditional use permits in the Santa Rosa Valley. Jerry Ranch is shown on the upper left, Marvilla Gardens is the lower left, and Tropical Paradise is that yellow arrow on the lower right. There is less than 1.5 miles between each of the 3 venues. And you can see on the right half of is the existing community of residential parcels that stretch all the way to Moore Park Road, about 3.5 miles further down the road. This photo shows Jerry Ranch and its surrounding areas. Our view shows a little less than a half-mile radius around the CUP site. This shows Marvilla Gardens and its surrounding area. This is the same scale as the previous image, representing that same half-mile radius. And this is showing where Tropical Paradise is located. Again, we're within the same scale as the previous two images within that half mile. In December of 2009, the current CUP for Tropical Paradise was approved. In the prior month, so November of 2009, that same year, the Board of Supervisors approved the 134-acre parcel east of Tropical Paradise to develop an 18-home project. This is the site plan of the 18-home project that will begin construction before the end of 2014, and I was told they're about to start any minute. It could start in the next couple of weeks. For me, this drawing shows how this CUP is incompatible with the potential land use in the surrounding area. The owner of this property has submitted a letter in opposition stating the scale of these homes, the sale of these homes would be adversely impacted if the county supervisors were to approve the extension of this conditional use permit. So you can see essentially once those homes are built, Tropical Paradise will basically be right within a complete residential neighborhood. They're no longer isolated in any way. These photos show just how close Tropical Paradise is to homes on Santa Rosa Road and Barbara Drive. The one in the upper right was taken from someone's driveway. You could see they're less than 500 or 600 feet away. And the one on the lower left was taken from someone's front porch. Again, they're just a few hundred feet right from the site. The planning staff has received a substantial number of letters from neighbors, vendors, and customers of Tropical Paradise expressing their support. And you can see all of those dots in green. Of those letters, only 45 of them are from residents of the Santa Rosa Valley. These red dots represent the letters and petitions that support the Planning Commission's decision to deny the CUP. So these are all of the residents that have sent in letters in opposition. And you can see exactly where Tropical Paradise is located in relationship to all of our dots. And if you look closely at the neighborhoods of Yucca Drive, Barbara Drive, and Blanchard Road, you will see 80% of these dots on this page opposing renewing the CUP. And I think it was at about a 4-to-1 ratio of people opposed to Tropical Paradise as those in favor of it. So these are obviously the people most affected. As you are well aware, the permit approval standards require that proposed development would not be obnoxious, harmful, or impair the utility of neighboring property or uses. Starting in 2011 and continuing to the present time, this property has a history of causing noise disturbances with their neighbors that has impacted some as far away as Pradera, which is over a mile away. This is a picture taken from Tropical Paradise from their website from a party just a few weeks ago, August 23rd. During the Tropical Paradise open house on June 1st of 2014, the sound engineer that oversaw the new sound system explained how the brain is a wonderful noise filter and would pick up sounds that are recognizable over other sounds that are background noise. I would like to share with you a sampling of what the crowd noise can sound like to the residents near Tropical Paradise. This was recorded from a resident's backyard just a few hundred feet away. And you can see cars driving by that, but you're not hearing any of the sound from the cars. So the road noise on a Saturday evening at 8 or 9 o'clock at night is not really an issue. You saw how many cars drove by in that half minute or so, not very many. This is a noise recording that was taken just last weekend, September 20th, at almost 10 o'clock at night. This again, show sort of like the average crowd noise. And again, we're just using cell phones to do this recording. Again, you can see that the cars are not blocking out the noise at all, and I can hear the crowd noise all the way up at my house, which is about a half mile away. The Santa Rosa Valley residents that oppose the CUP all agree that the location of this business is too close to too many homes. Should the board decide that this is the right neighborhood to hold outdoor parties 45 times a year, then it stands to reason that just about any location in the Santa Rosa Valley will be an appropriate place to permit an outdoor wedding venue. As such, the residents feel that this goes against the county's general plan and its goal of guiding development in a pattern that will minimize land use conflicts between adjacent land uses. Here's a picture of Barbara Drive, which is directly across from the CUP property. It runs about 1,100 feet in length and has 27 residences on it. This street is lined with homes and families. It does not strike one as being compatible with an outdoor party venue, which is basically like a nightclub. This video shows cars leaving Tropical Paradise and pulling out in front of traffic. These cars are not indicative. It's not indicative of every guest leaving Tropical Paradise, but it's examples of what happens more often than it should. And you'll notice there's no one directing traffic either, as they're supposed to be. Up until the June 19th hearing, the Tropical Paradise website required their customers to purchase wedding liability insurance so as to cover the possibility of a party guest leaving the party drunk and getting into an accident. This was talked about on Facebook on April 3rd and can be seen in Exhibit 15 on page 123. This information was removed from their website after the June 19th hearing. Santa Rosa Road does not meet the state criteria to allow for a DUI checkpoint, and combine this with the CHP not having enough manpower to dedicate a patrol to this road, the likelihood of a driver getting cited for drunk driving under the influence is very slim. That was taken on a Caltrans freeway. It was actually the 118 on the 4th of July weekend. I think it would be safe to say we could assume some people will be buzz drivers leaving Tropical Paradise. In 2007, the California Supreme Court ruled against the County of Tuolumne in their granting of a CUP of a 37-acre open space parcel that was surrounded to the north, south, and east by 2 to 5 acre parcels. The court stated that a zoning scheme is similar in some respects to a contract. Each party forgoes rights to use its land as it wishes in return for the assurance that the use of the neighboring property will be similarly restricted. The rationale being that such mutual restriction can enhance total community welfare. Here's a calendar for 2015. Next year, between the dates of April 18th and September 30th, there are a total of 48 Saturdays and Sundays. The days on the calendar that are in red show what 45 days of events could look like. That would leave just 3 total days from all the weekends in those 6 months that Tropical Paradise would not be able to hold an event. This is based on the county's recommendation that Friday events not be allowed. But essentially, every warm evening throughout the summer that we would all want to be outside enjoying our yards, we would have to deal with all the noise and hoopla from one of these parties. Some of the comments from the Planning Commission that took place on June 19th. I think it is noteworthy that one place operated for years, and I'm not aware of it being a nuisance, and this one right from the get-go has been a problem. I think the people who live out there have a reasonable expectation that that zoning will be meaning what they think it means. I really have problems at this time with the issue of compatibility, continued compatibility in that location in this zoning/residential area and the impact it has on the overall environment there for the surrounding area. Those were just a few of the comments that we picked out. Both Santa Rosa Valley MAC and the Planning Commission have voted 4-0 against extending the CUP. Over 200 households in the Santa Rosa Valley are against extending the CUP. The history of complaints dating back as far as 2011 are testimony to the CUP being incompatible with the surrounding community. Here's a picture of a typical neighborhood party of residents enjoying the valley. Evenings, parties, get-togethers, of course we do have them. This is probably what your neighborhood backyard party looks like as well. This was taken off the Tropical Paradise website. So we ask you, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors, to decide what kind of parties are acceptable to have every weekend during the summer within a semi-rural neighborhood. And we urge you to deny the extension of this CUP on behalf of all of the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That uses up to 15 minutes for the opposition. So now it'll be 3 minutes for every speaker except for 4 minutes for the applicant for rebuttal at the end of all of these. So we've had Karen, and now it's, excuse me, it's, I'm going to call 2 names out. The second name will be the person on deck. I'd like to ask that person to come down and sit in the front row so that we can decrease the transition time as people come up. So that's Sinead Dugan, and on deck, Peggy Luddington.
Are you at the bottom of that list? It's on the top.
Well, yep. Hold on, never mind on those. Got to go all the way back. I had these in the wrong order. I'm sorry. I'll call you back up in a moment here. We had moved down on the thing. So the first speaker is Deborah Tash. On deck, Jen Lawler. Deborah Tash. On deck, Jen Lawler.
Jen's going to go first, and then I'm going to go back.
All right. Good afternoon.
Hello. My name is Jen Lawler. I live in the Santa Rosa Valley, and together with my husband and parents, we own and operate Marvia Gardens. Last month, the 6 venues located closest to Tropical Paradise formed the Ventura County Venue Association, VCVA. Our mission is to preserve open space while stimulating the local economy with a beneficial land use that helps to maintain our agricultural heritage. The VCVA also advocates sensible regulation, seeking a workable and positive balance between the special event industry, residents, and the Ventura County conditional use process. As we continue to organize, we plan to add additional venues to the county who also operate under CUPs. Regarding this current situation, based on our experience as venue owners and operators, we believe there can be a mutually acceptable solution. Should you, our supervisors, choose to award Tropical Paradise their CUP, the VCVA is available to actively advise Tropical Paradise for a probationary period, as well as mediate between the venue and the residents to get the residents' needs met. We do believe there is room for improvement. If given more time to operate under the VCVA's experienced mentoring, we believe things could be further improved. Looking toward the future, our hope is that we could change the way complaints other venues in Ventura County are handled, with the goal of discovering working and practical win-win solutions prior to a hearing being necessary. As venue owners, we believe local resident satisfaction must be a priority. The VCVA sincerely strives to be an asset to the planning department, the supervisors, and the local residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Deborah Tash. On deck, Roberta Grego.
Hi, I'm Deborah Tash from Somas. We also own Eden Garden. I have been up here before on numerous issues, one of them having to do with my daughter. I do want to say that the county asked for certain studies to be done by people that are licensed, that are trained, that have the education, and they provide you these studies. They provide you empirical data that's recorded, as with the sound engineer, every second an event is happening. People are subjective. We're all creatures of our own point of view. And I'm asking that you look at the facts, at logic, at not what's fair, what I think should happen, I'm being disturbed, or whatever it is. Look at the facts. Look at how loud that event was. The evidence that they showed you, I hate to point out, she asked if the volume could be turned up on the audio. Also, you have no reference points. You have no idea when and where those videos are taken. Please look at the studies, look at the data. That way you can make a fair decision, as I know you all want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roberta Grego, and on deck, Vince Franco.
Good afternoon, Chair Bennett, members of the board, and staff. My name is Roberta Griego. 2 weeks ago, in 3 days, Ernie and I had the honor and privilege to get married before our 300 family members, friends, and close acquaintances at Tropical Paradise. We had searched to hold our wedding at a beautiful outdoor wedding venue. We visited many throughout Ventura County and finally decided to hold our special days event at Tropical Paradise for not only for the beautiful tropical outdoor site, but for the beauty of the Santa Rosa valleys, the openness, surrounding mountains, and natural setting. Our guests were in awe of Tropical Paradise site for the surroundings of the palm trees, the beautiful flowers, the openness of the site. For all of our out-of-town guests, the comments were the same. You would never find such a pristine site in Southern California or Northern California or other states where they live. Ernie and I also request that your board can hold the consideration and support to renew Tropical Paradise requests for a permit renewal. We can both vouch for the owner and the management of Tropical Paradise of what they've done and everything in their control to work with the neighbors, the Santa Rosa Valley MAC, and the community to reduce the noise levels at the wedding site and the traffic concerns. During our wedding ceremony, most of the 300 guests could not even hear our wedding ceremony in the back due to the reduction of the sound decibels the facility has had to put in place. When we were taking our wedding photos near the road and the barn site, which is approximately almost a football field away or two from the wedding site, you could not hear the music or any loud conversations taking place. You could hear the traffic noise. But our DJ and Latin music duo could not even use their own equipment for our event. They had to tie into Tropical Paradise sound system. Never once during the ceremony or the evening, during our celebration or our dance time, did the system ever reach the 70 decibel level where it turned itself off. Never once during our wedding ceremony were there phone calls made to Mary Lou from the neighbors and any complaints filed up with the Ventura County Sheriff's Department. I have heard the residents' concerns and even talked to one of the individuals who was part of the original appeal. I know they are just a small majority of residents who live in the Santa Rosa Valley who want Tropical Paradise permit revoked so that the Santa Rosa Valley can remain much more in its great prestige of openness and the wild habitat. But I think you also should consider the other 3 to 4 wedding venues within 1 mile to 2 miles down the site, 1 or 2 that you just heard of that are maybe illegally not complying or even maybe could have a permit.
And you'll have to finish it up your 3 minutes, is that, please?
I just want to let you know that it's my concern and Ernie's that we ask you to do the right thing and renew the permit or else put conditions on it for it remain to allow in business in existence and let many more other couples to enjoy their lifetime beautiful memories of their wedding days
Thank you
as
for
well.
your testimony.
Thank you.
Vince Franco.
Roberta, congratulations.
Mr. Perlman, you're on deck on the list, but you've already spoken, so it's Mary Lou DeMare? What's it? Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's right. So we'll skip Mary Lou DeMare and Mr. Perlman. Our next speaker will be Victor Penun. Penun. All right, it's on deck. So Mr. Penun, if you'd come forward. Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Cliff Housko, and I own an entertainment company and live in Camarillo. It's been my personal experience to be at Tropical Paradise prior to the new equipment and then actually using the existing equipment. And I think the best example I could give you would be to say that I would talk at about this level. And you would struggle because what we're normally used to using is something that has some volume. And so it takes some getting used to where the people at the event could really hear it. So on that occasion when we used their equipment, I then, because I wasn't DJing, went out on the road and attempted to listen to and to hear, see if I could hear anything, and I could hear nothing at all other than the cars going back and forth. So then, actually, the next night, we were there doing another wedding, and we arrived, and there was an event going across the street in apparently one of the homes, I don't know where, and it was a guy on a microphone as loud as you could be, and you could hear it within Tropical Paradise. And so I don't think I've worked at any venues, or we have worked at any venues that have gone to the length to not noise, pollute, or create a problem. And so with that, I think their permit should be approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Victor Penun, and on deck, Susan Klein.
Victor Penun, Blanchard Homeowners Association. I'm concentrating on just the noise study that was proffered by the developer or the applicant. To clarify, there are a couple of words that are important to know. One is equivalent. Equivalent sound. Equivalent sound turns out to be an average of various sounds, highs and lows. You average them out and you get an equivalent sound. You compare that to something called max sound. By the definition of the word, you know what that means. The loudest noise that you can hear during a span of time. With that as a background, in Exhibit N of the paperwork that was submitted to the board by the developer, I'd like to quote Rincon Consultants. This is in Exhibit N. It says, the LMAX, the famous MAX, reports a single power level over a very brief period as compared to the LEQ, which calculates the varying sound power levels over a period of time and, quote, averages them. They put the word average in quotes. Both the low values and the high values to produce a single number. So what do we end up with? Statistical exercise that suits the outcome that you want. All I can say is that I can't argue with the statistics because they're created around the numbers that you don't argue with, or whatever they are. However, it's interesting to note that you've been hearing about a decibel level that's okay, something in the neighborhood of 70, I think I've been hearing tossed around. I'm going to quote now from the Rincon study. Need my glasses for this. The Rincon report states that the county's noise standard is 50 dBA, decibels average, from 7 to 10 p.m.
Your time is up. Can you come to a conclusion, please, sir?
The Rincon report also states that the noise levels greater than 65 dBA can interrupt conversation. I'd like to just end up with a quote from an elected official of the county
Thank you very much,
Ventura.
sir.
The wedding room, this is in quotes.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to have to
I'd like
cut you
to-
off here.
Can I
I'm
just
sor-
quote?
I'm sorry, sir. I said you had to finish up, and I gave you one more.
Right
chance.
around the corner, you'll find
Sus-
that you cannot
Thank
speak
you.
too loud in front of the wedding
Susan
venue
Klein, please.
that's held right around the corner here, and that's per Mr. Lund.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Susan Klein, and on deck, John Elliott.
Hello. My name is Susan Klein, and I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to give you some of my comments. I want to proclaim a very driving motivation that prompts me to speak today. I am Grandma Susan to my twin 6-year-old granddaughters who are puzzled and annoyed by the noise that prevents or disrupts normal family activity or sleep in their own home, which is approximately 500 feet from the venue. It's darn frustrating. Every great achievement in preservation begins with the discovery of a need to act to save something, be it a human right, endangered or threatened species, a historical heritage, or a special sanctuary to protect the merit of a community. Today's comments opposing Tropical Paradise will be objective. Some will be objective, some will be subjective, but both count because they represent a need, a plea of many families for the preservation of this special valley. I'm not getting older. I'm getting more experienced. As I have become more experienced, reflection exposes regrets in life. If onlys need to go away. Regrets are unkind, but can and must produce proactive involvement of a community talking to its leaders, so the community does not have regrets. The 17th century philosopher John Locke once said, "Government has no other end but the preservation of property." My family and so many others came to the Santa Rosa Valley looking upon it as a sanctuary, one of the few remaining places where expectations were high that this indeed was a safe haven from what ails so many other neighborhoods in other counties. Yes, there will be some who say they are not affected by the music, the traffic, and so forth. But as a colleague of mine once said when he was counseling a patient regarding an upcoming procedure, the risks are 1 to 3% of an adverse event. But if it happens to you, it's 100%. For my family and many others, the disruption by Tropical Paradise of the very essence of why they came to the valley, the adverse effect is 100%. I thank you for your consideration and intentions to do what is best for our community and my grandchildren. Thank you.
You made it right on time. Thank you very much. Before we start with Mr. Elliott, I feel bad about Mr. Mr. Panoon being cut off. But so I'm going to ask. I know it's difficult, but it's our responsibility. We don't have a clock up here for anybody to look at. I'm going to ask you to post that yellow post-em something. If one of you will hold it up when they're at the 30-second mark, so they know. And I will say 30 seconds. I'll interrupt you. Keep right on speaking, but I'm going to say 30 seconds just so you can get those important key things you want to get said. But I'm just trying to find a way to do this fairly for everybody since we don't have a clock there. So you're on, Mr. Elliott, and on deck is Amy Elliott.
Hi, my name is
Good
John Elliott. I
afternoon.
live on Barber Drive, approximately 600 feet from the venue. I actually had a whole speech I wrote out, but I think I'm not going to because, like you said, you don't want to try and cover material that's already been covered. Sorry, you don't want to cover material that's already been covered. One thing I do want to point out, I mean, they did put a new sound system in, and everybody acknowledges that, but the noise is still an issue, okay? We live quite close. Now, for 5 years I've been in operation. For 4 years, people have been complaining about the loud noise. Nothing was done. They had to turn it down by their requirements for the CUP. They would turn it down for the brief time that you called them. As soon as the next event was, it was back up to the same level again. So the intent was not, in my opinion, to work with the neighborhood. It was only after the MAC committee said no by unanimous decision that this sound system came into play. Okay. Now, another thing I want to point out, in May there was a event that was kind of loud, right? And Mary Lou was at the property of Jen Bell along with my wife. And it was loud, and my wife said to her, you know, this is loud, we don't want to hear this. You know, and her reply to that was, well, you know, we were here first. Now, I'm sorry, but that's not, to me, working with the community. I mean, it's a business that wants to operate to have weddings, and people that hire them to have their weddings want to be loud. I mean, that's reality. You know, what residents want is peace and quiet in their backyards. What people want that hire them is loud, it's party, the DJ gets them pumped up. So they're not compatible in a residential area. I mean, that's really, you know, excuse me, I'm getting a little nervous. But, you know, I did go to their sound study back in June or whatever it was, or May. And, you know, when I listened to it, I was like, this doesn't sound that loud. And it didn't, you know, being there. But what surprised me was that I walked back to my house, and it was still very noticeable. I could hear everything. I could hear the music. I could hear, you know, you could hear stuff that I would be surprised, but the sound just travels. And the little sound clip that was played, do we have a yellow card? I don't think so. Okay, the sound clip that was played, you know, it says like, okay, that doesn't sound so loud. The hearing of the human ear is a lot more sensitive than an iPhone, which actually is designed to eliminate background noise. It's not a good sound study. I have the yellow card for 30 seconds. But, you know, again, you know, it's not about anti-business. It's not about, you know, shutting down all wedding venues. There's 2 others down the road. There's 3 more in Moore Park. Nobody's saying anything about them. It's Tropical Paradise because of where they're located, okay? And because it's been 5 years of residents complaining, hundreds of residents complain, or at least 100 residents complaining, and noise traveling for over a mile. It just doesn't work. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Amy Elliott, and on deck is Eileen Cassim.
Hi, I'm Amy Elliott. That was my husband. I brought this picture. You've already seen this, but this is my front porch. This kind of gives a perspective as to how close this venue is to our home. So I just wanted to, obviously it's very close to our house. My name is Amy Elliott. Thank you for hearing me. I live at 2226 Barber Drive. My home is approximately 500 feet away from the venue. You saw that picture. Jen Bell and Doug Price's is 177 feet, so it's even closer. My concerns with the venue are noise. From the crowd, which cannot be controlled, from the music, which is now lower with the new sound system, but it can still be heard, and a bass that can be audible at times. I can hear what songs are playing at times. It has been brought up numerous times about how noisy the traffic is on Santa Rosa Road, but that is white noise. When I am in my yard, I am not noticing the sounds of cars. I do notice the cheering crowd and the audible sound of music. I am sure that there are videos submitted from Tropical Paradise showing how quiet their events are. And yes, there certainly are quiet times. I'm not denying that. That is not what is being argued here. There is noise, period. An additional concern is additional traffic on Santa Rosa Road. Also, the possibility of impaired drivers on the road, being that there is an open bar on the premises at most events. And we already we understand that we've been told by, I believe, Officer Musgrove that the county doesn't have the funds to set up a DUI checkpoint there. Home values. Had we known that our home was across the street from a party venue, we would have had some serious doubts about buying. This was not disclosed to us. There are no signs that would point out a venue. It looks like a nursery. To me, Marvella Gardens is clearly marked as an event venue. That was the first thought that went through my head. I am not a NIMBY, elitist snob, bully, or a person against small business. This entire situation has been extremely stressful, time-consuming, and at times contentious. My husband and I are certainly not thrilled with exposing our family to a combative situation. Pretty much the entire Ventura County knows where we live now. We want not only to preserve the peaceful environment that we expect in our community, but need to stand up for what is right. I am against extending the CUP. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Could you tell me again how far you live from the venue?
500 feet.
500 feet. Thank you.
Ms. Chasm is on, and Robin Miller on deck, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First of all, I think we can dispense with a comparison of people having maybe an anniversary party once in a blue moon in an event business that is sponsoring parties Saturday and Sunday, weekend after weekend after weekend. Apples and oranges. I think we're all smart enough to know that. You know the golden rule for purchasing real estate? Location, location, location. Well, that should have also been the golden rule when a business like Tropical Paradise was permitted to locate where they did. It's the wrong place for that kind of a business. When it comes to Tropical Paradise, a business which attracts hundreds of revelers every weekend, month after month, 6 months out of the year, I think any reasonable person would realize that locating it directly across from a residential neighborhood is an extremely inappropriate place to be. Not a single one of you would want such a business located directly across the street from your homes. It would disturb your peace, disrupt your family routines, create unhealthful levels of stress, and even lay waste to your property value, which has been mentioned. Because after all, would any of you want to buy a home with that kind of an incurable defect hundreds of feet away? So it comes back to location, location, location. And permitting Tropical Paradise to exist where it does is definitely the wrong location. In granting the original CUP, a serious mistake was made that has had negative repercussions throughout our valley. In addition to the excessive noise and congestion, it also brought our valley to the attention of other entrepreneurs who are now actively seeking to locate party venues in our midst. Our community is on the verge of becoming party central at the hands of people who care only about making money, no matter how they might despoil our neighborhoods. Ladies and gentlemen, today you have the opportunity to rectify that mistake and protect our community of residences and agricultural endeavors by voting against the CUP renewal. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Robin Miller and April Aubrey. Good afternoon. Whoa. Robin Miller? Are you Robin Miller? Okay.
Yeah, I'm Robin Miller. I'd like my letter put in record too. It's too late to receive. My name is Robin Miller. I live at 2720 Yucca Drive in Santa Rosa Valley. Thank you, Supervisors, giving me a chance to speak. I do not believe Tropical Paradise should be granted any extension for their operations located in Santa Rosa Valley. They have not been good neighbors, and their business has created noise and traffic problems for our neighborhood. I live on Yucca Drive, across and up the road from their location. On numerous occasions over the past years, I had heard music from an amplified speaker system, someone talking on a speaker system, and a loud crowd noise from this operation. I have witnessed vehicles attending this operation make illegal turns in order to enter the location because of the poor signage and badly marked entrance. I have seen alcohol containers discarded along the roadway at the entrance to this location. I have sent written complaints to the county previously, only to be told that this operation has met all required operational conditions. Santa Rosa Valley is a residential and agricultural area. It is not properly zoned for operations such as Tropical Paradise. I believe there's a current county ordinance that pertains to noise, and it states that any noise that disturbs its neighbors is not allowed. Why then would the county consider extending a permit that allows a business to disturb hundreds of its neighbors? Over the past years, I know there have been many complaints both to the county planning department and the county sheriffs about the noise from this location. Tropical Paradise has done nothing to control the noise of traffic concerns. If Tropical Paradise were to get an extension to operate, I do not believe they would make any attempt to control the noise. I live almost half a mile from this business, and it disturbs the normal peace and quiet in my neighborhood. Santa Rosa Valley is a residential and agricultural area. Do not allow this Tropical Paradise business operation continue to operate in the valley. Please support your Planning Commission decision and turn down the request for a new conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. April Aubrey, and on deck, Dale Collins.
Good afternoon. My name is April Aubrey, and my husband Dennis and I live at the intersection of East Las Posas and Escalera in the Santa Rosa Valley, approximately 3 miles as the crow flies from the Tropical Paradise venue. I'm not going to reiterate all the points made, as a PowerPoint presentation did a fantastic job stating the obvious. But I do say decibel schmushable. I can hear that 3 miles away where my home is located, and I can hear it so well that I can actually hear individual words to the song. As a realtor who enjoys a substantial market share in the Santa Rosa Valley, I would like to say that Tropical Paradise has now become a disclosure item in our contracts. There is no getting around it for sellers or agents. There is a strong likelihood that this could negatively impact the property value and or cause a buyer not to purchase that property. I feel that some supporters that actually do live in the Santa Rosa Valley are actually supporting the idea of small business. I'm all for small business, but not at the expense of other people's right to enjoy their properties. Some supporters may not have realized the negative impacts to their property values as well. Now, I want to clear up the situation with the Green Meadow Nursery because there's been a few inaccuracies. My husband and I represented the sellers in the sale of the property that Green Meadows is currently situated on. And the agent, Rosemary Allison, represented the buyer, and she's in the audience. In 90 days, there will be no more Green Meadow Nursery. While there were other reasons leading to this sad situation, the chief reason had to do with the significant fines levied against the nursery with regard to retail sales and the zoning. The property is zoned R1. You will find a comprehensive report on this subject in the packets that were provided all of you. It's under Exhibit 5. I urge you to read that carefully because Green Meadows was a long-standing fixture in our community and had very, very few complaints. How can a tropical gardens continue when a Green Meadows nursery cannot? In addition, the orchid farm referred to is no longer in operation. It is now a growing ground. And I'd like to point out there is actually a residence on that property. Tropical Paradise is in a difficult position. It cannot serve two masters. It cannot take away the negative impact to the community and still serve its customers by providing the party venue their guests desire. They have had years proving this is true. I strongly believe the refusal to extend the CUP was the correct decision. I implore you to uphold that decision.
Thank you for your testimony. Dale Collins, and on deck, Linda Pullman.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for letting me come here and speak. I'm a 22-year resident of Santa Rosa Valley. I started hearing loud music, sometimes with thumping bass, 5 years ago. This was accompanied by an annoying PA system. Late in the evenings, the crowds would get louder and louder. Last year, for 22 weekends in a row, we had to listen to this every weekend. They've had many types of events there. Some of them, they have live bands. I don't know how this new sound system is going to handle the live bands, but they have also had live bands. This has generated a lot of complaints. One party, they had over 300 guests. They had another party recently. It was a grad party with 250 people chanting and hollering and a live band. Another night, they had a country music night. And my neighbor, who was mentioned by Ms. Deerbeyer, Jeff Richardson, he has 2 little girls. He was out front, and I had talked to him earlier. We'd been hearing country western music all night, all evening and afternoon. As it got late, my neighbor calls me and says, "Come on out front, you got to hear this." They were playing the rodeo song. That's this song here. Every line highlighted, that's a 4-letter word. It's mostly the F word. This is what we heard, and our home is 1,000 feet away. Needless to say, Jeff took his girls inside, and then he immediately filed a complaint. He called the sheriff, and nothing gets done. The sheriff does come, and they say, "Please tone it down," which they do. And then the next weekend, it's the exact same thing. Santa Rosa Valley has 3 wedding venues. The other 2 are completely surrounded by farmland. There's been no problems with the other 2. This one is Tropical Paradise, has 200 homes immediately north of it. Something that Michelle Deanna's planning report didn't show. There actually are 2 homes directly across the street, next to the nursery, but they're actually in front of the stage. The closest house is less than 100 feet away. I cannot believe this CUP actually was ever granted in the first place due to the location of so many homes. Soon new home construction is going to be starting any month now, and they will be surrounded on 3 sides by homes. I'm sure the developer, I heard he was going to be here today. I'm not sure if he is, but he's not going to be happy with that. And this is just another picture. 30 seconds? This is just the map showing all the complaints. There's been over 250 letters, and these are this I actually only show 212 because we verified that they're all individual letters, and they're in the file. These are people that oppose it. They're locals. Most of the people that support them, and a lot of the people here speaking for them, they're not from our area. Some of them are one of them's from Santa Clarita. They're not even from this county. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Linda Pullman on deck, Larry Cohen.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for letting me share a few of my thoughts. I'm going to be doing a little bit of reading and extemporizing. I'm here to help unring a bell, and I know that's a really hard thing to do, and I'm talking about wedding bells in particular. But I want to point out one kind of new development that we were just made aware of in our own neighborhood due to some research that my husband did over the weekend, and I'll start with reading the letter that I sent to John Elliott. I'm a 26-year Santa Rosa Valley resident, also concerned about the wedding venues popping up in our pastoral neighborhoods. Are you aware of Vista de Dios, located at the corner of Priscilla Road and Cajon Circle at the top of Escalera? Please Google it when you get a chance. It's Vista de Dios, the Vista of the Gods. This happens to be a wedding venue, full-blown, in operation, across the street, 50 feet away from where my husband and I live. We have the privilege of living in an old house called Hacienda Santa Rosa, and it's a 6-acre property, really lovely. But our back courtyard abuts the street, which abuts the neighbor who's now turned their home, their private estate, as it's described at Vista de Dios, into a full-blown $3,500 to $4,000 a pop wedding venue. And for a while, my husband and I thought, wow, these people have a lot of friends. They have a lot of family, because it seems like they're having a lot of parties. Well, he Googled it last weekend when we saw that people were not just parking along the road or up on the embankment of the property I'm speaking of, but they were parking on our property too. Obviously, a couple of the people who were attending the wedding didn't get the message about where to park, so they ended up parking on our easement and our property. So when you guys get a chance, after you look at all of this evidence that's been presented, take a look at the multiplier factor here, because Vista de Dios has been in operation since 2012. I have no idea if they're permitted or not. Their music was turned off at 10 p.m. Saturday night, so I think they know some of the rules, but there must have been 80 cars parked. I did the cell phone recording of the sounds of the very loud MC and the music from my driveway. It's hearable on a little iPhone microphone, and it's pretty damned annoying when you're sitting in your own courtyard
your backyard trying to enjoy a Saturday evening
30 seconds.
in bucolic Santa Rosa Valley. It won't stay that way if we don't stop. And I'm a live and let live person. I have nothing against Tropical Paradise employees or what they're trying to do, but this is just not the place to do it. And I sure don't want Vista de Dios, Vista of the Gods, across the street from where I live. And man, these people are outfitted. Okay, so take a look at that website, vistadedios.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Larry Cohen. On deck, Doug Price.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Larry Cohen. I live on White Wing Court in Santa Rosa Valley and am about 1 mile distant in a direct line from Tropical Paradise. My home is northeast of their location on a hill slope, and yes, my wife and I do hear the amplified music, crowd noise, and speaker announcements from their events. A lot of discussion has been spent on the issue of decibel levels and whether reducing the level from 90 to 75 would be a compromise acceptable to the opponents of Tropical Paradise. The fundamental issue is not the music volume level, but rather the compatibility of a party venue like Tropical Paradise in close proximity to the nearby and distant homes that are affected by this commercial business. Santa Rosa Valley is a unique area in Ventura County that is zoned for agricultural, private residences, equestrian, and nurseries, fruit stands. When my wife and I moved here 25 years ago, we understood and accepted that this is the environment that we would be living in, and we accepted the trade-offs that came with a rural neighborhood. We must drive 4 to 5 miles each way to the nearest supermarket, pharmacy, or restaurant. In return, we have the opportunity to have acreage space between our neighbors with trails, farms, and where horses and other farm animals are permitted. We understood that in time, that as progress, that some agricultural land would be developed for private housing and that traffic along Santa Rosa Road would increase. However, when we moved in, it was our understanding the agricultural residential zoning would exclude business enterprises not related to nurseries and farming equestrian from being established in Santa Rosa Valley. That is why allowing a commercial party business like Tropical Paradise to operate under a CUP is incompatible with the environment homeowners expect from living in Santa Rosa Valley. When we moved here, we never expected to have to deal with commercial party venues in close proximity, disrupting our quality of life. I'd like to address a couple of points of the proponents of Tropical Paradise. They argue that since individual homeowners sometimes host parties in their residences that create musical and crowd noise, that Tropical Paradise should also be allowed to operate because their noise level is no different than that of the homeowners.
30 seconds.
The difference is that the homeowner operates on a private individual and not as a for-profit commercial business like Tropical Paradise. I would also, using this type of reasoning would be like saying if somebody fixes their car in their own garage, that we should allow auto repair shops on Santa Rosa Road. No, one's a private business, a private residence, the other is a commercial business. Another issue is that why the issue being brought up about complaints. Before, we only had 5 years for this CUP to come up.
Please make your concluding
This is
statement.
our opportunity now to oppose it, and I hope that you will reject their CUP. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Doug Price. On deck, Jennifer Bell. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Price. I live on Santa Rosa Road. My home is almost directly across the street from the venue property. It's a little bit to the east. It's about, as Amy Elliott stated, 170 feet or so between the property lines. We purchased our home in August of 2012. We didn't move into it until October, so we did witness the tail end of their October 12th season. Their 2012 season. I think it was a total of 3 events that were spaced out, not every weekend. And we heard them. We could hear the DJ, we could hear the dance music. Initially, we, as Ms. Pullman stated about her neighbors, she thought, well, they have a lot of friends. And that's what we thought as well, until we realized that the name Tropical Paradise didn't refer to a nursery, it actually referred to a wedding venue. So As the winter went on and their season ended, things got quiet. We enjoyed the winter. We enjoyed the coyotes, the owls. We enjoyed the full moons. We enjoyed night, the peace and quiet. But when 2013 rolled around and they started their season again, once again, we could hear the DJ, we could hear the music. So we started just going inside in the evenings. Close the house up, let's see if that solves the problem. Well, my AC bill made me realize that I'd like some fresh air from the outside and not spend the money to cool it. So windows came open and noise came back in. So at that time, I was not aware that the county had a formal complaint process for this sort of thing, or what I could actually do, or what a CUP was, or what it entailed, or how this property operated, how they could do this. And finally, I decided to call them. And I spoke with Miss Dyermeyer. She took my complaint, she recorded my information, said she would share it with the county, and she would act appropriately. So the volume went down. Okay, it's not exactly quiet, but it is quieter than what it was. I will cope with that. The next weekend, though, I could hear it once again. And it seemed as though every weekend after, until about a month had gone by, the volume was either getting louder or I'm not sure what it was, but we couldn't take it, so once again I called. That summer, over a period of 3 months, called 3 different times. My wife was the third call, the anonymous call, and said, turn this down, please. And now that we've seen this process, I'm standing before you today asking you to deny the CUP. I don't want to be here. This has gotten ugly for the neighborhood. It's divided neighbors. It's gotten contentious, and frankly, there's been mudslinging that I'm not proud that that's what my neighborhood's doing, but people are not happy that there is a wedding venue operating across the street from us. Why it took them 4 years to put in the new sound system, I have no idea. I don't know if it was economics. I don't know what the decision was behind that. But what they had those first 4 years was a volume knob. And when the MAC asked them in 2011, please cooperate, turn it down, be like Maravilla, for whatever reason, they didn't acknowledge that when they sent the letter saying that they would shorten the event times. It seems as though for 4 years, they kept hiding behind the decibels. And to me, the issue is not about the decibels. It's about the impact it has on the neighborhood. The CUP says they need to take preventative measures so they don't have an impact on the neighborhood. And I don't feel that they've been doing that until their back is against the wall in the 5th year. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Jennifer Bell, followed by Rosemary Allison.
Good afternoon. That was my husband, so we live at the same house. I wanted to touch on a few things since so many other residents before me have said the things that I wanted to touch on. But in Miss Gluckert-Deanna's PowerPoint, she mentioned that Ms. Dyermeyer went to the MAC, and they, in 2011, in October, there was a letter written, and I think it's in the minutes that's on the Ventura County website. And MAC please address the noise and the cutoff time. They responded, Tropical Paradise, Ms. Dyermeyer, a few months later in February, as I recall, and they only addressed the time cutoff from 11 to 10 p.m. They didn't even mention the noise level. So it's in the packet. Okay.
I provided them Exhibit 7, 8, and 9.
Okay, perfect. So there's that. And then also the zoning of the general plan of Ventura County in Santa Rosa Valley, I believe there is not one property that's zoned for commercial. It's ag, it's open space, and it's residential. Nothing commercial. The nurseries that have been mentioned are under agricultural or residential ag. It's my understanding. So that I wanted to clarify as well. I might be mistaken, but that's my understanding from what I read from general plan maps and whatever from the Ventura County. There is another Hidden Acres Ranch that is an unpermitted venue that apparently is about to begin. They have not held any events except one, which was their daughter's. And I believe that was a few years ago. Since then, I believe that daughter is the one that wants to ramp up their venue process. And that starts this weekend, apparently, which leads this weekend on Santa Rosa Road, 4 event venues for weddings this weekend alone, within, I believe, 2 miles of each other. Jerry Ranch, Maravilla, Tropical Paradise, and this Hidden Acres Ranch that's actually behind another gated community, and I think there's someone else that might want to speak on that. So There's another thing about the 30 seconds. I want to address the sobriety check, and the Officer Musgrove is our representative for our MAC meetings, and he has stated in writing to an email to me that there are no monies for sobriety checks on Santa Rosa Road. There is no manpower. There are 3 patrol vehicles that cover 50 miles of Ventura County. So if there's an urgent emergency, they will come, but for a noise or traffic violation, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please
for your
deny the
testimony.
CUP.
Rosemary Allison, followed by Keith Guthrow. I hope I pronounced that right, Mr. Guthrow.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
My name is Rosemary Allison, and I'm the chair of the Santa Rosa Valley MAC. I come to you today to ask you to help us right a wrong. The MAC is very proud of many of our past accomplishments. Unfortunately, this is not one of them. To give you a little history, the MAC wanted to fulfill this community's dream of a trail access across Santa Rosa Valley. A trail connection across the Mamaki land was needed. Early in 2009, a representative from Santa Rosa Valley Trails met with the owner, who made it very clear that he would grant the easement as soon as Tropical Paradise was granted a conditional use permit. Since the MAC did not have prior experience in wedding venues, we did not question the noise analysis that was presented or the importance of us understanding sound amplification within our valley. Shortly after the county granted the CUP to Tropical Paradise, the owner did grant Santa Rosa Trails that easement, with the provision that it would expire with the renewal of the CUP in 2015. Starting in September of 2011, the MAC meetings became the sounding board for a consistent group of very upset homeowners whose lives were negatively impacted due to the noise coming from this venue. When the residents most affected by this venue asked me to hear for myself, I went to a few of their homes and heard with my very own ears the loud music, the cheering, and even at times the words that the announcer was saying from inside their homes. The volume was clearly too high. At our request, Mary Lou attended the next meeting, claiming that the volume was within the allowable decibels allowed by the CUP. After waiting ever so long, in November 2013, the MAC unanimously voted to send planning a letter stating that the MAC opposed renewal of the CUP. Up to that point, she never reduced or requested to reduce the volume. We realized that this letter would cause the trail access to the park to be cut off. This was one of the hardest decisions I made as a MAC member, and I can assure you that we did not want to lose that trail. But we realized no one has the right to barter our neighbors' quiet enjoyment in their homes. Even when Tropical Paradise lowered the sound in 2004, the noise was still obnoxious to many residences. I would like to clarify that the residential noise receptors that you read about in your reports are comprised of parents and children who each in their own way contribute to the integrity of our community. In conclusion, the location of this wedding venue is not compatible with the proximity of residences. Please support the unanimous decision of your Planning Commission and the Santa Rosa Valley MAC to deny the extension of this CUP, recognizing that your constituents are deserving of the quiet enjoyment and use of their homes in this residential area.
Thank you for your testimony.
You know, can I just add, I did provide you, each of you, a large package. I beg you to go through the paperwork. So much of what you've heard today can be verified and seen, and also the things that weren't quite true. You can see in writing.
Thank you very much. Keith Guthrow and Wes Shipway on deck. Mr. Shipway on deck.
Good afternoon. My name is Keith Gunther, and it's German. I live within 1,500 feet of...
Let me just tell you how they spelled it on here. G-U-R-T-H-O-W.
G-U-N-T-H-E-R?
Yeah, that's up. That's their reading of your writing.
Well, what happened is I fell off my mountain bike 12 years ago and have a plate and 6 screws in my wrist on Santa Rosa Road.
I don't even
Almost
have an
got run
excuse
over.
in my handwriting is that.
I live at 10231 Principe Place across the street. I was surprised to hear that the permit extension was being considered by Ventura County. We generate in excess of $10 million in property taxes in the Santa Rosa Valley, at least some of which ends up in the Ventura County coffers. That a private business that generates less than $100,000 for the county has been able to have events emitting decibels in excess of a jetliner and discourage hundreds of alcohol-fueled revelers onto our roads that our friends, neighbors, and children travel baffles me. I'm a 24-year resident of this valley and have volunteered as a youth sports coach, BSA adult leader, PTA leader, and Camarillo High School Booster Board member. I also am past chairperson of the Ventura County Business Opportunity Fair. I'm not alone. There's a lot of people in the Santa Rosa Valley that have done a lot of things to encourage a better life here in Ventura County. I currently serve as the chairperson for the Cal State University Channel Islands Business and Technology Partnership, another volunteer position. It's a little pattern. The point I'm making is, I can't imagine that this absentee owner has spent 5 minutes making Ventura County a better place or volunteering that person's time. So I think that this is the best place to raise a family, and I think we need to deny this loud and dangerous business to continue in our backyard. Now, I understand that there's also people that need jobs and are working. I felt that an alternative to the venue would be to remain in operation, to move the parties to the back of the property. And I know that a lot of people here think, because they're even closer than me, that won't help. But the managers claim they can't do this because it's a floodplain area. But next door, the Ventura County Equestrian Center, which Supervisor Parks so nicely helped us to grow and prosper there, love it. But it's in a bigger floodplain closer to Cleguas Creek and continues to operate. So instead of placing this loud venue at the back of the property, the owners, again, showing no concern for the neighbors, put their loud party area as close to the road as possible. So now, and this is a starter home. I live at the bottom of the hill. I don't live in these big homes up on top. But at some point, since I never got out of that, I'm going to have to sell that home. And I sure don't want to have to disclose that this property is there when I sell my house, because that's going to cost me money. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. whatever your name is. Wes Shipway and Mike Roberts on deck. Mr. Roberts?
Good afternoon. My name is Wes Shipway. I live on Summerview Circle, approximately 2,000 feet from Tropical Paradise. When the evening weather is nice, my wife and I enjoy sitting on our patio where we have an unobstructed view of the trees surrounding the party venue. Unfortunately, their events create such loud, obnoxious noise that we are forced to move inside, where, thanks to triple-paned windows, we don't hear it. However, there are a multitude of homes downslope from us that cannot escape the noise, and I speak primarily as a good neighbor out of concern for their rights. I respectfully request that you concur with the Planning Commission and deny any extension of the CUP. With respect to such matters in the future, I also suggest that you explore whatever options may be available to you regarding changing the 300-foot notification rule to something more appropriate, such as possibly 2,000 feet. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mike Roberts, and on deck, Louise Roberts. I didn't see Mike Roberts move forward. Is Louise Roberts here? All right. On deck, Joseph. That's not what this says.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Louise Roberts, and I live on Blanchard Place in Santa Rosa Valley. We are urging you to uphold the Planning Commission's unanimous decision to not renew the CUP for Tropical Paradise. We are concerned with the commercialization of the residential agricultural area of the Santa Rosa Valley. We moved here, as most residents did, because of the peaceful rural atmosphere. Because of our zoning, we should have a reasonable expectation that the rural character of our neighborhood would be maintained. This kind of urban use doesn't belong in this type of setting. There is no justification to allow a commercial enterprise to disrupt the lives of the people who live here and impact the community as this one has. It is a very sad situation that the people who live here cannot sit in their backyards on the weekends and enjoy the beautiful, peaceful atmosphere that was present before Tropical Paradise was allowed to disrupt the neighborhood with loud, amplified music, shouting DJs, cheering and hooting and hollering most every weekend during the best part of the year. We live about a half mile away from Tropical Paradise, but because of the nature of this bowl-shaped valley, it's very audible to us. A CUP is supposed to be issued on a temporary basis. It was explained to me that this is done so that it can be reviewed to make sure that it is compatible with the area. When they are being renewed for 5 and 10 years at a time, it certainly begs the definition of temporary. For the last 5 years, the neighbors have complained to the county through the proper channels, yet Tropical Paradise did very little to alleviate the problem until right before the hearing. They have not been operating this venue in good faith. The bottom line is that this venue is too close to too many homes and is not in keeping with the rural nature of this neighborhood. It is incompatible with the character of the Santa Rosa Valley, and it is hard to understand why this venue was allowed to operate in the first place. The neighborhood has had to put up with it for 5 years, and now a terrible injustice can be righted. We are depending on you to do the right thing and uphold the Planning Commission's decision to not renew the CUP for Tropical Paradise. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Joseph, and on deck, Michael Williams.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Could you list your name, please, for the record?
I'm Joseph Hettinger. I live on Blanchard Road in the Santa Rosa Valley. I purchased my home there in 1997. If I were to look at moving into the area today to purchase that same home, I would not because of the existing venue that's there. I'm in opposition.
We're having trouble hearing you, sir. Can you be loud? Yeah.
I would not purchase my home today if I was looking to purchase in the valley. I'm in opposition to the renewal of the CUP. I'm a sound mixer in the film business. I deal with noise, sound problems every day, or nearly every day. There's one thing, most everybody else has covered the stuff that I wanted to. One thing that they haven't really covered, I think, is the reduction in the amplified noise has been substantial. It has been better, but it only happened after they were facing a non-renewal of their CUP. Although it has been better, you can occasionally still hear it. The shape of the valley, because of the shape of the valley, you can hear stuff way up on the hillsides that you cannot hear down on the road. I went looking for party venues before, and when I go down to the Santa Rosa Road, I can't hear them. When I go back up to my deck, I can hear them. When I go to my backyard, I can hear them. I have to go back up the hill to figure out where they're coming from before I can go down to them. I was out of the area most of the time that Tropical Paradise was operating. The occasional times that I did hear it, I thought it was just someone having a party. But then I thought, well, shoot, they're having a whole lot of parties out here. And then when I did find out what was going on, I knew that there was a battle happening, so I never bothered to call or complain because I figured one day I'd be standing in front of you guys. As far as the road noise that we have, we realize that the road is used by all of the residents of the county of Ventura. We have to accept that we have to put up with some of that noise. It's during rush hour in the morning, it's rush hour in the evening, Monday through Friday. It's not every single weekend. I cannot sit on the deck of my house and enjoy it on Saturdays and Sundays through the summertime because I can still hear loud crowd noise clapping even though the music has been turned down. I can still hear individual people screaming and yelling. I can hear the screams and hollers. I know when they're leaving, and it's not acceptable. I would wish that you would deny the extension of this CUP. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Michael Williams, and on deck, Oliver Glover. Is Michael Williams here? All right. On deck, Oliver Glover. Mr. Glover, would you come down to the front row, please?
Okay, first of all, I want to apologize to everybody here for not issuing a formal complaint. in the beginning, and my only excuse was I felt by living a half a mile away from this venue that surely the people that lived in front of me, it must be unbearable for them, and so surely they would be complaining and this would all be taken care of. So I want to make that apology. I've lived in the valley for 42 years. And I just want to comment, everything that's been said tonight would be what I was going to say. I just want to add one thing then. Living in the valley for 42 years, I've seen a lot of houses come, and I've seen house parties. But not one party was ever half the noise that was in this venue. And keep in mind, that's 1/10 of the distance of the neighbors in front of me compared to how far away they are. So the decibel level may be at a certain level right across the road, but believe me, that decibel level keeps going right up that mountain. And that's pretty much what I want to say. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Thank you for keeping it short. Oliver Glover and then Rodney Dry.
Rodney Dry, I'd like to defer to the better speakers in the room.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Kevin Cannon is on deck then.
Members of the board, my name is Oliver Glover. I'm a 7-year resident of Santa Rosa Valley, a 45-year resident of Camarillo. I'm a former police officer back when I was skinny, good-looking, and had hair. I have attended many complaint calls for noise and have tried to arbitrate between neighbors a good many of those noise complaints. I stand here in opposition to extension of the CPU. One of the previous speakers spoke about the pristine nature of the valley, and my wife and I moved to that valley with that idea in mind. I think allowing further commercial development of the valley puts a real dent into the character of that valley. Allowing the commercial enterprise threatens every homeowner in the valley with decreased property values, not only with the property values of those within the hearing range of tropical paradise, but as more commercial properties are permitted, all of our property values have a potential of being decreased. The valley has had a lot of problems over the years. It has been and still remains to be a thoroughfare for commercial trucks trying to bypass the way stations on 118 and on 101. We put our faith in Ventura County when we purchase our properties. We put our faith in our local government that we would have the peace and quiet that we paid for. We put our faith that the property values would not be threatened by, of all things, commercial interest, which we all agree should be strong. I feel a little silly sometimes calling the Ventura County Sheriff out to my house because of motorcycles running up and down the hillsides on private property. I feel a little silly sometimes calling the police and having them come out because somebody is driving erratically on the road. I know our law enforcement agencies are stretched. I know they have limited budgets. I also know it can take 15, 20, 30 minutes for them to answer a complaint call all the way out in Santa Rosa Valley. For these reasons and the others stated earlier, I stand in opposition to continuing.
Thank you, sir. Kevin Cannon, followed by Barbara Goodrich.
Hi, I'm Kevin Cannon, 20-year resident of the Valley, also a member of the Santa Rosa Valley MAC. Just want to bring up a couple of points. I applaud the Planning Commission's decision, the expert decision in sorting out the land use decision here. I attended that hearing. I was impressed by their historical knowledge of what's worked and what hasn't. In many past years, they cited some instances out in Somas where they've actually had to deny CUP. And so I was really admiring the Planning Commission for the first time when I attended that hearing. And I saw that they kind of saw through the tropical paradise's sort of last-minute efforts to, rectify their current CUP. And it also brings to mind this recent thing that has happened, and that is on 9/17. Well, last Thursday I asked specifically, is this the same restrictions on the CUP going forward in front of the Board of Supervisors? I was told, yes, it's the same. And now I came today to find out that on 9/17 they made modifications, and staff reported that to you earlier. But an email went out on 9/19 from the staff to interested parties, did disclose that those changes. I think that's pretty important for us to see the desperate attempt Tropical Paradise is doing to reduce the event number and all the things in column 3. So I thought that was not sort of cool. At any rate, and then VCVA, I think they have a great case to do good work, and I think they could still do that good work even if you do deny this CUP. They can go forward and try to monitor their other venues in their association. Then one last thing about Mary Dimer alluded to the fact that the sound system cuts out and requires a complete reboot if the level is reached. And I don't believe that's true, because what I'm hearing is the crowd noise goes well above the level. It cuts out the music, but then the system can come immediately back up. So the aspect of a penalty if they go over sound level that the wedding party can't continue to use their system is not true, and I think that's another way that they're sort of tweaking the truth. One last thing, I would like the board to consider a change to the floodplain rule that you are not allowed to have structures if a CUP is temporary and can be picked up and moved. Let's say it's temporary in nature. You could have a temporary stage. Why wouldn't that be allowed in the floodplain? It's a temporary situation, but the argument I heard was, well, we can't have a wedding venue there because it's in a floodplain and it's not temporary. And I think that's the point we're trying to make. We want this to be gone away. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Barbara Goodrich, on deck. Jonathan Novich.
My name is Barbara Goodrich. I own Hartley Botanica in Somas, and I'm the vice president of the Ventura County Venue Association. I'm not only here in support of Tropical Paradise, but in support of farmers and farming in Ventura County. I am a farmer. I own a nursery, and we still sell container plants for the same price that we were selling them in 1971 when my dad started the nursery. I would have been out of business years ago, but for the fact that Ventura County has an allowed use written into their code allowing temporary events to be held on agricultural property. This is not farmland that's put here for one's viewing pleasure from your mansion up on the hill. These are people struggling to put food on their table for their family, to put food on your table. If farmers can't make money off their land, your beautiful farmland might be replaced with beautiful housing tracts. So I'm thankful to Ventura County for having the foresight and to stand up for and care about local farming and farming families enough to make this allowance in the law. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I called out Jonathan Novich, but you've already spoken, sir.
I'd like to speak on some of the other comments.
Well, I'm sorry, but you're part of that group that's doing the 20 minutes. I don't know how to do that fairly. If you can certainly do that during the 4-minute rebuttal. You can be part of the, because you had 3 minutes there. So Don Biggs and then Cliff Housego. I'm seeing some names I've never seen before in my life. Is Doug Biggs here? Yeah. You were wondering where Don Biggs was, right?
Sorry, sound system's not so good for me.
And Cliff Housego, is Cliff Housego here?
He spoke earlier, I believe, and you didn't hear his name and said he won't be here.
Then on deck is Joe Maravilla.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Biggs, and my company handles all the catering for the Tropical Paradise event venue. And, as a caterer, I have the opportunity to work at many venues throughout Ventura County. And, among these many venues, I have to say that Tropical Paradise is my favorite. And the reason being the professionalism and the considerateness of the staff that works there at Tropical Paradise. You had a chance to meet Mary Lou earlier. who is at every event at the venue, and she regularly monitors the sound and the conduct of the guests at the venue. But what I thought I'd like to discuss is something that Deborah Tasha mentioned earlier, and that is the facts and the logic behind keeping this location open. The first fact I recall is that the Planning Commission staff itself recommended extending the CUP for Tropical Paradise. I believe because, unlike the Planning Commission itself and other people, they were actually at the venue and experienced this venue in operation. They actually had a video at the Planning Commission meeting that they showed where they were shooting Tropical Paradise from across the street while there was an event taking place. And you couldn't see lights, you couldn't hear anything. It was like nothing was going on. We've heard that there are other events happening in Santa Rosa Valley. We cater many of these events, events that aren't at venues, they're at people's private homes. It's a fact that there's been complaints lodged against Tropical Paradise when, in fact, there were no events taking place at Tropical Paradise. So some of these events that you've heard homeowners talking about, where they're hearing music up on the hill and thousands of feet away, it could very easily be these other venues. I believe Tropical Paradise has mitigated any issues that have existed up until this point with regard to sound. And then finally, with regard to a commercial operation in this zone, we saw the pictures earlier. You cannot tell that it's in a venue from anywhere. It's surrounded by trees. It's actually a nursery that grows trees for sale, and it's completely camouflaged from the street. It's not like it's a shopping center. So in closing, I'd just like to say that Tropical Paradise provides local jobs for the community. It's a picturesque location, and I think it'd be a detriment to all concerned if it does shut down. Thank you.
Thank you for staying within the time limits. Joe Maravilla, and on deck, Gazelle Yetman.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Maravilla, and I'm associated with Maravilla Gardens. I don't have much to add because you've heard a lot, and I know that the packets are full of information, and I read through the packets carefully also. But the two things that I wanted to talk about was that I have been on the property. We're not far away, but I have gone. I've walked the neighborhood. I tell you that sound is not disruptive. That is no more than hearing a hawk flying over. It is not that disruptive. Or the coyotes at night.
Folks, we've all been real respectful the whole hearing. Let's keep it that way. We're close to the end. Thank you.
Is that this industry does employ a lot of people, just as DJs was just saying, is that there are a lot, it's an important part of our culture as a community, not only Santa Rosa Valley, but the Ventura County. And we ask that you would take that into consideration also. The ag community understands that if you start whittling away at things that you don't like, eventually you don't have it anymore. So we're asking that you also take that into consideration. And early on, when Debbie said, watch the integrity, just watch what's being said and read carefully the packet, because there's a lot that looks one way and it's actually the other. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Gazelle Yetman, on deck, Lori Leish, L-Y-C-H-E.
Hi, I'm Giselle Yateman. I've owned a home for 17 years in Wildwood Ranch in the Santa Rosa Valley. I became aware of Tropical Paradise because of Rosemary Ellison's Facebook page with nearly 400 residents, where she promotes her business and news pertaining to the Santa Rosa Valley. It's a select group of people and not open to everyone in the Santa Rosa Valley. What I saw there was a mounting campaign against a business. People there specifically stating, and I've submitted it, that if they got more people against Tropical Paradise, they'd get it shut down. They asked people to come support their neighbors. It was the neighborly thing to do, seemingly not caring if the neighbors were affected by Tropical Paradise or not. They should help the ones that were. And they've done that. If you read many of the letters, the objections aren't to the noise, but to having a business in an ag residential neighborhood, or they're objecting to traffic or potential drunk drivers, or their calls to Tropical Paradise are complaints on nights that Tropical Paradise didn't have an event. I want to point out that two of the families who are the most vocal here today purchased their homes after Tropical Paradise was already a business, and one of which was disclosed incorrectly to them. When I asked if they could on Facebook, when I asked if they could try to get back to a place where they could compromise, I was told by Rosemary she felt it didn't matter what Tropical Paradise did. It was too little, too late. Those were her words. I expected the MAC board chair, someone entrusted to represent all of the Santa Rosa Valley homeowners and residents, to be more neutral. I believe it has become a pissing match, and they have to win regardless of any efforts made by Tropical Paradise. Rosemary brings up the trail easement in her most recent submittal. Is it ever okay for the MAC to buy an easement with the approval of a CUP? Are the MAC allowed to use their power to manipulate outcomes like this? Are they allowed to host pages that allows mobs to form against a local business? On the Support the Sound or Sample the Sound night, I specifically asked Rosemary if this Tropical Paradise was affecting home prices, and she said it didn't. She said that to me personally. Last week's issue of the Acorn, there's a few residents that have an issue with noise from a local business. The city council in that case listened to both sides and has seen that the business is now trying to make their neighbors happy and has asked the business and the neighbors to meet together to resolve this before they step in. I ask that you please consider doing this as well. Perhaps to grant a CUP for a shorter period of time.
30 seconds.
Or for less weddings, or for a smaller number of people to attend, to in effect hit the reset button. I support Tropical Paradise and hope that you can find ways that it can be a win-win for both sides. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker, Lori Leish, and Peter Vanderberg is on deck.
My name is Lori Lickey. I live on Yucca, just 0.2 of a mile up the street from Tropical Paradise. My backyard is actually, I can see the trees from my backyard, and I can hear a lot of traffic noise from my backyard. Since the first hearing, after Tropical Paradise was denied their cup renewal, I continued my research, and I went down to Tropical Paradise to try to find out what all the fuss was about, because I really did want to know. I want to know that my neighbors were being genuine and honest, and I don't want to. I want to balance that with, a business that is being, threatened. So, I really just wanted to help somebody who I felt was defenseless. I personally have never heard Tropical Paradise from my house that I know of, because I came into this about 6 months ago, and I just thought it was other neighbors' parties, and it could have been, because we do have a lot of them. We have big backyards, obviously beautiful scenic, areas, and people do host big parties and weddings and graduation parties, birthdays, you name it. My experience has been consistent going down to Tropical Paradise and the streets surrounding Tropical Paradise, including the streets that people complain the most. And I cannot capture them. You guys have that video in your exhibits, and I've given you several, some from the first, including May 31st. Our neighbors right across the street from me had a big party that night, and I was hearing things on Facebook that it was all this music, and it was Tropical Paradise, but it was actually the same music that my neighbors were playing. And hearing all these people talk here and seeing, that PowerPoint, I don't know how they were able to get that on a PowerPoint. I could not hear music. I cannot hear it at all. Cheering, I can hear a little bit. It's very slight, very faint. I cannot hear anything over traffic. That traffic is not as slight as people are saying. I travel that road 5, 6, 7 times a day. And I have kids that go in different directions. I'm always back and forth. And at night, football games and parties and different things. And I just feel that there was kind of a lack of representation, really from those who I thought represented all of us. It kind of felt like it was MAC driven to get rid of this venue. And it might have been.
30 seconds.
Okay, it might have been loud at one time, but they fixed that. And I don't want to throw somebody out based on what once was, but what is now. I have to say that I am really shocked at how easy it was to take down a fully compliant business in Santa Rosa Valley with so little proof other than people's word, our word against their word. And I support Tropical Paradise, and I really don't feel there's concrete evidence to support the claims against them. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Vandenberg and Karen Steinberg, you've already been on. Now we're finally to Sinead Dugan, who I called up a long time ago, right? All right, you're on deck, right? Which tells you we're getting close to the end, right? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to the board. My name is Pete Vandenberg. Unlike the prior speaker, the officer, I'm also a police officer. I've done 40 years, still working, and I'm a little thinner than the prior speaker and more hair on my head. But anyways, let me get to the main point here. I did 35 years in the San Fernando Valley, where I had to deal with traffic, noise, pollution, heat, you name everything that could possibly hurt a human being, I dealt with, besides other parts of the city of LA. Driving through Ventura County, there are a lot of beautiful places to visit, to see, and having driven through the Santa Rosa Valley on numerous occasions to the beach from the valley, I said to myself, this is Shangri-La. So I purchased a house. This was in 09, and we closed escrow just before August. And when we start settling inside the house, one evening I heard some loud music, and the house is built in 1986. It's insulated walls, double pane glass, everything is closed off, and I couldn't even hear my TV. And I believe I got a certified copy here from the Sheriff's Department, and in respect to Lou Retton, she had mentioned there were 84 calls from the Sheriff's Department. There was only a total of 13. So her information on the calls for service were incorrect. But anyways, getting back to the subject matter, I contacted the real estate company and also the prior owner about any kind of disclosure statement to the property. Well, obviously this was before the CUP was issued to Tropical Paradise. So there again, I was somewhat out of luck, but I did make a complaint. I believe I was the first person to make the first initial call, and that was August the 3rd, 2009, and that was at 17:33 hours, which is like 7:33. So anyways, my main point here is that I'm opposed to Tropical Paradise to renew their CUP. I've investigated CUPs for the city, and one thing I don't understand is why the county, who's watching the hen house here? Who's investigating any kind of violations of a conditional use permit? Now, me, myself, and some other fellow officers, we worked in the San Fernando Valley, and akin to violations, we were able to close down several businesses, and I believe Tropical Paradise is one. And that is, we closed down Denim and Diamonds, the Red Onion, Yankee Doodles, the Brass Rail, for violations of a CUP. So what I'm asking is, who is investigating the CUP? You know, you're relying on the people of the Santa Rosa Valley to come forward, make complaints, do this, do that, but who's enforcing it? That's what I want to know. And again, with the liquor license that this establishment gets, is temporary. ABC, Alcohol Beverage Control, will not go out there to investigate.
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Sinead Dugan, and on deck, Peggy Luddington.
Hello, my name is Sana Dugan, resident of Santa Rosa Valley. I live on Summerview Circle, which is about on top of the hill of Summerview Circle, about less than a mile away from Tropical Paradise. I am in opposition of extending the CUP for Tropical Paradise. I hear the noise when they have events. I have heard it on many occasions, and I've spoken before, over a month ago. One time I was having a birthday event for my son on a hot summer night. They were by the pool, him and his friend. All they had, a boom box. And we had complaints from over a mile away, half a mile away from where we are. And it wasn't that loud, but noise carries uphill.
Also, I have a small business in downtown Ventura. I have a bar, and we hold a lot of events. We have live bands. We used to carry that outside on our patio. We were eventually cited by the city, and the city stopped all actions of having outdoor events because residents live on the hill, and regardless of decibels, noise carries with the wind, with everything else. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Peggy Luddington, and I assume this is not a speaker here, Brian? On deck. Do you have any idea? He gave this to me because none of us can read it, right? Whoever submitted this card late, right? That's you. You're on next. You're on deck, right?
Okay, I thought you were talking about me.
Quite frankly, I thought it was a practical joke. He gave this to me, making, right?
My wife would agree with you on that.
All right, there we go. Great.
Good late afternoon. My name is Peggy Luddington. I live on Presilla Road in Camarillo, Santa Rosa Valley. And I'm such an old timer, I still call it Camarillo. I have been there for 30 years. So everything's been pretty much covered. I just wanted to underscore one of the points in the PowerPoint presentation, and that is that the California Supreme Court in the Tuolumne case has decided that a county creates an implicit contract with people purchasing in an area based upon its general plan. So we all took that to heart. And in 30 years, we had a local resident, I believe her name was Virginia Rogalski. She planted trees up and down Santa Rosa Road. We have beautified and kept it very country-oriented. And to bring a business in just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So I just wanted to underscore that contractual thing. Another thing I wanted to point out is that in California, the law protects property owners' rights to the use and quiet enjoyment of their property. In Santa Rosa, that is so much larger than when I lived in Mission Oaks before I hit Santa Rosa. And Santa Rosa, we don't have street lights. It's quiet at night. So the thought that you're hearing music and voices, and it's not the same as an occasional car going by. It's really quite different. There was a gal up here that mentioned that the Santa Rosa Valley Voice, the website she was referring to, that she heard what Rosemary was doing, it's not at all exclusive. It is a Facebook page open to all Santa Rosa residents. All you have to do is log on and put your name in. I am also a farmer. I grow lemons. And this is not a farm trying to keep afloat. This is a entity that has come in and purchased a piece of property to develop it commercially in a rural, residential, and agricultural area. It is not a farmer trying to put food on the table. So that is very different. And as Mrs. Maravilla said, if you start whittling down, soon you don't have anything left. And we are very, very concerned that this is an encroachment into our peaceful valley, and that ultimately it will change the character of the valley because there will be other encroachments because this is precedent setting. So I do respectfully oppose the continuance of the CUP. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And we have one other speaker who will reveal his name when he comes up. And then the applicant, you want to get ready, you'll have your 4 minutes. If your noise expert wants to use some of that 4 minutes, he's certainly welcome to.
My name is Jim Brady. I live in the Santa Rosa Valley on Palo Verde Circle. I've lived there for 29 years. Okay. And I live I don't live as high as Priscilla, but I'm about halfway up. And the previous speakers mentioned, yes, you do hear everything because the sound travels up. Apparently, the people who are in favor of this in March or April or May sent out a petition-like request asking people to sign a document that said they were in agreement of the PUC. And that document, I'll read to you, said, now this is the gentleman who signed this. On April 28, 2014, I signed a paper stating that I have no issue with Tropical Paradise operating as a business in the Santa Rosa Valley. I did not understand that the location of a wedding venue was the issue. I was told that a local business is being shut down unfairly. And if I was concerned about free enterprise and excessive government intervention, I should sign this paper. Since that date, I've investigated thoroughly the location of Tropical Paradise venue. This declaration is to state that I do not feel that the situation surrounding the venue was explained, and I feel that the Board of Supervisors should deny the conditional use permit. I would also like to say there have been other people up here talking as caterers and entertainers and people with bands and DJs. I've worked with some of those people as a bartender. I know what the objective is at a party. That's to get everybody pretty well soused and have them make noise and have them have the feeling that they're having a good time. That's good, but I would like each of you to go home and as you sit in your house tonight, ask yourself if every weekend you would like to have a bar pretty close to your house making that kind of noise. Because that's what this is. This is a bar, a rowdy bar. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We now have the applicant on for 4 minutes before we close the public comment. Before the applicant starts, I just want, is there anybody else who submitted a card and didn't get called for some reason? All right, so we're going to close this down to everybody except for the applicant at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. 4 minutes to respond to 2 hours worth of opposition. I'll go quickly.
I'll point out you had 20 minutes that you could have saved as much as you wanted.
But I hadn't heard it. Okay, a couple of things. Last minute effort. Sound system is state of the art. It started nearly a year ago. So this last ditch effort is ridiculous. A ridiculous comment. I noticed that comments about venues being within a half mile of the homes were fine, no problems. And then I hear a tremendous amount of argument that we're a mile or more away and we can hear Tropical Paradise when in fact we have 3 additional illegal venues going on. So you can imagine my confusion. Most of the supporters are local and they live right in that area. You have several maps that show where they live. They have green dots and it shows where they live. There were 80 sheriff calls over the last few years, yet no alcohol, no traffic. Only Tropical Paradise is the only venue that has all of this, and there's nothing, no citation, nothing, no accident report, nothing. I heard that on Monday, April 3rd, there was a problem out there. Well, there was no event on August 3rd. So 2 other real quick things. I have a letter in support. Unfortunately, the gentleman couldn't be here. He lives across the street, directly across the street. He has 4 young kids. He says he has no issue, no problem. One other thing I was handed, Rosemary Allison, March 18th. This disclosure has not deterred any of the potential buyers for homes in this neighborhood. So if I might, I don't know what time I've got left. Pardon me? 2 minutes. Wow. Okay. The conditions in your staff report as recommended approval by the staff include an automatic permit renewal in 1 year, which would give you a chance that we would have to come back for a current observable process and report back to you under these more restrictive conditions. And it would be a perfect idea to have the venue association under its purview. So you have lots of options here. Basically, it would give them a year under all of these new conditions, the reduced venues and reduced numbers and all of that. I believe that Tropical Paradise is compliant, as staff has indicated, with all of your codes and policies. There are many violations throughout the county that should take the focus of non-compliance. We heard about one of the venue or one of the nurseries. Well, the nursery was operating as a retail nursery, which is illegal in the zone. So to say, boy, these people are really good, but they violate everything, Tropical Paradise does not have any violations. I think that I would greatly appreciate you giving yourselves a chance to come back in 1 year and see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for staying within your time limit. Staff, do you have anything that you want to add at this point in time?
Chair Bennett, I just wanted to answer one question that you had that I don't believe was answered to begin with. In reviewing what Rosemary Allison submitted as far as the 2009 events, whether the MAC recommended approval of that or not, I see in the motion that Mark Burley made the recommendation and Rosemary Allison seconded the motion, and the motion passed 3-0.
To what?
It did have conditions on it. Please read those conditions in there.
3-0.
What was the motion?
The motion passed
To support?
3-0. And what it said was, Mark Burley moved that the MAC recommendation was to request a restriction on hours, that events end at 10 and the cleanup crew is done by 11. So Mr. Burley did come to the hearing, and I'm reviewing the minutes from the hearing that Ms. Deanna conducted.
Please. We're at the staff side of this now. Thank you.
And that happened. So the reduction of hours happened. There was also a request from Mr. Burley, who was representing the MAC at the hearing, that they submit the annual reports, or that they submit the reports of the activity annually, and it was a date for February 1st, and Mr. Mamaki, the property owner, as well as Mr. Burley and Ms. Deanna and Mr. Perlman were all at that meeting where those things were agreed to.
And this was 2009?
This was the 2009, December 2nd, 2009
Right.
hearing, and I believe that was your original question.
All right. Staff have anything else? I want to officially close.
The minutes, she's missing the second point that we made to that.
Please, I'm going to close the public hearing. We're at that point where we've turned to staff and the public hearing is closed. So we have the public hearing closed. We're now at the level where we're going to deliberate. I do want to just point a couple things out as we start the board's deliberation. Number one, I think it was helpful to be reminded of the fact that in 2009, this project was approved by the board. This project was approved with the support of the community. There was an opposition at that point in time. And certainly today you see that the Santa Rosa Valley is not apathetic. I mean, it's a wonderful community. People are involved. Almost every issue that comes forward, you have people are really stepping forward. I very much identify with the speaker who said he wanted to talk about this issue, I thought, without trying to cast aspersions on anybody on either side. Said I'm sort of uncomfortable that my community is kind of throwing things around at each other. We're at an interesting spot, but we're where we probably should be or deserve to be given what has happened at this point in time. There's a reason there are short CUPs, and that is so that you can come back and revisit and check and see. I don't see a reason for people to go after each other here in this. There aren't good people or bad people. We just have a situation where nobody objected to this thing when it first went forward. There were conditions and there were concerns, and the concerns were being addressed basically by saying this is going to be 5 years and then we're going to revisit it. I would offer that, from my perspective, the burden is on the people that want to introduce a business use in a community where everybody primarily buys into that community for the peace and quiet and the bucolic state that it is, et cetera. And so the burden is on somebody who wants to introduce a non-residential use into that, because that issue with the Supreme Court statement, I think, is really a fundamental bond in America. People that want to do business go to a business area. People that want to buy residential go to a residential area. Those people that want to do something, we've tried to be creative with agricultural land here in Ventura County. We've tried to say, You can do some uses on agricultural land to try to keep it profitable. I think but you can only do that, but not at the expense of the other agricultural landowners there, or not at the expense of the other residents that happen to live in the area. I mean, people, certainly when this went in, now that we understand, and I really appreciate the frankness about, there was the trail easement, there was this desire to try to get the trail easement, and that wasn't a bribery issue. That was an offer to community members in terms of what do they support? Well, they support this sort of overall concept. So I wish, there was an opportunity for the business to alleviate the concerns of the residents so that we could make the finding here now, 5 years later, that would have to be made for us to be able to go forward. But that didn't happen, and I certainly can't make that finding at this point in time. So that's where I am with this as it goes forward. But the point I wanted to try to emphasize is I hope as we have this discussion, we don't disparage. I think there's a good faith effort that's been made recently to try to get the sound system under control. There aren't bad people here in this. We just got ourselves, as one speaker said, hey, we got a problem. We need help fixing it. We got into this situation for a variety of reasons, and there aren't bad people in this situation one way or the other. So that's my thoughts. Turn it over to board members. Supervisor Parks.
I had, if we could see slide 22 on the staff's PowerPoint. Someone had said that it's really whose word are you going to take, one person's word or the other. But the way I look at it is some people are being impacted by noise and others are not. And what I found interesting with this slide is if you look at the decibels from the location of Tropical Paradise, did you get to page
22?
That's
is
23.
blank.
I'd like 22, the one before
22
that.
is blank.
Well, I'm looking at a noise analysis, but it's basically showing that from the Tropical Paradise, the decibels are 54 decibels at 3,000 feet away, over 3,000 feet away. But something that's only 400 feet away, it's showing only 42 decibels. So I think what we're hearing is that, and what the residents are hearing is that even if you're a half mile away, you're hearing it louder than people that are only 735 feet away. I guess maybe what I might be looking is the PowerPoint from the Staff Planning Commission, and I don't know if you can find that, but I think that's part of it, is that it's almost an interesting social experiment that people are saying, it's not noisy, I live right near it, but in fact, the sound studies are showing people that are 3,270 feet away are hearing it a lot louder than people 735 feet away. So it's clearly, we wouldn't have all these people here complaining about the noise if it doesn't exist, and if it isn't a problem, and if it isn't, quite frankly, what we define in our noise ordinance as a loud or noxious noise. And that means, and I'm just quoting right from the noise ordinance, it means sounds from one, the use or operation of any radio, music instrument, phonograph, television receiver, video cassette recorder, remember those? Or any machine or device for the production, reproduction, amplification of human noise or any other sound. I mean, it's just specific to that. This is amplification of noise. It's one of the two findings that the Planning Commission used to deny the CUP. It was the noxious noise, and the other one was incompatible. And I think we're seeing clearly that it's incompatible when you have people not being able to enjoy the peace and quiet of their homes because of a business. And I think that is why it is on the it is to the owners of the CUP, the applicant, to show that they are compatible. It's in, I think clearly just from the evidence that we have before us, it's not compatible. It's not a compatible use with residents. Those sensitive noise receivers are children, are families, are people living and enjoying their homes and who would like to enjoy their backyards and their patios. So I think it's pretty clear that this is not a compatible use. And I agree with the Planning Commission decision. And I would go ahead and support the staff recommendation, quite frankly, the planning staff recommendation to deny the appeal.
Supervisor Foy.
I was just looking at this, and I do appreciate everybody's comments, and I appreciate the ones that were really direct and more honest than trying to make a lot of hype about it. Because for us, we want to get to the real core of what's going on. And the hardest part with this for me is that our own planning department originally thought this was going to be something they should support and we would go forward with. And they're the experts, and they go through this and they look at these things, and then, as it came before the planning commission, things had changed. But so I struggle with the idea that Kim and her staff said this is what we think is right. It should go on. We haven't had lots of complaints. They've lived within this. But then, then you've got what you said. I mean, some people hear it differently. It's a little bit hard. Some people have told, like I said, one lady told me that we don't hear it at our house, but now I can see in your staff it's a little different. So it's a little bit more difficult. I struggle with the idea that we say to somebody, go ahead, invest your money, go do this, get it up and running, we're going to agree. The MAC agrees, and then all of a sudden, 5 years later, you've invested all this and now it goes away. And we don't give, a lot of other CUPs we do is a lot long-term, so somebody can say, okay, if we do all this up front, you're going to let us. Now, because it was interesting how they came back and said, okay, I'll make some adjustments, because most of what I heard, which is what I think most people, is noise. I know some people said we're going to have drunks on the road, and we got to be careful of that because we got other venues that would be the same place. You got people leaving their, parties at their house. So I just want to be careful with that, because if there is real issues, I guarantee our sheriff's department would be out on those roads, and because they know what's happening. So that must not have been a real issue. But there's no question. You want to have, I don't care if you're in a city, I don't care if you're in the country where you're at, you want to enjoy your place. But it sounds like over the years that people have been able to enjoy it, but some people have complained. There's no question. I think that's part of it. And I think Supervisor Bennett was pretty clear. We've tried to allow ranchers, farmers, the ability to find some ways to make a little extra money on their properties and to do that and to give that. Because if you don't have these areas, as Roberta, had a wedding out there, you wouldn't have these places to have a nice outside wedding. Everything would be in a building. Everything would not be able to enjoy the paradise we live in. So this is a real struggle. So I'm more inclined to go back to where our planning department was in the beginning, to want to approve this, but maybe come back to where those things were to cut that down. And maybe it's over a shorter period of time. Let's try 1 year. Let's see if it can work with these people. Because as Rosemary has said, it sounds like it doesn't affect the real estate values. It's in that kind of a thing, as I heard her shake your head yes when somebody answered that. Oh, don't answer me. I'm just telling what you said. I just saw you shake your head. But at the other side, we don't want to affect real estate value. Nobody wants to affect values, because I'm a big property rights believer. People should have the rights to their property to do what they want. And at the end is when somebody gives them, because remember, these people came to us and did this whole thing, and they had to spend lots of money and time, and everybody got the opportunity to speak. And now all of a sudden we come back and say, no, well, the noise level's a little bit more than I thought it was, but you go invest all that money. And people will say that's what a CUP is for. But I also want to be careful how we do it, not only for right here. We've got a lot of really nice big ranches and properties, and Limonera does stuff, and I don't want people saying, well, people coming off the Limonera property could be drunk, we should stop those. There's a lot of events. A lot of charities have a lot of events at a lot of these places, and we got to be very careful on how we allow this. And at the same time, we got to be very careful that people are not willing to invest in this county to do certain things. Now, some of you locally will say, that's good because I don't want it done in my neighborhood. And I understand that. We don't want a lot of things done in our neighborhood, because I know a lot of people say, I don't want the lights in that guy's riding arena next to me either. It's part of what we live with in this area. So just some of my comments.
Supervisor
Zargos. Mr. Chair, thank you so much, and I want to thank all the speakers. It's about 3.5 hours ago that we started this, but I respect all of you and I respect both sides. I just want to share that I believe in business. I was a business person for 20-some years. I had my own business. I had my own real estate business. And I know what it is, location, and so forth. But one of the things that I see here is that we have a business in a residential neighborhood. And I really don't not believe that we should have a business in the neighborhood. I know it was approved 5 years ago, but businesses outgrow, or residential units outgrow businesses and so forth. So I really believe that in the beginning it should have never been approved in a residential area. And I think it's a beautiful venue. The video, pictures that you showed were excellent. I mean, they're just a beautiful place, but I just believe that it's not compatible with the neighborhood, and I believe that it is harmful to the neighborhood because of the children, because of the traffic, because of numerous other things. Really, what we're concerned is having a commercial business in a residential area. So it's kind of hard for me to support this.
Supervisor Long.
Thank you all for coming in to speak to this, and certainly there's a lengthy record now between the work that our outstanding work that our staff has done in the planning department and the planning commission hearing, and now this and all of the submittals on this. I'll tell you, walking in here, I hadn't decided what direction I really felt this should go. CUPs are difficult to begin with. You're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. And a CUP is an exception to the rule. It's conditional, and it's also temporary. And we have had CUPs that will have 15, 20-year shelf lives. Obviously, this one was granted with a 5-year, so that it could be re-examined. In that re-examination, the planning department, under our current process, says, under the CEQA modification conditional use permit, noise studies, traffic, all the things that need to be done. And we rely on the expertise that comes from those requested studies, the staff does, to analyze them and try to weigh whether or not there's an impact. And it was said earlier that there certainly there are objective and there are subjective both feelings about this venue, and I think where we're going to have a difficult challenge, board members, is what's the long-term future for wedding venues in our county and what has been historically allowed in open space and agricultural uses. And I was pleased to hear that the association has been formed because they do need to help one another to figure out how they can coexist and be compatible in areas that are, by our practice, allowed uses. I think that we also have to, I think we need to have a lengthier discussion another time with staff about how we are, what can we do if in fact we do support wedding venues. What can we do to help the community and a proposal to fit that square peg in a round hole? Because it will continue to be very, very difficult for us. I was leaning towards the proposal, the third proposal that came in, and then looking at a suggestion that it be for 1 year. As a business, that is very difficult to do. You continue to invest in your business, and 1 year horizon is very, very difficult to really look at how you're going to invest in that business. And we have good business people here. They really have good intentions. They aren't, I believe that they have stretched to try and make this work. What I'm probably more concerned about is the development that's going to break ground and grow up now around this venue, and it will be even more difficult and incompatible to keep the wedding venue viable in this location. It absolutely will be. Then you'll really be challenged with noise contours and the noise that you can't control. What I heard more from today's hearing was that made by the celebration. And the celebration, you can't control that. And if there's, loud discussions and laughing and celebration, and that isn't something to put a decibel level on. And that says to me now that this is just very difficult to continue to try and make this work with, again, that square peg in a round hole. It's a conditional use permit. It's before us in a timely fashion. It's not going to fit. It's not going to fit. And that's, as also someone who supports businesses, it's very difficult to suggest now that with this action, this has to end and actually end in a very short period of time. But and you, again, you've bent over backwards, and if I thinking about my backyard, my home, and there's there's a hill behind me, and at the top of the hill there are some very nice homes, and they do have parties, and law enforcement has been called, and I know when that occurs, it is very disturbing, and that's in the city. And it's a house party. There's a difference. I agree, and I certainly heard that there are house parties that create noise. But at the end of the day, this is a conditional use permit that is granted as an exception to the rule, and it's a higher bar. It's a higher bar that has to be met, and I will have to support the staff recommendation that has now come forward from the Planning Commission's discussion, and here clearly there was frustration from our planning commissioners. And the two areas that they've noted throughout this, I think we have to take seriously and figure out how we're going to work that. What are we going to do? What are we responsible? What are we saying to the public if we say, here, meet the CUP guidelines and you will be granted a CUP if in fact those two components called out are significant high bars that will challenge us. So at this point, that's where I am.
I appreciate those comments. I think we know where the vote is going to go. I'd like to take this opportunity to maybe try to offer what I think is something that this board could support with your fair question. What do we do about wedding venues, in Ventura County? First, because it gets brought up all the time, I just want to offer the distinction. I would fiercely defend the right of somebody to be able to have a wedding once in their child's career at their home. And I would say if you live in a residential neighborhood and you can't tolerate somebody in your neighborhood letting their son or daughter get married at their house, and so you got noise for a night, that's part of living in a neighborhood. I mean, if you go live on an island, if you do. On the other hand, there's a huge difference if somebody says every Saturday night I want somebody to get married in my home. So I just think we need to separate those two completely, because we're all in this together, and in this one, what's the dominant theme? I would offer in a residential area, the dominant theme is peace and quiet. Particularly a residential area that is as unique as Santa Rosa, that has people that move there specifically, and they do make the sacrifice of driving further to go to the grocery store. They don't have those conveniences specifically for that reason, so they don't have a light. So the trade-off is, you've already heard there are two other venues, right? And you're not hearing people complaining about those other venues. Now, they need to legally follow the rules and not become a problem. But the burden is this. You can locate, I think the solution is, you can locate, but your responsibility is not to infringe upon somebody else's peace and quiet. So as Supervisor Foy made reference to, the private property, they have the right to use their private property within their zoning. And if they want to push the envelope, they have to do it in a way that does not take away private property rights of everybody else. I would offer, somebody may say their private property rights are being taken away because they can't have the wedding venue. I would offer somebody else's private property rights to sit out on their deck on a warm, balmy night is being taken away because of this. So that's where I think we can find it. Is that we can find it as 75 decibels might be fine at some locations, right? But we haven't turned down all wedding venues. We have tried to find that happy median that allows businesses to be successful, agriculture to stay profitable, and peace and quiet to still be maintained. I think it's eminently doable with common sense, approaches as we go forward. This is a difficult location, as you point out, particularly if it's going to get horseshoed around with the new development. You're going to have people above it. I would just offer this one other observation. If you're ever out at Solomar Beach, you talk to those people at Solomar Beach, they are very close to the freeway. You don't hear the freeway at all. If you live above the freeway, it is really loud, the littlest things that you hear. And there is a huge difference. Distance isn't the issue, the point is. And so I could see it very possible that the sound would carry up, even though it may not carry flat across if there's Depending on the dew point, the moisture and everything else, but it may not carry to the road. So all those things have to be considered. And I think it's a case-by-case basis, but the burden needs to be on the person who wants to push the envelope on their zone. Now, if you're in a residential zone and somebody wants to buy a house there, the burden is on them to say the residences can't make, the businesses, if you're in a business zone, the burden is on the residents to say, hey, these businesses are causing problems. For example, if Santa Rosa residents come and say, those tractors are too loud, we would say, you bought your home here, in the Santa Rosa Valley. So that's what I think is, I hope that I offer that only in the spirit of trying to answer your question, how do we make this work? We're not saying no to everything. This one just doesn't seem to get to the threshold.
Mr. Chair, I think the biggest concern I have here is not if it's a wedding venue or there's a noise or what, is the fact that you have a commercial business in a residential neighborhood. This is what the way I see it, more than anything else. Because commercial is commercial and residential is residential. So that's what I see here more than anything else.
Anybody have anything else you want to make the motion, Supervisor Parks?
No, just clearly, I just want to be careful what we're also saying too, because you said that wraparound of that new development. I want to be careful that when somebody has established something, just because somebody else comes in, that you can't lose your business or something else because somebody else. You want to be careful how
by
they say it.
By itself, that couldn't be the reason.
Right, I understand that.
If everybody else wasn't here, you couldn't say, hey, they might complain, we should do it.
Yeah, you can't. We've seen that happen at airports.
I agree, but again, you're talking a CUP, an exception of the rule.
Right,
and so they'd have to hold up to the.
And some people have to figure out, if I do something around something that could be developed, do I really want to invest my money here?
And as a county, we have to be responsible, saying, we know that there's a potential housing development that looks like it's coming forward. Do we want to go into
exactly.
the use that it's going to disturb
and that's really my thing here is that these people invested and we kind of say go ahead and now we're back, and that's the hardest part.
And there's also disclosures that I believe the developer should.
Where are those realtors out here that was those disclosures and stuff?
And it's also another interesting thing that the noise ordinance doesn't really cover open space zones. So that's something else that we may want to look at when we're looking at putting requirements on noise, so that some of these communities are actual urban or suburban communities, but they're not having the kind of residential zoning that would entitle them to being covered under that noise ordinance. So we do have an opportunity to look at this again. And I know the Santa Rosa Valley MAC members have requested that they can have more information about how this CUP process works, and so we can be proactive, so we don't have situations where we end up having these kind of incompatible uses. But a lot of discussion. I just go ahead and ask to make a motion that we accept the staff recommendation on this, and as the points are outlined. Do you need each one of those specified?
Yeah, I'm happy to second that. As we vote on this, I'd just like to point out that I think there are a lot of good feelings for the Santa Rosa Valley on the Board of Supervisors, and I hope after this everybody can go forward and try to heal as a community and get after the next good things that you guys work on.
And the recommendations are certified, that we reviewed the information, and we're adopting the resolution and supporting the Planning Commission by denying the appeal and denying the application for a minor modification and making the clerk the custodian of the record.
I just think there's some other options. I won't go along with it, but I understand both sides of this.
So that motion passes 4-1, right? All right, we have another time certain item that's at 3:30. So as soon as we get to 3:30, we'll call. We do. It's your item. You want to do it, don't you? Could I have the attention of the people of the Santa Rosa Valley? Our 3:30 item is an item about the Santa Rosa Valley. If any of you want to speak on that item, we'll try to let you speak real quickly. We're going to do it. We'll do it right now. If you want to speak, this is on the park item, but if not, we understand it's late and everything else. So, all right. Right. All right, here we are. Mr. Van Dyke, let's go ahead and we'll cover our 3:30 time certain item. It's about the
3:30 time certain.
Park fees. There's a report on park fees.
Chairman, board members, CEO, for the record, Ron Van Dyke, Ventura County Parks. We're here today as a follow-up to the one-year moratorium that your board approved back on 9 September of last year as a follow-up on the status of the Santa Rosa Park operating parameters and revenues that were generated and venue events that were held. Probably to simplify this, I would say at this point I'm ready to take any of your questions on the board letter or the spreadsheet that was attached as an exhibit and answer any questions you may need clarification on.
And if we have any members of the public who wish to speak, maybe we could go to that then.
I may have some questions. I just haven't found where they are yet. But, you know, they're buried in all this other paper, so sorry. 'Cause I did ask
Looking
for
at
some
this,
information.
we're losing about $60,000 a year on this park.
This past fiscal year, we lost, correct, it's about 61,000 is what our net loss was. We did about 30,000 of one-time work since the park was just opened. We had a lot of cleanup and a lot of stuff that wasn't part of the construction contract of Phase 2 that staff went out and did to improve the park conditions and beautification. So we're looking at probably right around, with gate fees, somewhere around the 20 to 28,000 range, I'm guessing, somewhere in that ballpark, depending on uses and revenues that
Depends
get
on
generated.
uses.
20 to 28,000 what? I
Loss,
didn't hear.
loss.
Annually, is what
Annually.
you're anticipating? 20 to 28,000.
That's with operating with gate fees are all revenue generating options. Without that, we're going to be running probably in the mid $30,000 range is our best estimate at this point.
Positive or negative?
Negative.
But I guess the key to what you're saying is by having free gate or non-free gate, it really didn't change the usage much.
It didn't change the use from our current numbers. Our projections right now, we only have 2 rentals. One has already happened, and we have one scheduled for June for the renting the arenas. Those rentals basically barely cover the cost of maintenance of the arena for that event. Because we have to drag the arenas prior to the event, so the staff time to go out and drag the arena, basically break us even for that event. So everything else becomes an overhead charge.
Okay, great, thanks. I know she wants to have people speak.
I was just thinking I have the public comment. I have some thoughts that I can share, but if you'd like to have the public go first.
Quite a few speakers. Could we make it 3 minutes, please, for all the speakers? Doug Price. Well,
You did it again.
oh my gosh, look how many speakers we have. Jan Woodfill. Sorry, Doug.
That's okay. Thanks for having me up here again.
No, I'm sorry, Doug. We're going with Jan Woodfield first.
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. Thank you.
Yeah.
I totally misunderstood.
Jan Woodfield, and then Kevin Cannon, and then Rosemary Allison. All right, here we go.
Here we
You're
go.
up.
Jan Woodfill, 2677 Riata Court, Santa Rosa Valley. I support everything that was stated about what a wonderful place it is to live. Our people invested 20 years to get this park. When it was finally approved, you cannot believe how elated we were. As a community, we've invested 20 years, $15,000 from our riding club, and countless thousands of hours of planting free trees that we went out, solicited to get donations. Yay, the bridge went in, we had a huge dedication. Next, the arena goes in. It's a rectangle, not an oval. Bad. Next, the judge's booth goes in. A gazebo, not a judge's booth, and it's at the end of the rectangle. That's not appropriate for a horse show. Then they put the water in. Well, the pipes were dangerous. Those had to be redone. The sand went in. It was too deep. Then they put in recycled gym shoes. Do you know what a mess that is? It's all over the place. We still love our park. The final insult was charged for parking. We couldn't believe it. Supervisor Parks, thank you so much for intervening so that we got a free year out of it. Now, during this particular year of free parking, what I've noticed, and I go there at least every week, is that the city of Thousand Oaks, in that little circle across from the bridge, they allow free parking there. I take my arthritic 29-year-old horse down there every week so that he can meet the public because he's a real lover. I count 3 to 5 cars in that parking lot on weekends is all. Nobody's using our parking lot anymore. Now, last weekend was a special event. It was the Sheriff's Posse thing, and there were 36 horse trailers in there. So anyway, that was being used. I would just encourage you to follow what the city of Thousand Oaks does. There's no charge for parking in any of their parks. They encourage the people to go out, use their parks, exercise, and they have received national recognition for it. So I encourage you to do the same for our residents here, and please do not reinvent the parking fee. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Cannon. On deck, Rosemary Allison.
Kevin Cannon, I don't know if I can follow Gussie's remarks. Those are great. So I think I'll save your time and just say that if you want to encourage this park, it's still in a fledgling stage. And I think putting the parking fee on it at this point is still too early. I don't think it'll give the wrong impression to the people that are already going there and using it. It doesn't seem like $19,000 or $20,000 is a whole lot to give to this park, which is the only one in District 2 that exists. That there's a lot of park funds going around all the county, and I would think we deserve a little bit of that pie. So charging us the parking fee and having free ones in other districts is probably looking like what's wrong with us. Anyway, thank you.
Rosemary Allison. On deck, Janice Gardner.
The residents of Santa Rosa Valley have felt that we were in a partnership with the county in developing this park for the regional benefit of Ventura County. As part of our cooperative efforts, many citizens have volunteered not only their funds, but countless hours in the establishment and improvement of this local resource. Oh, our timer came back. Anyway, nonprofit groups, including 4-H and Pony Club, have been relying for some time now on this park. This year, for the first time, we had our No Place Like Hope picnic, which drew in a crowd of over 500 people. There isn't an entry fee for the event, and we fear that the enormous public enjoyment and participation in this event would be severely handicapped if a parking fee was instituted. This has become an annual event for charities, and like Moore Park Days, Caneo Valley Days, Camarillo Fiesta, and other signature events, they don't charge fees for parking. And we're sure that they would move to another location to do so. The other thing that I want to make a point of is probably until next year, Santa Rosa Valley has a trail for us to travel to the park. I have a feeling you all know we will probably lose that trail. But anyway, but the people that will be most hurt by this are those that trailer in, the ones who don't live in Santa Rosa Valley, the ones that come there to use the park. What is incongruous or whatever here is the fact that right literally in the same area is the City of Thousand Oaks parking lot, which is free. So what are we going to encourage? For people not to go inside our parking lot and to park inside the City of TO parking lot, which is right there. It doesn't make sense. It isn't as safe as you would have those trailers in the other spot. So I do encourage or beg that you do consider an indefinite moratorium on parking fees.
Thank you for your testimony. Janice Gardner. On deck, Robin Miller.
Good afternoon, CEO Mike Powers and Board of Supervisors. I'm here to speak about the park, but as a private citizen, I'm also on the MAC, who have 3 children, all of whom are growing up as 4-H members who use Santa Rosa Regional Park for meetings and the showing of their animals. The 4-H group is a very, very large group, and we have kids from all over Ventura County that come, and I believe that this would be a real detriment if they were charged for parking. Improvements in the park have come at a great expense from the public, who have to date put in more than $15,000 worth of equipment. A youth group from a church for 2 years in a row planted many, many trees, thereby assuring that there would be shade for all of those who utilize the park, especially the young and the elderly. The park, as you've heard, is for multi-recreational use, and that includes picnics, mountain biking, hiking, running, and jogging. This park serves many communities in Ventura County. A hiker, jogger, or equestrian can access from the park hundreds of miles of trails that go from the mountains to the sea. According to a Costco Trail Patrol officer who was at the park this weekend, she said that it was extremely crowded, and she wanted me to give you this point, and she said that every month, including this past Sunday, a sheriff's posse ride for 35 active and volunteer sheriffs from all over Ventura County meet and ride and spend the day in the park. We believe it is extremely doubtful this would continue to be the case if parking fees were required. A ranch owner from Oxnard held a fundraising event to benefit St. Jude's Hospital on Sunday. As news of the park grows and it flourishes, because it really is just getting finished, more and more events will be held, and event fees are collected to increase revenue. There were over 40 hikers and mountain bikers by 10:30 a.m. on Sunday. And since this park is located in Camarillo, we feel that some of these hikers and mountain bikers came from down the road there too. There's also a multi-acre horse ranch located in Moore Park, and the horse club, the Arabian Horse Club, uses the park on a regular basis. So the point that I'm making is that in all of the constituents in each district, there are constituents that use this park. It is not a Santa Rosa Valley park. There are people from all over. Oh, one other thing, forgot one. A family who I know who live in Ventura come to Santa Rosa Park as their young sons like to pet the horses who are usually at the park, but mostly they come there to catch frogs and tadpoles in the stream which flows all year round. And you know how those little guys like to do that.
Your 3 minutes is up.
Okay,
Conclude,
all right,
please.
that's it. So
Thank
you. I really hope that you will you will keep the parking in this park free. Thank you.
Robin Miller, and on deck, Doug Price.
My name's Robin Miller. I live on Yucca Drive in Santa Rosa Valley. I'm a current, almost daily user of the park. Most of the time I walk from my house over to there, but sometimes when family comes up, I drive. It doesn't make any sense if there's free parking across the street that you're going to charge. When they first put the signs up to charge a year or so ago, whenever it was $3 during the week, $5 on the weekend. I don't know who set that up, but that didn't send a very good message. It's more money in the weekend. That didn't make any sense. But my point is that nobody's going to park in the park if it's free across the street. All you're going to do is cause a traffic problem, a parking problem. People are going to park illegal because they're not going to pay to park in there. So keep the park open. It's the only park we have in our area that we can use. I don't feel if I go to some other park in the county, I don't think most of them I pay to get into. Why charge for this park? Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Price, on deck, Dale Collins.
As you know from the previous item, I live really close to the park. So parking fees are not really something that has an impact on me. But from my observation, people don't want to pay it. And there's plenty of place. Thousand Oaks has the free parking. There's a big shoulder on Hill Canyon on the other side of the arroyo. If that gets posted and enforced as no parking, there's a farmer that grows chili peppers that has on Hill Canyon between Santa Rosa Road and the arroyo. He has plenty of space. This could become a nuisance for him as people decide they don't want to pay for the parking. People who go to this park, they go for exercise. So if they park further away and walk, I don't think it's a big deal to them. And as a community, the idea of a park for the community, I think, goes back generations. And for District 2 not to have a park available to the community as a taxpayer without paying an additional fee, maybe we should reconsider that. I'm empathetic to budgets and how they shrink and people want more services, but I think it's not too much to ask to get at least one free park in the county in District 2. Thank you.
Dale Collins, on deck Larry Cohen.
Hello. I live quite close to the park also, and actually I'm a frequent user of it. My wife and I and kids, when they were younger, we've lived here 22 years, we like to hike. And now as I got older and put on a few pounds, I like to mountain bike too. I'm trying to lose a little weight. We frequently drive over there and park, and I'm sure if they started charging parking like everybody else has said, all those cars are going to shift across into the free lot. So anyway, I just want to say I would urge you not to charge fees for this park. I think it would encourage more use, and it is just in its beginning stages, but it's going to be a very nice park eventually when the trees get bigger. Thank you very much.
Larry Cohen, on deck Amy Elliott.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Larry Cohen. I live on White Wing Court in Santa Rosa Valley, and I basically want to just second the comments that have been made. As a taxpayer here in Santa Rosa Valley, I pay plenty of taxes to live in the area. Equestrian is one of the benefits of living in this neighborhood and is very compatible with why we came to this area. Having to pay for parking fee where other areas are not paying parking fee does not make much sense. So unless you're planning to make all the parks pay a fee, it's basically discriminatory to Santa Rosa, where that's the only park that we have, to have to pay a parking fee. And so I would say let's keep parking free in our area. Thank you.
Amy Elliott, on deck Jen Bell.
Hi, I'm Amy Elliott. You know where I live, Barbara Drive, across the street. I use the park daily. I used it this morning. And just like Doug, I can go there anytime without paying fees. But one problem that does come up is I have twin 6-year-old girls who are trying to learn how to ride bikes. So I can't walk them across Santa Rosa Road and then go down the quarter mile to ride on the street because they just won't do it. They're 6. So if I drive them 3 times a week, you can see where I'm kind of going. It adds up. I also feel now that if you're familiar with the park, which you are, you'll see that people park down, when people want to hike to the waterfall, they park illegal right in front of the water waste treatment plant. And I just foresee more and more illegal parking, whether people start parking on Yucca. So that's it. So thank you.
Thank you. Jen Bell, our last speaker.
Hi again. I live on Santa Rosa Road, very near walking distance to the park as well. And we're new residents of Santa Rosa Valley. Doug and I lived in Thousand Oaks for several years and went to the dog park quite often. Never paid a fee there. Also, there's an equestrian park there as well in Thousand Oaks. We have horses, we have dogs. Very much was a deciding factor, this park being there, of us relocating to Santa Rosa Valley because of the equestrian community and our property being smaller. We can't afford a ring, so this park would give us that opportunity. I wouldn't trailer my horse in because I could walk across the road and ride on in. But my concern is the same issue that these other folks are having is this Thousand Oaks area where people can park. It's gravel, and I have witnessed when that parking fee sign was posted, there were folks with trailers, not trailers, people that are biking into the trails, park illegally along that road that definitely could be a fire hazard for fire trucks to pass through. And also with these folks parking on this Thousand Oaks side, there's a lot of dry brush there as well, and cars parking on dry brush is not a good combination. So again, like my husband said, we're empathetic to fees and services, and there's got to be a balance, but issuing, I don't know what the distance is, 100 feet between one lot that's serviceable and the other 1,000 Oaks, there's no borderline, no designation. It's confusing to people, and they would take advantage of that. So no parking fees, please.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, that ends the public comments.
I have the PowerPoint up. When we were here last time, a year ago, I watched the tape, and all the board members, except for Supervisor Foy, who is opposed, all said, let's go ahead with this moratorium and revisit it, and then see what we want to do and look at how the costs are. And the board letter, unfortunately, doesn't give us any options. So we'll have to come back if we want to revisit it. Right now it's receive and file, which is the default for saying the moratorium is over because it's supposed to be 1 year. So we need to actually act to continue the moratorium, and there isn't that option in this board letter. And I just want to point out why I think we need to have continue to have the free parking at the park. And so if we, well, you know, we'll see. I don't know how to work this. So the next slide, thanks. So it's the way I look at why waive the parking fee for Santa Rosa Park. First, it's a very marginal financial benefit. $9,500 is what is anticipated for revenue from parking fees. That's 0.25% of the GSA Parks operating revenue of $3.7 million, what Paul Dursey refers to as decimal dust. So it is a very marginal benefit. And the positive benefits, if you go to the next slide, is the goodwill that we have. We have established many public partnerships. From 2010 to 2013, we had donation of trees, mulch, irrigation, probably in the neighborhood around $6,000. 2013, we also had the community purchase and install a round pen for $6,000 worth of their, not counting their labor. This was actually part of the original park plan that was abandoned because of costs, and I think staff was looking at that costing more in the neighborhood of at least $15,000. So we got that for free from the public. We've also had hundreds of volunteer hours, as mentioned, and I term that as priceless. No price you can put on that. The City of Thousand Oaks has contributed funds towards the Hill Canyon Road improvement. They also built a bridge for equestrians, hikers, and mountain bikers. And that's important because a lot of, I would imagine, Sheriff's Patrol, the volunteer Costco Rangers, they are using the bridge because that's where the trails are. It takes you out to the open space in the Wildwood area, the Western Plateau, Hill Canyon area. And in addition, the city put in that parking lot, which can be used for spillover parking for park events. So these are partnerships that we have. We also, the Transportation Commission paid for D-cell, X-cell lanes onto Santa Rosa Road and off of Santa Rosa Road onto Hill Canyon. Santa Rosa Valley Trails, Inc., and the CRPD, and I didn't mention, but also COSCA, are very much involved in helping to see that there are public trails to the park, too. So a lot of contributions towards making this park a reality, as well as it being funded by grants. When we actually approved this park in 2004, we waived the policy that requires parks be self-sufficient, this park be self-sufficient. And we approved $11,200 annually to pay for the park. That's somehow got lost in some of this discussion, but there was actually a motion at the board, and I actually have copies of that if you're interested. The next slide just talks about, kind of I see as a fairness, the number of park facilities. This was mentioned by some. One district has 20, another has 9, another has 3, another has 2, another has 1. That's my district, the one that has 1. But that just kind of gets into, there are a lot of funds put towards parks, and unfortunately we are putting in, for example, I think $1.2 million in deferred maintenance went to the older parks. But these are all funds coming out of the general fund, and about 8 parks do allow for free parking. The next slide is why waive parking fees. Again, park fees to pay for parks, I believe, is a flawed model. We are the only county in the state of California that requires parks to be a self-sufficient enterprise. Again, the only county in the state of California. This is actually our staff has told me that one. County is not in a difficult financial straits. You could see if we're in Prop 13, but this $9,500 a year is not something that's going to have any impact, make or break anything. We're not in those kind of financial straits. Mark Burley, in the letter that he wrote, made some good points also about how studies have shown that lower socioeconomic status is associated with a higher risk of obesity. This is quoting from his letter. It's precisely those people who are more likely to be discouraged from using this facility if there is a parking fee. A vote for having no fee for parking is a vote for a healthy Ventura County. It also, if we put a parking fee, will no doubt reduce access to the parks. And, is that the message that we want to send? And I think, importantly, it discourages partnerships. And it's those partnerships that have come to actually bring this park to fruition. If it wasn't the constant drumming from those residents in Santa Rosa Valley and the contributions and the efforts, we wouldn't have this park to begin with. We are at a situation now that I would just ask that we hold off. I'll bring back a board letter at our next meeting, and then we'll have the opportunity to actually have some options before us to extend the moratorium or just decide that, on a fairness issue, at least one park per district should be available for free for the citizens of that community so they don't have to travel a long distance to get to a free county park. That would be my motion, would be just go ahead and continue this till we have the opportunity to have options before us. Talking with Mr. Grosgold, I think that was staff's understanding, which was clearly, if you watch the board tape, each of us said that we wanted to revisit it, and we don't have that opportunity at this point.
If I could just ask in terms of point of order, if we just continue this item, then we can't. Well, we have to. It seems like we should receive and file, and then you bring forward another item. Isn't that what you? Isn't that the way we'd actually be able to? Receive and file
really doesn't do anything either, right? But I just, to me, it is still an open question.
You're going to bring back an item that's an action item, right?
Exactly.
So continuing this is not an action item. So it seems like we ought to.
Well, I guess
that's correct. Just continuing it won't add the recommendation for an action item.
Yeah. So
you could continue it and hear it again at the same, but you would still have to bring another board letter.
Yeah. So you still have to do it separate. Then she brings her board letter. That's what I think. Supervisor Zaragoza?
I just wanted to ask. I respect all the speakers for being here so late, and also my fellow supervisor. The question I have, Ron, do we charge for all the parks in the county?
Yeah, I can answer.
And the second question, if we do, if we don't, can we afford not to charge? Or?
I can answer both of those questions for you, Supervisor. All of our regional parks, with the exception of two, have gate fees. Then the two exceptions that are in the rent and fee schedule by board policy that are exempt are free in Hobson, and that's for coastal access. And there's only about 5 parking spaces in each park, roughly.
And I must interject, because Mr. Van Dyke didn't point out, there are 8 parks in the park system that are free.
Yeah, and I was going to get that. We have 2 flavors of parks in the park system. We have regional parks by general plan definition, which are 2. We do not charge fees.
How many regional parks do we charge fees on?
We charge fees for regional for 12 out of, with the exception of Santa Rosa right now, 12 out of 14.
12 out of 14 we charge. 12 out of 14 regional parks we charge a fee.
Yes.
And is Santa Rosa Park considered a regional park?
Yes. By general board plan, it's considered a regional park. Our local parks that fulfill a lack of city / district, because we have 2 cities that run districts, Canal Park and Rec District, which the community we're saying are free parks. They are, because they're a district. They're getting direct fees from taxes to operate those as a district. Right. Completely different model than a regional park or county parks in general. You go almost statewide, county parks charge to get into their regional park system. That's the model that it is, and the prices vary significantly. State parks charge us $12 to park, so it varies.
But not at trailheads.
So the there is a difference, and the board subsidizes those local parks for the lack of fees that we can generate, either through board policies of allow nonprofits to use the facilities for free, that the community centers, to the fact we can't charge for parking to help offset operating costs. So the board does give us a subsidy every year for our budget for those regional or for those local parks, but our regional parks are by board policy are to be self-sustaining.
And one last question. The Camp Comfort is
Camp Comfort is a regional park, and there is a $2 fee during the week and a $5 fee on the weekend, or a $4 fee on the weekend. Sorry.
And we did have a lot of volunteers that helped, keep the aviary or the bird.
Oh, you're talking Stucco Park.
Excuse me.
Yes, Stucco Park. We had the aviary was an all-volunteer force, basically to help offset the cost of refurbishing that facility, and we still have gate fees there. And the gate fees. And the rest of your question is, we made almost over $120,000 in gate fees to our budget, because it comes in aggregate. Every park does their share, and it goes into the total operating budget. So we don't single out parks by parks. We do that for line item, for budgeting purposes, to know who's doing what. But at the end, it all goes into one pot. Everybody contributes to the pot so we can pay the bills at the end of the day.
And I think Mr. Cohen said something important earlier, was that either we all pay or we don't pay. Either all of us pay or all of us don't pay, I think is what...
So if you have two regional parks that don't pay, I don't know which they are.
Hobson and Faria, the two beach parks.
And then you have 8 community parks that don't pay. Then you actually got 10 parks in 3 districts that pay nothing to park.
But the community parks are subsidized by the general fund for operations. They're classified as local parks. It's exactly the same as the Canal Park and Rec District
parks.
Why
don't the two regional parks,
at the beach
and Hobson, pay?
Coastal access.
In other words, to meet the Coastal Commission's requirements, we have to have some free parking.
They've been that way, and the Coastal Commission basically keeps us honest that way.
And I don't know why we voted, but when we approved the grants for Santa Rosa Park, we had to vote to to waive the self-sufficiency and to guarantee an annual fund. So I don't know if it's for the same purpose, but certainly there are exceptions from regional parks, and then we have 10 parks that have free parking.
I appreciate it. I don't know but we have 10 parks that have free parking is one way to say it. We have 14 regional parks. 12 of them have parking and 2 don't. That's another way to say it. And then 8 local parks that don't is just another way to say it. It just depends on how you want to say it.
Right.
Yeah,
and 2 we can't deal with because Coastal Commission tells you what you can do.
But you can make exceptions.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question.
Sure, I'm not saying you can't.
Some person had made a comment in regards to $10,000 or whatever. It's not much, for us to invest. How much did we invest? I know we got some grants. How much did we invest in that whole park originally?
We're about 1.6, right around 1.6 million is what went into that park.
1.68 million, whatever. So there's a lot of investment in there. There's no question about it. And then I think Supervisor said that we also said that we would make a contribution of $11,200.
That was an authorized, so it wasn't a contribution. What it is an authorized deficit. So we're allowed to run, basically, if we were to break even would be 11,200 in the hole.
Okay.
But that would be a break even.
And that's what we agreed to. And then, but it looks like going forward, without your fee, if we did do anything, we would be $33,000 in the hole minus the 11. So we'd be 22 total.
Technically, we'd be 22,000 over what the board authorized.
So even if we do the fees, the taxpayers are still going to throw another 23,000 just to keep it even without a problem, just normal maintenance.
Yes.
If it doesn't rain too much, something happens to it, we got to go fix it. So there is a continual.
For example,
cost.
Soul Park was $70,000 what we put into it.
Well, no, but I remember we've already put $1.8 million into this thing. I have no problem with the parking. It's not my. I'd rather, from that standpoint, if you had to charge for the events, charge a little bit more to cover the $10,000. I understand that side of it. I just want everybody to understand that it's not that we don't put a lot of your department's putting money into this park, and it took a lot of money originally to build the park, And I'm glad to hear we saw some usage, because I was concerned we weren't seeing a lot of usage.
We're getting parking usage. We're not getting arena usage.
Yeah.
So our parking lot's getting used to access the trail system. That's why I want to clarify that. The parking lot's getting heavily used for equestrian, hikers, bikers to access the trailhead, but the equestrian use of the arenas is minimal.
Yeah, and that was always my issue about this whole park,
So
because
it's being
a
used
lot
for
of
a
people
different
have their own
technically
arenas
it's
and
being
do
used
their
for a
own
different
things.
purpose.
And
Well, I think
we're
also
spending money in an area that I'm not sure we had to spend a lot of money.
It is still kind of premature. It hasn't even been open a year, just almost a
Well,
year.
we understand.
And
We
you're
have a
starting
square
to
arena
get
versus a
some
round arena.
events,
I mean,
but,
so we
but
know.
The events that you're going to get are going to be
Yeah, I
less
mean-
likely because you'll have to pay for
And
parking,
we-
and
and we
people
have
aren't going to rent the arenas out.
And we have CUP caps. Unfortunately, our CUP is capped on the size of the events and the number of events that we can hold a year.
Really?
So we have CUP caps, and their caps are
Well,
pretty
is that those
stringent,
people in
and I
Santa
can't
Rosa
really
don't
go
want
for a
that stuff? What's
CUP
going on?
revision. I can't go for a CUP revision right now because the whole park is now in the 100-year floodplain. So I really,
It's all just getting
I'm
better
stuck
all the
between
time.
a rock and a hard place right now as far as that.
No, I understand the park where you're coming from. I got a job. I got to provide enough revenue to do this. We've already spent $1.5 million in this park, and now I'm going to be, even with fees, I'm still $23,000 short, and I was only allowed to, or $33,000. I've only allowed to go 11, and so I'm in trouble. So I know that's your budget because you planned on something budgeting going forward, and I don't even know if you can raise on the events to try to pick up your 11,000. But you're telling me there's just not enough events.
And
Day-use parks for understanding operational parameters for park systems, day-use parks do not generate plus revenue. They don't do it. You need revenue-generating facilities that generate revenue. Camping. So every one of our regional parks that have camping in them are breaking even. Some of them barely
Like
breaking
the one
even,
you have
but they
in
are
my
all
district,
breaking even.
that one in my district, does that break even?
Yes.
It does.
But the day use component by itself, like Soul Park that the supervisor brought up, will never break even. Never, ever, ever break even.
Right.
It can't. It physically can't do it because you don't get enough day use activities to offset the expenses. And any of the park district folks, the general manager, Jim Frito for Canale will tell you the same thing.
Yeah.
His day use facilities do not pay the bills for those facilities. They can't.
And that's why it's a completely flawed model to think that you can make your parks be an enterprise paying for itself, and that's why we're the only one in the state of California. I mean,
The advantage that we have is we have 400
I think
campsites.
we added another
What's that?
$50,000 a year for the Piru Depot. You know, I mean, we're talking $9,000 a year, and that's why I'm just saying it's nothing in comparison to a $3.7 million budget. $9,000, and you go ahead and start charging, you're going to have less use of the arenas. People
Well,
aren't
I'm-
gonna do that.
I
So
don't
it's
want-
just,
I don't want
you
to
either
deal-
make your park accessible, or you end up
But
mothballing
50,000
it.
was RDA money.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's not a fair comparison.
Well, it
Yeah, it's not a fair comparison
GSA
because we have
parks
33,000
are going to be
deficit.
maintaining it, and it costs, was it $50,000
That's
to
the
maintain
result
it?
of the RDA sunsetting. I can't control
I understand, but it
that.
did add to the park's budget. That's all I'm
understand it
saying.
did.
And here we're talking about a very small amount in comparison.
Well, it's not. Well, they can go to Mr. Powers and say, Mr. Powers, open the floodgates and run money into parks, right? I mean, the money's got to come from somewhere. And I think it's unfair to say it's 9,000 because you're telling us it's 33,000 is really what it's
So
going to
that's
be.
how much the parking will generate. That's
No,
what
no, I'm just saying the
That's
total
what I'm
deficit,
saying.
forget parking, we just got to come up with $33,000 to make it a break-even position for you, right?
Well,
If
it wouldn't
you
be
could-
fair. It wouldn't be fair to say we want to break this park even because then we have Soul Park that's not breaking even. We
I
got Foster
understand.
Day Use as a line item that's not breaking even because it's a day use
So
facility.
you're not even coming to us for break-even, you're just coming to us saying, all the other parks charge for parking, this is what we do.
This
So
is
we're
the approved-
consistent across the
This
whole
is the
park
approved
system.
model by the board, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, it's
I
not-
don't
you know
I don't have a dog in the fight either way. It's
Yeah.
what's the board policy. All I'm doing is giving you the numbers of the way it pencils out.
Tax themselves for lights down that thing?
They did. And
Actually, that's where the decimal dust comment
I
came
just-
from. Was
I'd like to remind us,
regarding
we
that.
still have closed session we have to go back to, right?
Actually,
How about a motion to receive and file?
Let's hear what he wanted to finish. Go, Ron.
To add to what you were saying there, just to give you a specific, we were looking at giving this park to Canale Park and Rec District because it's within their sphere. First thing out of Jim Friedel, the general manager, the folks in Santa Rosa Valley willing to tax themselves because that's the only way you take the park. So I just, that's,
Or another way is,
Rosemary?
put something on the ballot so that people pay for parks. Except that there's one park in one district, and so it's just not a fair system.
Bring it back anyway. I guess we'll discuss it at another 5:30 meeting. So what are we looking to do? Just receive and file? Drag this meeting on a little long.
All right, here we go. Closed session, please.